Hello everybody and welcome to a baking hot Brands Hatch, and boy oh boy do we have a feast of motorsport action for you. Of course we've got the British Truck Racing Championship, haven't we? So if you like your motorsport loud and intense, this is going to be the place to be. But of course don't forget there's one other thing as well, that it's going to be full of lots and lots of power.
And welcome to BARC TV from a beautiful sunny early summer's day here at Brands Hatch Race Circuits, the home of motorsport in the southeast of England. Wonderful to be here at one of the UK's premier race circuits. Dave Goddard here as always, taking you through the action on BARC TV in a very busy programme we have across 2 days of motorsport. We have the opening rounds of the British Truck Racing Championship 2021, a longer than usual layoff over the winter. The promoters anxious to wait until spectators could be allowed at trackside. There is a good crowd here at Brands Hatch this weekend, ready to enjoy the action on the short layout here at Brands Hatch, the Indy circuit. And here's how things are going to play out on today's race programme. We begin with the first race for the British Truck Racing Championship coming up in just a few minutes' time. Over 15 minutes. That's followed by the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes. Unfamiliar name possibly to some of you. Those are space frame cars with carbon fibre Kevlar silhouette bodies based on small coupes like Vauxhall Tigras and Mercedes SLKs. Will bring you 2 races for them today. We also have the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship, open to all models of BMW and BMW Minis as well. We've got the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. That's their qualifying session taking place today. We'll see them in action tomorrow in their 2 races. More race action coming up tomorrow. We're joined by a couple of additional categories, the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship and also the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. They join us here tomorrow. So the trucks will be out on track very shortly. Well, good morning to all of you watching already. We've already got about 200 viewers on our YouTube stream, which is great to see. We'll give you the starting grid in just a couple of minutes' time, but first of all, our ace interviewer Ian Waterhouse was down in the paddock earlier this morning and he caught up with some of the drivers for the British.
Right, here we are with Stephen Powell. Now Stephen, qualifying was quite hectic, wasn't it? But you're second place in Division 2, you happy with that?
Yeah, happy with that. We had pole until the red flag and then went back out and had a couple of laps. We hit a bit of traffic and I think Craig pinched us by 0.6. So no, really happy to be fair. So we knew we'd be up there, but I'm very happy with how close we are. So
did the red flag sort of knock the flow a little bit? Was it difficult to get back to where you...
it's the quickest I've ever been around that circuit today. Wow. Which is because we're usually either like April to November, so it's brilliant, you know. I mean, it's a bit of a shame yesterday because we tested in the wet, which was, but the track's so sticky, the tyres are good, so it's only going to get improved over the weekend. So
you're going to get
looking
quicker,
forward. Oh yeah, I mean
quicker.
We're braking later, different gears around bends, and we've never raced in these conditions here. Wow. So it's good and it's a lot faster. I mean, we used to drop half a peg in the first bend, now we're top gear all the way around.
Really?
So, yeah. So
because you've got to be brave, haven't you? You've got to keep your foot
in.
You
got to be in it. A bit of left foot braking just to keep it level and then power back out the thing. So it's no, we're looking forward to it. It'll be good. So
fantastic. Look, congratulations. Best of luck for the race. We will be watching, Stephen.
Lovely.
Top
Thank
man.
you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Stephen Powell. Right, here we are with Jock Borthwick down at the Paddock Hill, aren't we really here? And Jock, of course, it was just your first ever qualifying session, wasn't it? What was it like out there?
Yeah, it was good. Better as yesterday in the wet, enjoyed it. A lot more grip, obviously. Got new tyres on, learning a load. Like, it's a steep learning curve.
Is that what this weekend's about for you? Is it about learning, or it's still competitive? You still want to give it a good fist, don't you?
Yeah, but we had little problems there. We had an air leak had to come in and bedding the brakes in, so I only really got 2 or 3 laps, but I've got a little speed signal issue with it, so I need to, Ryan's trying to fix that just now. So,
What's it feel like taking one of these around the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch? It must be absolutely stomach goes through your face, doesn't it, as you come down Paddock Hill?
Oh, unbelievable. The speed and the weight and the whole thing, it's just amazing. Like, I love it.
I can't wait. Look, best of luck for race one, John. Well done in qualifying there, top man. Right, here we are with John Newell. John, talk us through qualifying baking conditions. Was it quick out there?
Yeah, it was quick out there. We just made a couple of mistakes on his final lap. Really, we should have been up to P2, not P4. We lost half a second in turn 1, trying a different line.
So you're confident then, come the race, the pace is in this then to get further up?
Yeah, 100% the pace is in it. It's all down to me at the minute.
I appreciate the honest assessment.
Yeah, 100%.
It's nice to be back racing though, isn't it? Certainly under these conditions, and nice to have spectators back. Can you actually sort of see the spectators as you're going around?
Yeah, you can in certain areas. Obviously it's a gradual process of spectators coming back, so we'll just take it as it comes, but it's great to be back.
Top man, John, thanks so much for your time.
No
Best of luck for the race.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Expecting you to go forward.
Thank you.
Top man, John Newell.
Thank you.
Well, great to hear from a couple of the drivers there after qualifying down in the paddock with Ian. And we'll bring you the grid lineup for our first of 5 truck races across this weekend. The more powerful Division 1 trucks, the more heavily modified machines, start in the first group, the Division 2 trucks behind them. So in pole position, it will be the reigning 5-time British Truck Racing Champion, number 1, Ryan Smith, debuting a brand new truck this weekend, and alongside him the 10 times British champion, former European champion as well, number 7, Stuart Oliver. On the second row, number 11, Martin Gibson with his MAN, alongside 18, John Newell, also debuting a new truck here today. Row 3, former champion number 69, David Jenkins, starts alongside 81 of Mark Taylor, and a newcomer behind them, 157 from Birmingham, Jonathan Willis, ex-short oval hot rod racer, starts on row 4. Then there's a gap, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks. The reigning champion, number 3, Stephen Powell, we just heard from, was pipped to pole at the end of the session. 68, Craig Reed, it is who takes pole in his Iveco, alongside number 3, Stephen Powell. Behind them, 16 of Brad Smith lines up alongside number 5, Adam Bint in his Volvo White. The next row, number 6, which is John Powell, and 41, Simon Cole in the Mercedes Beast, as it's known. And finally, number 10, Craig Evans, made his debut last season alongside our newcomer, number 32, Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. He had his qualifying times disallowed for overspeeding during qualifying. These trucks are electronically limited to 100 miles per hour, and you will be penalised if you exceed 100 miles an hour. It is monitored carefully. They have electronic speed limiters fitted to them, but if your truck does go over 100 miles per hour, then you will get a penalty. And in this case, Jock Borthwick had his qualifying times disallowed. He has to start from the back of the grid. Using the short layout here at Brands Hatch, the Indy circuit, a natural amphitheatre here in Kent, just a short distance to the east of London. The trucks are now being led out by the pace truck onto the grid for the first of our 5 races this weekend. The subsequent races will see the grids reversed in each division to make things a little bit more interesting. Well, here they come then round towards the grid, and Ryan Smith going for his 6th consecutive Division 1 title. We've seen him in MANs up to now, but he's debuting that truck on pole position, a brand new Mercedes Actros, the first Mercedes Actros we have seen in the British Championship, and in the black and turquoise Mercedes Formula 1 livery. Isn't that impressive? The Lewis Hamilton of truck racing, Ryan Smith, the man from Nottinghamshire, starting alongside the bonneted Volvo VNL of truck racing legend Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins a little further back on the grid than he would have liked. And here come the Division 2s, led by number 68, Craig Reed. There is Stephen Powell, a new livery on his MAN this year, the white and green. Normally we see him in the yellow Dines Recovery and HGV Direct colours. But Stephen Powell, the man who literally lives just along the road from Brands Hatch. And there's our newcomer, the grey, number 32. That's Jock Borthwick from Hoyk in Scotland. He's at the wheel of an earlier MAN, I think that is. The MANs from Germany, the most popular make on the grid. We've got the Volvos of Stuart Oliver and Adam Bint, the bonneted trucks as well. The new Mercedes of Ryan Smith. I don't think Simon Cole's there. He brought out a red flag in qualifying. He had an off, unfortunately, so it looks like the pink Mercedes, the Team Hard associated truck touring car team, is not there. So we're missing one truck after qualifying. Hopefully we'll see him out again later in the weekend. Beautiful looking machines here lining up on the Brabham Straights. Martin Gibson, protege of Stuart Oliver, the Warwickshire-based driver, on the second row in his MAN. And John Newell, a brand new MAN TGS here this weekend, the man from South Yorkshire. Just a couple of months ago, that was a basic chassis frame. That truck was at John's headquarters, runs a company building tanker lorries up in South Yorkshire, based near Barnsley. John made a return to truck racing a couple of years ago after several years away. Used to compete in the European Truck Racing Championship. Third row, David Jenkins, a former British champion as well, the man from Stafford in the Digraph Transport and Morris Lubricants MAN. He starts alongside the Taylor's haulage truck driven by Mark Taylor. At the back of the lineup there, 157, Jonathan Willis from Birmingham. Background in short oval racing. His dad, Dave Willis, long-time racer in the Super Rods formula on the short tracks with space frame Ford Sierras and Mondeos. And his sons Andrew and Jonathan have raced on the short tracks too. Jonathan making his truck racing debut with a very smart MAN. Then we've got the Division 2 pack. There's a gap where Simon Cole's Mercedes should have been, the Mercedes Beast as he calls it. Stephen Powell should be the favourite here, the defending Division 2 champion. He'd come close on so many occasions over the years, and then last season finally came good, defeating the usual king of Division 2, Luke Garrett, who's not out this weekend. We'll see him hopefully later in the season. Number 16 there, Brad Smith with the DAF CF on the second row, the Unity sponsored truck, I should say. The Iveco Stralis of Craig Reed on pole position. Hopefully later in this season we'll see his brother Simon out on track as well in his Iveco in Division 1. Adam Bint is in the black bonneted truck there, the Volvo White Aerodyne, the Oxfordshire driver. John Powell in number 6, another member of the well-known truck racing family. He's in his DAF LF. And at the back of the field we've got number 10 Craig Evans from the Stoke area in his MAN, and Jock Borthwick at the back of the field. Okay, here we go then. They are on the rolling start. We should be playing Convoy by C.W. McCall at this point, shouldn't we? I'm not going to sing it, don't worry. Where are the Division 2s? Down the drop at Paddock Hill Bend, then it's up Halewood Rise into the Druids Hill 180 degree right-hander. This will be a 15-minute race. Down Graham Hill into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, or Bottom Bend as the drivers call it, at the bottom of the hill. Might see some overtaking opportunities there. Then it's along the Cooper Straights, well, it's not very straight, and into Surtees, the left flick, the Volvo pace truck leading them round. Leads into McLaren, then through Clearways and Clark Curve to end this short lap here at Brands Hatch. The quickest trucks lapping just under a minute. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver on the front row of the grid. The long winter wait is over. It is time to go truck racing here at Brands Hatch. Race number 1 of the 2021 British Truck Racing Championship about to get underway. Will Ryan Smith start as he means to go on? Here they come then up towards the red lights. When they go out, these 1,000 horsepower engines will release their power. I'm really looking forward to this race. The pace truck is in the pit lane. Up towards the red lights they go. Here we go. The power comes on and away they go. Truck Racing 2021 is underway. Front row men lead them into Paddock Hill Bend. It is a good start by Ryan Smith. The new Mercedes leads the way into the first corner in Division 2. It's side by side between Craig Reed and Stephen Powell. Leading the way it is Ryan Smith. Somebody running a bit wide there. Mark Taylor's got onto the dirt at the back of the Division 1 pack. It's Smith who leads from Oliver Gibson. Then David Jenkins has got ahead of John Newell up into 4th place. And the Division 2 trucks keeping up at the moment with Division 1. We expect to see them split apart. You can see the dirt on the tyres of the 81 there. He went wide coming out of Paddock, but he gets past Jonathan Willis up into 6th position. It's Ryan Smith in the Mercedes that leads. Second, the Volvo of Stuart Oliver. Martin Gibson in 3rd place. Somebody running a bit wide there in Division 2. That was Brad Smith in the 16 that ran out wide. He's lost a spot or two. They start to sort themselves out around this first lap of this 15-minute race. Then there's Jonathan Willis on his debut in the 157 truck. 2 newcomers in this, of course. Jock Borthwick at the back of the field. There's the grey number 32. There are the leaders in Division 2. It's Ryan Smith leading by nearly 2 seconds at the end of the first lap, ahead of Stuart Oliver. Gibson in 3rd, then Jenkins, Newell, Taylor and Willis. Craig Reed leads Division 2. On our graphics there you can see Division 2 in white, Division 1 in blue. Round Druids for the second time. Fly-in Ryan Smith going for 6 titles in a row. Look at the lead he's got already in the Mercedes. Oh, and a tangle there. That's Jonathan Willis and Craig Reed. That's the Division 2 leader gone. Oh dear, the Iveco gets itself out of the gravel. Now can Jonathan Willis get the Lawson's Direct MAN going again? Stephen Powell has inherited the lead in Division 2 with his newly liveried MAN. Adam Bint in 2nd in number 5. There's the 2 Team Oliver Kelso Truck Products machines 2nd and 3rd. David Jenkins up to 4th. Didn't go too well in qualifying. Then John Newell in truck number 18. Over the line go the leaders, and already the gap is up to nearly 4 seconds. A 58.61 seconds lap from Ryan Smith there. But disaster for Craig Reed. He's down to 12th place overall and 5th in Division 2 after that little tangle. We've got 1 truck slowing coming through Surtees and McLaren. I think it's John Powell that's dropped to the back of the field. Yes, there he is. He's got a problem, the DAF. The Midland Caliper Centre sponsored truck looks like he could be heading for the pits. Great shame for John Powell. Finished 3rd in the Division 2 points last year in the shortened season. Jonathan Willis has got going again. We see him in the background. Here is Stephen Powell leading the Division 2 battle ahead of Adam Bint. 3rd, there's Brad Smith with his DAF, the Midland Truck Breakers and Unity Recovery sponsored DAF. And there's Craig Reed recovering after his off at Druids earlier on. Only a tiny bit of damage you can see on the bumper there of the 68. Well, Ryan Smith is checked out at the front of the field. He's leading by almost 5 seconds now ahead of Stuart Oliver. Then Gibson, Jenkins, Newell, Taylor, the top 6 in Division 1. Stephen Powell is 7th overall, starting his title defence as he means to go on as well. He's clear of Adam Bint to the tune of 1.8 seconds in Division 2. Brad Smith having a look now for 2nd place, and behind them Jock Borthwick. He's running well on his debut in number 32. Craig Reed is behind them, then Craig Evans. Willis is going again at the back of the field, but a long way behind. Took a while to get the truck started again, his MAN. And John Powell is in the pits. Looks like he's out of the race. Eleven minutes to go in this first British Truck Racing Association Championship race of the season. Division 1 runners fairly spread out at the moment. It's getting dialed back in really for the new season. 5 races this weekend. The leader is lapping a second quicker than everybody else. There is Ryan Smith. He really is the Lewis Hamilton of truck racing, leading by a similar margin as well, nearly 6 seconds ahead. There's Jonathan Willis in 157 after his off earlier on. A little bit of damage to the rear of the truck where he was clipped by Craig Reed. He's not all that far off, being lapped by Flying Ryan in his new Mercedes Actros. Here's the Division 2 boys. Powell, Bint, Smith and Borthwick still the order. This is good driving by Jock Borthwick from Hoyk in southern Scotland. Mark Taylor up there in 6th position. There's Stephen Powell. Comes from Rotherham Heath, just down the road from Brands Hatch. The battle starting to be joined now for 2nd place. 3 of them line astern. Then a gap back to the recovering Craig Reed. Let's have a look at his lap times. lapping in the 1:01, so about the same as those ahead of him. He's not catching them. There's the Bint Racing Volvo White Aerodyne, one of two bonneted American-style trucks in this race, both Volvos, the other being Stuart Oliver. Smith's away and gone. His lead that time 6.5 seconds through over the line. Through Graham Hill Bend he comes. Now the second place battle led by Stuart Oliver. There is Powell, continuing to lead Division 2. Now it looks like it's looking good for our two champions at the moment. Ryan Smith, the Nottinghamshire-based driver. He's been an MAN man through and through in his career so far. Now switching to this new Mercedes. Through Paddock Hill Bend goes the leader, just under 9 minutes to go. There's the battle for second in Division 2. Bint defending now from Brad Smith in the number 16, the Leicestershire-based driver. Borthwick giving a good account of himself on his debut in the number 32. Over the line goes Stephen Powell. Let's see what his lead is over Adam Bint. Just over 3 seconds at the moment ahead of the Volvo. Up towards Druids they come. Now Brad Smith having a look here down the inside. No, there isn't room there. Adam Bint, very experienced truck racer, moves across as they go through Druids. Borthwick just looking on, just learning his craft here. Down the hill. Through Graham Hill Bend, 3 of them still line astern. Ryan Smith has already gone through to complete his 7th lap as we come towards half distance in this first British truck race of the season. He's leading by 8.6 seconds now. Brad Smith is coming under fire from Borthwick, who locks up there, coming through clearways. That's run him out wide. He's dropped back. He's lucky not to smack into the back of Brad Smith there. Ryan Smith continues to lead, and Brad Smith attacking as they come down the home straight. There go the leaders, and Jonathan Willis has been lapped in the 1:57. Stuart Oliver still in second, and in the background we see there Brad Smith has got past Adam Bint, and Borthwick's got through as well. I think there was a bit of contact as they came down the home straight. Brad Smith went for the inside coming out of Clark Curve, got alongside Bint and got through into second place, and Borthwick took the opportunity to follow through as well. So whether there's any damage to Adam Bint's truck, I'm not sure. Well, there's the battle for second, Smith and Borthwick. There is Bint. Now, has he got some damage there on the right-hand side? He's dropping back now into the clutches of Craig Reed. He got clipped by Brad Smith as he came through. There's Reed. There is Bint. There is a little bit of damage to the right-hand side, yeah, to Adam Bint. You can see a bit of bodywork loose there. Is he coming into the pits? No, he's not. He's still going, but he's going to lose another place here. Yeah, there's a bit of debris there. Over it goes Craig Reed. That's from Adam Bint's truck, so there was contact with Brad Smith in that battle for seconds. Dropped Bint back. Had a lot of problems with that Volvo last season, Adam Bint. Has he got a slow puncture, I wonder? Well, there you can see, there's where the debris come from. It belonged to Brad Smith. You can see his rear wheel arch is missing. So Borthwick now third in class. They're nearly 4 seconds behind Stephen Powell. There he is on the Cooper Straights. Ryan Smith continuing to dominate out in front. A little bit of smoke from the back of Smith's truck there as he goes through Graham Hill Bend. I think that's possibly a very small leak in one of the pipes there. He's lapped Craig Evans in the number 10. Keeping an eye on the number 1 here. You can see Ryan working away. You can see how tightly packed into their cabs these drivers are. Our close up there as Flying Ryan continues. It's his lap time this time, so he's lapping under 1 minute. The only driver apart from David Jenkins currently lapping under a minute. Last lap was a 59.4. There's Stuart Oliver in second place. Martin Gibson third and David Jenkins fourth. They pretty much held station for the full duration of this race. Is Jenkins closing up? Yes, he is very slightly on Martin Gibson for third position. Stephen Powell continues to dominate Division 2 with his newly liveried MAN. His gap was 3.2 seconds. Now, is Brad Smith closing on him in the slightly lightened number 16? See as they go over the lines, the DAF catching the MAN. Over the line they go. Still 3.3 seconds in it. Borthwick happy with the podium place, I think, in third. Craig Reed is next, then Adam Bint. Then Craig Evans and Jonathan Willis, the lap down. John Powell has retired into the pits. Into the closing stages. 4 minutes to go in this first British truck race of the season. Brilliant to see fans on the grass banking enjoying the action from trackside once again. Jock Borthwick starting to move up to try and have a go at Brad Smith. His last lap was a couple of tenths quicker. He's definitely on the tail there as Martin Gibson laps Jonathan Willis, our Division 1 newcomer. Great shame he had that spin because he was up there chasing the other Division 1 boys and that very smart Dawson Direct 157 MAN. There's John Newell behind him, coming up to lap him as well. Second, third, fourth. John Newell fifth in class. Well, Ryan Smith looking good out in front, has pulled away slowly but steadily as the race has gone on. Still lapping a second quicker than everybody else, near enough. 13.5 seconds in it now between Smith and Oliver. Two of the all-time greats of British truck racing, first and second. Martin Gibson, a relative newcomer by comparison, but he's up there in third. Began his career in a Scania run by Stuart Oliver. There's Borthwick in the Euro Routes Recovery, an MV Commercial sponsored grey number 32. MV Commercial, of course, run by Tom O'Rourke, who we saw race an MAN in the championship last season, had a huge accident at Thruxton. He's competing in the European Championship this year. Craig Evans just gets out of the way. Let's see quicker runners through there. Now David Jenkins has caught Martin Gibson for third. There's a bit of damage to Jenkins' truck there. Didn't see what he hit. He's hit something though, you can see. John Newell, his beautiful new MAN. Built with support from MAN in Germany. Chasing there in fifth position. Gibson gets away a little bit on the straights. Now, David Jenkins doesn't seem to have the straight line speed of the 69 truck here. A couple of laps to go for flying Ryan Smith out in front. There's Brad Smith, no relation, holding off Borthwick for second in Division 2. And here comes Ryan. Certainly a bit of smoke or steam coming from the Mercedes there, but it's not slowing him down. John Newell laps Jonathan Willis. The leader coming up to lap Craig Reed. Just looking at the time left here, 1 minute 20, so I think they're going to get 2 more laps out of this. So we should see a 16-lap race to kick off the season. Oh, and somebody slowed there, that's Borthwick. Borthwick has stopped on the home straights. Now that might be an early finish if he can't get it going again from there, because that could lead to a red flag. The 32 truck has stopped on the front straight I saw there. He was third in Division 2, and the red flag is coming out. We have a red flag because of that stationary truck. I thought the red flag got straight away. There is Jock Borthwick. What a shame. He was on for third in Division 2 on his debut. I don't know what's happened there. He's stopped right next to the pit wall, and of course a very dangerous position there with the trucks coming out of Clark Curve hard on the throttle. The red flag comes out. The race will finish with 1 minute to go. That will be a win then for Ryan Smith to kick off the season in the number 1 truck. We'll await the official result to be confirmed. Stuart Oliver will be second, I think, and Martin Gibson third. And Division 2 will be won by the man we see now on your screen, number 3, Stephen Powell. I don't know what happened to Jock Borthwick there. The J. Borthwick Commercials and MV Commercial truck just suddenly ground to a halt coming out of Clark Curve. And that is going to give, I think, third in Division 2 to Craig Reed. Okay, the result's been taken back a lap to the end of lap 13. So the win goes to Ryan Smith, who we're looking at now. Second to Stuart Oliver, nearly 15 seconds behind. And there is a braver marshal than me, stopping those trucks on the track at the exit of Clark Curve. Full credit to all our volunteer marshals, the Orange Army as they're known. Thank you for their services at Brands Hatch. We could not go racing without them. Take a look on the BARC website, barc.net, or on the British Motorsport Marshals Club website, marshals.co.uk, for info on how to become a marshal if you would like to volunteer your services. So checkered flag showing on the timing screens then, so it will be a win for Ryan Smith. There's only 1 minute or so left to go, so the race I don't think will be restarted. Stuart Oliver second, Martin Gibson third, fourth will be number 69 David Jenkins, fifth number 18 of John Newell, and sixth 81 Mark Taylor. Seventh the Division 2 winner, number 3 Stephen Powell, eighth and second in Division 2 number 16 of Brad Smith, ninth and third in Division 2 recovering after a spin Craig Reed in the 68s. So we see the result confirmed. Jock Borthwick shown as 10th, but he won't be classified as he brought out the red flag. So 10th and 4th in Division 2 will be Adam Bint in the Volvo. 11th overall will be Jonathan Willis on his debut in the MAN. And he will take 7th in Division 1. And the final finisher, number 10, Craig Evans, with his MAN. John Powell pulled off into the pits after a couple of laps. An early finish then to our first truck race of the season, and it's Flying Ryan Smith and Stephen Powell who take the win, starting their title defences in perfect fashion. So the trucks waiting to be led by the pace truck back into the paddock area. And next up on track today, we will see the first race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes. Now, those of you who follow short oval racing will recognise these cars. They're effectively national hot rods racing on a circuit, promoted by the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club for this season. Now, thanks to Rod Burley, one of their main players, the man who's won many hundreds of races around the UK circuits in various cars, for his help in some info on the background of this series. John Powell's truck there in the pit lane, so once Jock Borthwick's truck has been cleared, we'll get the grid out on track for the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes. It will be a 15-minute race for these space frame chassied cars using carbon fibre and Kevlar silhouette bodies based on small coupes like Vauxhall Tigras and Mercedes SLKs. Very fast, very spectacular, running on Avon slick tyres. And they will be on track very shortly. But while the track is cleared, our ace interviewer Ian Waterhouse caught up with some of the drivers in the paddock earlier on. Well, we'll hear from Ian and the drivers in a short while. Thanks to everybody for watching on so far. Nearly 600 of you already watching on YouTube. Thanks for all your comments. The comment thread moving so fast I can't really read any of them out, unfortunately. The Dines recovery truck out on track at the moment. Huge 4-axle recovery vehicle, the DAF. One of our YouTube commenters says, how many men would it take to push start a lorry? We don't need to push start it, we've got a recovery vehicle to pick it up. Well, thanks to the recovery crews, heavy duty recovery vehicles here. One of our YouTube comments, what lap times do these trucks do? Well, the quickest lap in that race was by Ryan Smith, 58.352 seconds was his lap there. In terms of lap speeds in qualifying, they were averaging in the mid 70 mile an hour range. So the pole sitter did 74 miles an hour, Ryan Smith. So about 65 to 75 mile an hour average around Brands Hatch are the lap speeds for these trucks. Well, a frustrating debut there for Jock Borthwick. The truck exceeding the 100 mile an hour limit in qualifying. He lost his qualifying times, had to start from the back, and then the truck let him down while he was on for a podium place in his division. Well, we can now hear from Ian Waterhouse down in pit lane. And he's got a familiar face from last season's truck coverage, I believe.
Right, hello everybody, welcome to the pit lane. I'm here with Pointy from the British Truck Racing Championship. Not quite the finish we were expecting, was it? We weren't expecting him to park up down here, but a slight change of plan.
Yeah, slight change of plan, but that is the way British Truck Racing usually goes. Yeah, the issue with one of the trucks breaking down right on the last lap, essentially, meant that they just decided to call the race quits. We've got a little bit of time to make up today, so it's important we crack on as best we can. But, of course, that means we've got several trophies that haven't got owners at the moment.
Oh, can I have one?
Yeah, by all means, you help yourself. I think the marshals are already eyeing them up, if I'm honest.
I certainly don't deserve one. We must actually give it was Jock, wasn't it? Jock Borthwick,
yes.
Unfortunately. He was going well, wasn't he? He was third in Division 2.
He was, yeah. I mean, position-wise through the race, he was doing very well. Certainly holding his own in Division 2, considering it's his first outing. And then, yeah, same as yesterday and earlier on in qualifying, some serious technical issues has let him down again. So hopefully they can get that sorted out and be back out for the second race of the day.
Because it does mean a checkered flag fell as well when the red flag came out. Ryan Smith picking up another win.
Of course, and quite the lead he had on the race, actually. I think the top 5 really of Division 1 were extremely tight for that first race. It's certainly going to be an interesting season, if I'm honest. But yeah, again, fantastic effort from Ryan Smith. New truck, new season, and up to his old tricks, I'd say.
Of course, reigning champion as well, isn't he?
4 times in a row, I believe. Not that it'll remind you of that at all. You know.
I haven't seen him yet. I haven't spoken to him. I certainly will be. We've got another power truck down here. Unfortunately, came into the pits quite early on, didn't it?
Yeah, jump out again. Issues in qualifying. Managed to get himself out for the first race, which was obviously really good. Unfortunately, now the truck's let him down again. So lots and lots of work to do, but quite the gap now between the races. So next one later on this afternoon. Hopefully they'll have enough time to sort some things out.
Fantastic. Look, thanks for coming down anyway, and I won't take a trophy. I don't deserve it.
I'm going to take the trophy.
You're going to take the trophy. I'll let you crack on there. Cheers, Pointy. Pointy from the British Truck Racing Championship. There, we're just, as you can probably still see, Jock's truck down there. It's up and running. It's actually coming down now, which is quite good. So it does mean we might get some more track action coming up. I believe it's the Silhouettes next, isn't it? So whilst we're down there, I better hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, as the Silhouettes prepare to come out for the next race. Enjoy.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian, and great to hear from Rob Clark, aka Pointy, there in the pit lane. Great entertainer, as those of you who watched our coverage from last season's truck racing will know, and hopefully he's going to join me on some commentary later on in the weekend. So we'll hear from Pointy later. Next, it's time to move on to car racing, the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes. And we can head now back down to the paddock. Ian Waterhouse caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier today.
Right, here we are with Malcolm Blackman. Now, Malcolm, only second on the grid?
Yeah, we done a bit of an adjustment last Friday when we come testing, and it rained. We never really got to use it, so we're going to put it back to what it was. So
it's absolutely bone dry. The track must be like glue out there. What's it like?
It was really good. I mean, it's a bit green because obviously we had all the rain, and obviously the adjustment we done didn't suit it. So obviously we're going to put it back to what we normally have, and obviously we're on new tyres, and I'm normally better when we're on older tyres.
Ah, okay.
Because we don't normally we only get one a year with the new tyres.
Yeah. So
obviously we need them to wear some of their goodness off.
So you fancy yourself to go forward in this race?
Yeah, you've got to to be positive, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, Malcolm, best of luck for the race. It's an absolutely fine-looking car as well. We'll catch up after, no doubt, maybe on first place on the podium. Who knows?
We'll try.
We'll try. I love it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Malcolm.
Cheers.
Malcolm Blackman. Right, here we are with the man on pole position. It's Ray Harris. Ray, talk us through your lap. It was quite special, wasn't it?
Yeah, it didn't feel that great, to be honest. I think maybe where the truck's been out and it rained last night, the track didn't feel brilliant. Yeah, just sort of, there were so many cars on the track, you know, we're just trying to find a clean lap.
Yeah.
I got through some traffic and got a couple of laps in clean, and yeah, it was enough. It's my first pole actually, like ever.
Congratulations! Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so quite pleased with that. I don't know if Malcolm got a clean lap in, or whether that was his pace, so we'll see in the first race.
I have had a chat with Malcolm. He's not a fan of the new tyres that he's on, so perhaps that might play to your hands in the race.
Yeah, maybe. He likes to play some mind games sometimes, so...
What you're saying, that I should take that with a pinch of salt?
Yeah, take everything he says with a pinch of salt.
Look, right, is there a particular game plan for it? Oh, you obviously need to be first into Paddock Hill, don't you?
That's the plan, yeah. Yeah, just get off the line well. I mean, we have a rolling start, so you shouldn't have too much of a disaster, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, get away clean and see what happens after that, really.
Fantastic, Ray. Best of luck for the race. Congratulations on your first ever pole as well. I didn't know that. There you go. Lovely stuff. Ray Harris. Right, here we are with Steve Burrows, third on the grid. Steve, you happy with that?
Yeah, I am, mate. Yeah, it's the first time out for what, 18 months.
That's been a long time, hasn't it?
Well rusty in the seat, overshot most of the corners. So yeah, I'm happy with that.
That's pretty good going in. You know, that must mean you've learned a lot from qualifying, and come the race, you're also going to learn an awful lot more. Do you think you have the pace to get the job done?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we're settled down in and see how we go. You know, there's two quick boys in front of me.
Yeah.
You know, we think we're well paced. It just depends what happens in the race. You know, you never know what's going to happen.
It's baking hot as well. You like the conditions?
It's right here. If you want to get inside that.
It must be absolutely roasting in there.
It's 120 there, I mean.
120, you're kidding me.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised you're in shorts and t-shirts. So, best of luck for the race. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks very much,
and we'll catch up with you after. Lovely. Steve Burrows.
Good to hear from our top three on the grid then, and there they are on the grid ready for this 15-minute race. For number 5, Ray Harris in the Ginetta bodied car in pole position alongside number 91, multiple champion Malcolm Blackman with his Vauxhall Tigra. Second row, number 16, Steve Burrows, and number 29, Mike Thurley, first of the senior cup drivers for that class for drivers aged 55 and over. Row 3, number 6, Ian Hales, ex-Legends racer, and number 3 of Paul Knights. Fourth row, 491 Colin Smith and 28 Chris Ayling. Then row 5, Richard Smith in number 4, and alongside him Danny Smith in 490. Several Smiths on the grid, not all of them related, a couple of Smith families in this championship. Row 6, number 14, Phil Spinks, and number 12 rather, Simon Smith. He's in the beautiful autocross Ford Fiesta. We'll look out for that car in this race. Row 7, 129 Ricky Hunn Jr. and 52 Mick Robertson with the VW Corrado. Row 8, 354 Mark Sear, all the way from Cornwall. Starts alongside 339 of Danny Hunt. Row 9, 196 David York from Staffordshire, and 175 ex-National Hot Rod World Champion John Stewart. The 10th row, 156 of Pat Keeley, alongside 629 Tom Hutchins, newcomer this weekend. Row 11, 21 Phil Young with his Mitsubishi Colt Mirage, and number 83 Scott Apriliano. Row 12, 262 Brian Laram, and 81 Paul Coxage, and 267 John Price should round out the grid. Now there's a couple of gaps on the grid. A couple of cars have had problems in qualifying. Mick Robertson is not there in car 52. Danny Hunt is not there, 339 with his Mazda RX-8 bodied car. And who should have been behind John Stewart? Oh, Tom Hutchins is not there either. The other Mazda RX-8 I don't think either. Ricky Hunn Jr. is there, number 129. He's the RX-8, the orange car. This will be a rolling start, 15 minutes of racing. Malcolm Blackman will start as the favourite in number 91. Perhaps one of the most famous graduates of this series in past years was British touring car racer Matt Simpson. He used to race the car that Ian Hales is in on the inside of row 3, the Tigra. These cars, space frame tubular chassis, carbon fibre and Kevlar bodies, powered by 2-litre fully race-tuned engines. There's Mick Robertson. He's out of position at the back. That's why I didn't spot him. Number 52 has moved to the back of the grid. Must have been late out of the assembly area or something. As we mentioned, there is a Seniors Cup division in this championship for drivers aged 55 and over. A lot of these drivers with careers in hot rod racing on the short ovals. Sponsored by Avon Tyres, the cars running on Avon slicks. Mainly Vauxhall Tigras, we've got Mercedes out there, Mazda RX-8s. There's that gorgeous Fiesta, the red and yellow car, number 12 of Simon Smith, newly built for this season. Phil Young, the red car, the Mitsubishi Colt. We've got a Peugeot 205 out there as well, the ex-Lee Wood car being driven by Paul Coxidge, the silver car towards the back. So a couple of non-starters, as we mentioned. Danny Hunn is not there in the 339, and we're missing Tom Hutchins as well, but it's Ray Harris in the number 5 Ginetta on pole, alongside multiple champion Malcolm Blackburn, ex-national hot rod world champion as well in the 91 car, Steve Burrows and Mike Thurley on the second row. This colourful, varied field of silhouette racers about to get underway. They'll lap at this circuit at almost 90 miles an hour on a good day. There's that beautiful 205 of Paul Coxedge, the pace car in the pit lane. We've got somebody else coming in as well. That's I think that's Danny Smith, number 490, that's come in as the revs begin to rise, and away we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ray Harris gets away well, so does Blackburn. They charge their way over the top of Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. One car joining from the pit lane. We can see, I think that's Danny Hunn joining in late, side by side for the lead, and Blackburn up the inside as they go into Druids. Malcolm Blackburn takes the lead in the 91. Good to see Richard Smith out there, the blue Mercedes SLK. He had an off in qualifying this morning. It's Blackburn that leads then from Harris up to third. Looks like it's Steve Burrows ahead of Mike Thurley. He leads the seniors category as they start to sort themselves out. It's Blackburn that leads. Ray Harris having a look to the inside as they go into clearways. Blackburn's having none of it. Look at Steve Burrows in the number 16 blockade services. He's been blockaded there almost by Ray Harris, trying to stop him coming round the outside. Side by side for second down towards Paddock Bend. Here comes Steve Burrows in the number 16, the Surrey-based driver. Most of these drivers based in the south and southeast of England. Race mainly here at Brands Hatch, at Liddon Hill as well. The season opener at Liddon Hill, Danny Smith took a win on that occasion in a photo finish with namesake Lewis Smith at the start of the season. The other win at Liddon went to Ray Harris, looking for win number 2 here. It's a colourful, varied field sorting itself out. Ian Hales there in 5th place. Colin Smith up there with him in 491. His son Danny Smith pulled off into the pits at the start of the race, the gold Tigra we caught a glimpse of. Burrows is through into 2nd place now in the number 16. That lovely Ginetta of Ray Harris, number 5, goes down to 3rd. Then another Ginetta 4th, that's Mike Thurley. Behind him Ian Hales. 6th is Colin Smith in the silver car, and the safety car is coming out. Now somebody must have gone off somewhere. Who hasn't come through? Danny Smith, we know, is in the pit lane. We can just see him there on the left of your screen. We've lost somebody else though, clearly somewhere around the circuit. Phil Spinks and David York, I think, have tangled somewhere. They're dropping down the timing screen. Phil Spinks, the black Tigra, and who's the other car we've lost? David York. No, Spinks is there. It's an issue with his transponder that's dropped him back. I think it's David York we've lost somewhere. Number 196, the coach company boss from Staffordshire. Another ex-national hot rod man. He's not come through on that lap, so he's missing somewhere. That's the reason for the safety car, I would think, then. So the pack forms up in the queue behind the BMW safety car. No overtaking. There's Phil Spinks, that menacing black Tigra. I thought he hadn't come through on the first lap, but it was an issue with his transponder on the live timing. Now, trying to see where our missing car is around the circuit. Okay, we can't see where David York has gone at the moment. It is him we've lost. I've just spotted him. He's in the gravel. There he is at Paddock Bend. He's spun off. There is York, man from Cannock in Staffordshire. Began his racing career in lightning rods on the short ovals. They're Ford Sierras, before switching to national hot rods with the Tigra. Malcolm Blackman leads from Steve Burrows, Ray Harris. There's Mike Thurley leading the seniors class, the Senior Cup for drivers aged 55 and over. There's 33, that's Daniel Smith. Richard Simon and Daniel Smith are the One Smith family racing from Billericay in Essex. And Colin and Danny Smith, father and son from Polbridge, in their Tigres are the other Smith family. So we've got 5 Smiths out there. Daniel and Danny Smith, that's going to cause a bit of confusion. But Danny already out of the race, number 490. So the marshals going to work at Paddock Bend at the moment, trying to retrieve David York's car from the gravel, trying to attach the tow rope there, or the towing strap. Buried deep in the gravel, isn't he? Gone in backwards. Still 10 minutes of this race to go. This Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes. First race of the season at Brands Hatch. As we mentioned, Danny Smith scored his maiden victory in the series at Liddon Hill in the season opener in a virtual dead heat with Lewis Smith, who's not out this weekend, while Ray Harris in the Ginetta won the second race. Quite rare that we have a meeting for these cars where Malcolm Blackman doesn't take at least one race victory. He's aiming to make amends here. There's that wide arch Fiesta. That's a proper special saloon style car. Looks like one of the 70s special saloons or super saloons, I reckon. Simon Smith's Fiesta. Mick Robertson in the venerable VW Corrado there, raising money for Help for Heroes with his racing. Malcolm Blackman, back in the mid-2000s, won the National Hot Rod World Championship. I believe that was in a Peugeot 206 coupe he raced then. Out comes David York's car. Look at the wave of gravel it's taking with it. The marshal's going to be careful. Yeah, they're going to sweep that away, I think, not so as not to get that all over the circuit. Okay, the car is out of the gravel, so David York should be able to drive it away now. What we don't want is for him to drop all that gravel all over the circuit. Yeah, the marshal's going to clear that away back into the gravel trap. He's got half the gravel trap with him. See him in the background there, viewing from Surtees Corner. All of the corners on this Brands Hatch circuit, or most of them, named after famous racing drivers of the past. We've got these Jack Brabham straights. Surtees Corner after the great John Surtees, of course. McLaren after Bruce McLaren. The Cooper straights named after John Cooper, famous builder of racing cars. David York is mobile again in his grey Tigra. As the pack heads round, it's Blackman with the lead ahead of Burrows, Harris third, Thurley fourth, Ian Hales is fifth. Then in sixth position we've got Colin Smith, 491. Chris Ayling, number 28, is seventh. Then Richard Smith, number 4, is eighth. Ninth place we have number 12, Simon Smith. And rounding out the top 10, number 3, Paul Knight in his Vauxhall Tigra. There's David York. You can see the gravel on his front bumper. No sponsorship on that car at the moment. Runs P&D York Travel, and he's pulling off at Druids onto the grass, so there may well be some damage to the underside of the car. That'll be end of race for David York. Now, where's he going to park up? We don't want him parked there on the inside of Druids, because the safety car will have to stay out and the marshals will have to move him again. He was pulling out. He must have been pulling out of the way to let the pack through. Is he trying to join up with the back of them? I wonder. There we can see the natural amphitheatre of Brands Hatch in this little valley. A beautiful circuit. This is one of the best for viewing in the UK, the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Those cars parked on the right of the screen, parked on the old rallycross circuit here at Brands Hatch, where the British Rallycross Grand Prix used to be held every year back in the 80s and 90s. There's number 4, that is Richard Smith with the white Merc behind Chris Ayling, veteran racer in the 28 car. There's Simon Smith in the Fiesta. Paul Knight in number 3. Behind him, Phil Spinks in the black car. The Marshals having to wheel David York out of the way. We've got just under 6 minutes to go. Where are they going to put him? Behind that barrier there, that'll do. He can enjoy the rest of the race from inside Druids Bend. Drivers just keeping their tyres up to temperature at the moment in the train behind the safety car. Thurley leads the Seniors Cup class, Ayling second, then Richard Smith in third, Simon Smith fourth, and Paul Knight rounds out the top 5 in that category. So we've got 5 of the senior drivers in the top 10. Phil Spinks 11th in his black Tigra, then Daniel Smith in his Mercedes, the blue Mercedes, number 33. Mark Sear, number 354, is next there. He is the green Tigra, runs a holiday camp down in Cornwall. And behind him we have got the number 156 Tigra, Pat Keeley, in his Tigra. That's the ex-Chris Brockhurst car. Chris, I think he's racing in the Legends cars this weekend. Behind them we've got the number 21, no, the 175 is next, which is John Stewart, and there's the blue at number 83, Peugeot 206, which is Scott Aprigliano leading the invitation class. But we are about to get back underway by the look of things. Pace car has pulled into pit lane. The power will come on as they go up the Brabham Straights, and away we go once again. Good restart there by Ian Hales, number 6, the Norfolk-based driver, going round the outside of Mike Thurley, trying to take 4th place away. It's Blackman who leads, and Hales there clips the curb on the inside of Paddock. They've nearly lost it and loses his chance to take 4th place. Steve Burrows got away well in the number 16. The first 3 break away slightly because Mike Thurley had to defend there from Ian Hales. It's Blackman that leads from Burrows. Harris, we've got 3.5 minutes to go, so still a chance for a couple more racing laps. Ray Harris giving chase for 2nd place. Colin Smith 6, behind them Chris Ayling. Simon Smith up to 9th in the Fiesta. Ray Harris goes for the outside. Now you'll see a lot of outside manoeuvres here because hot rod drivers are used to that on the short quarter-mile ovals. It's Malcolm Blackman continues to lead in car number 91. The rest of the pack starting to string out. There's the number 33 of Daniel Smith further back. He's up to 10th now. He's got ahead of Paul Knight in the number 3 car there. Next through Spinks, Sear. And here's Steve Burrows attacking for the lead as they go into Druids. 3 cars line astern. Down into Graham Hill Bend they go. 2.5 minutes to go, and Ray Harris right on the bumper, almost underneath the rear wing of Steve Burrows. Now he could get past at Surtees with a bit of luck. Burrows moves across. There's a bit of contact there between the two of them. Now, can Ray Harris get through for 2nd place and challenge Malcolm Blackman? The harder they battle, they'll start to fall behind Blackman in the 91. They run out wide through Clark Curve, named after the legendary Jim Clark. Over the line they go to complete their 9th lap. Blackman with a new fastest lap of the race, 50.533 seconds. A phenomenal lap there from Malcolm Blackman. Daniel Smith round the outside in the Mercedes takes Simon Smith in that wide arch Fiesta. Stunning looking car that one is. There's a battle further back. John Stewart, Pat Keeley, Mick Robertson, Ricky Hunn Jr. in the orange car. Up the inside, the number 4 on the attack there. Nearly into the back of Simon Smith. That was the number 4 of Richard Smith. Mick Robertson up the inside in the 52, the ex-national super rod racer, diving his way through there past Pat Keeley in the ex-Robertson car, the ex-Chris Brockhurst car, sorry. Before Richard Smith challenging Simon Smith. Family Tyres being ditched there. Scott Aprigliano in the blue Peugeot 206 leads the invitation class, and we have a new leader. Steve Burrows has come through at Surtees and McLaren. So Burrows into the lead in the 16 car. Malcolm Blackman will try to fight back. Here they come up towards Druids Hill Bend. Malcolm Blackman tries to move back up on the 16, putting him under real pressure. 1 minute to go, so we'll get this and one more lap, I think. Burrows leads it, the man from Smallfield in Surrey. Famous for its banger racing track, Smallfield. No banger racing tactics here. Second place, the Image Wheels cars of Malcolm Blackman. Ray Harris in the Ginetta still third, and closing back up on them now is Mike Thurley, still leading the Seniors Cup in 29 in fourth place. 1 lap to go this time. Steve Burrows, is he heading for victory? Malcolm Blackman desperate for his first win of the season. Can he fight back? It's going to be close. Battles in the midfield further back. John Stewart has got ahead of Pat Keeley. They're duking it out for places. Keeley back up the inside at Clark Curve. He comes through. Where are the leaders? They're coming up towards Druids Hill Bend for the last time. Steve Burrows defending from Malcolm Blackman, who's putting him under pressure once again through Druids. Then down towards Graham Hill. Mike Thurley still in fourth place. They'll come through towards Graham Hill Bend. It's still Burrows. Pulls out a car length or two there as they head into the Cooper straight for the last time. It looks like it is going to be Steve Burrows if he makes it safely around this last corner. Here they come then. Round the final corner. Looks as though Burrows has done enough. He's only got to put his foot down from here. Malcolm Blackman will try and fight his way back up on the run to the line. He's not going to do it. It's going to be a win for Steve Burrows in car number 16. Second place for Malcolm Blackman. Over the line they go. Third goes to Ray Harris. Fourth is Mike Thurley. Ian Hales will round out the top 5. And the rest of them come through. Sixth goes to Daniel Smith in his Mercedes. Colin Smith 7th. And then 8th place goes to Chris Ayling. So Daniel Smith with a late surge through there into 6th place. 9th went to Richard Smith and Paul Knight in 10th place. We'll confirm the full results shortly. Well done to the Senior Cup winner Mike Thurley in 4th place. The invitation class won by Scott Apriliano in 19th in the Blue 206 we see there. Confirm that result in a moment. We'll confirm the results of that one then. Steve Burrows the winner by just 0.2 of a second over Malcolm Blackman at the line, taking the lead with a couple of laps to go. Ray Harris third and Mike Thurley in fourth to win the Senior Cup. Ian Hales took fifth ahead of Daniel Smith, then Colin Smith in 7th, Chris Ayling, Richard Smith and Paul Knight rounding up the top 10. The Autocross Fiesta of Simon Smith dropping to 11th place. And then 12th behind them was Mark Sear. 13th went to Pat Keeley. Phil Spinks dropping to 14th place, and John Stewart completed the top 15. Behind them we had Ricky Hunn Jr.'s Mazda, Nick Robertson in the Corrado, and Brian Laram, who started from the back in his Vauxhall Tigra. Phil Young was 19th and completing the top 20. Scott Apriliano winning the invitation class. Behind them it was Tom Hutchins in number 629, 267 of John Price. Paul Coxedge in the Peugeot 205 was the final finisher. David York went into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, and Danny Smith didn't get away at the start. Well, now it's time to head down to Ian Waterhouse, who's in the Parc Ferme area, and he can talk to our race winner, Steve Burrows.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. That was full of high drama, wasn't it? And it's this man. We had a little chat with him earlier, didn't we? He's just going to congratulate Malcolm as well. That's right, I'll go get him, Rob. Don't you worry about that. But friendly hug. Gentlemen, Steve, congratulations. That was you're sweating buckets out there. But obviously we had the safety car, changed things up a little bit. What was the race like for you?
No, it's really good. Close, really close. Just battled all the way, mate. Yeah, that was good.
Fantastic. Look, congratulations. You must be absolutely thrilled. This man, Malcolm, as well. You started second, almost. You led for quite a bit of the race, but couldn't quite get it over the line in the end.
No, I made a mistake. He got by me, and it was coming back again, but just run out of laps. So, yeah. Car's all right. Just getting the...
They look and they sound something else. They really, really do.
Just a bit rusty, it's me, you know. It's no good blaming the car, it's me at the minute, so...
I appreciate the honesty, that's good, that's good. Congratulations anyway, that was Malcolm, he came second. Let's grab a quick word with Ray Harris as well. Did start a pole position, couldn't quite convert it. Ray, just before you run off, mate, third place, you happy with that?
No, not really, to be honest. I kind of threw it away at the start, but there's a little bit of contact there as well.
Yeah.
He must like the colour of my paint on his wheels, I suppose.
It's a very nice paint job, I have to say. Of course, you know, you start first, you obviously want to finish third. You've got another race a little bit later though. Of course, we're just waiting for the draw out of the hat for the qualifying, aren't we? It could be anything.
Yeah, it'll be anything. See what happens.
So, look, Ray, I'll let you crack on there. Right, Ross, are we going to do the draw out of the hat for qualifying? Stick with us if we can. If we've got time, do stay with us. We're doing the qualifying draw for later. Here's Rob Burley.
Yeah, turn the grid, see what number we get. He's done the most, 10.
He's got 10. There you go, Steve Burrows will start.
He likes to make it interesting.
Yeah.
Well done, Steve.
Shame you can't have another go, mate. Right, there we go. I think you're probably going to actually have to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. Just take you through the results once again. That was a really, really exciting race. I'm going to hand back to you, Dave Goddard, now.
Okay, what that meant, the draw that we just saw there, is the reverse of the grid. So the number that was pulled out becomes pole position for our next race. So 10th place in the last race becomes pole for race 2. The top 10 are flipped around. So Steve Burrows is going to start the second race from 10th on the grid. Right, cars lining up on the grid for the Mini Challenge. Unfortunately, viewers, the Mini's not taking our coverage this weekend. So what we're going to do is go into an early lunch break here on our coverage from here at Brands Hatch, and we're going to take a look over the lunch break at some racing from earlier in the season that we have covered on our BARC TV coverage. Thanks very much to all of you. We've got 700 viewers on our YouTube feed at the moment. How many have we got on Facebook? Let's just have a look. Grab my laptop from in front of me. Yeah, we've got about 50 viewers on Facebook as well. Just trying to get the stream up on there. So great to see all of you watching on. Thanks very much indeed for watching. We're going to take an early extended lunch break now. See our schedule for later on. After lunch we'll have the Kumho BMW Championship first up. But for now we're going to take a view of some racing from earlier in the season, courtesy of the ARC TV. Enjoy your extended lunch break and we'll be back with you later on.
Hello and welcome to Silverstone, home of British motor racing, and we are here for the very first weekend of British motorsport in 2021. Boy, does it feel good to be back. We return here with the Britcar endurance competition. So many incredible cars and incredible drivers on the circuit here at Silverstone this weekend. We've got loads to come on the show. Before that though, let's meet some of our star drivers. Here's our driver of the week.
My name is Will Powell. I'm the driver of the number 11 Moorgate Finance McLaren GT3, run by us here at Motor One. First proper race was Fiesta. I remember going straight into the back of somebody in the first corner and taking them off and being terrified the rest of the race, what they'd say to me afterwards. But as I had a novice cross on, I think they let me go, but I got a bollocking from the class for Clark anyway. The second one I think went a bit better from memory. I've been fortunate in recent seasons between the Brabham, the Ginetta and the McLaren to be out in some really, really nice dream machinery. Could never have dreamt to be having the opportunity to race it. That car's it's an animal. It should be really competitive and really up there. It looks fantastic as well. And of course the McLaren badge, when you've got it in front of you on the steering wheel it's evocative and a bit of a dream. So yeah, we can't wait for 2021. I think a learning year is how I would describe last year going into 2021. Dave's expectation as our client is very clear, and that's that we're going for the championship. So the goals are clear, and that's to be contending for the endurance category championship when we get to the end of the season. Well, the best thing about racing the hypercars, the fast cars, but actually the best thing about racing almost anything is going door to door with somebody. That's what I love, that's why I'm here. I love that feeling of being door handle to door handle with somebody and racing hard. That's what it's all about for me. Hard and clean, obviously, ideally, no one likes to have contact, but that competitive edge, and that makes you feel alive, that brings out hopefully the best in everybody. Sometimes it goes right, sometimes it goes wrong, and sometimes you win the races as a result of it, but that's the thrill, that's the exciting bit, that race and that door-to-door, close quarters action, which you do get in Britcar. That's what we're here for.
Here we go then, it is almost time to go. The drivers gathering on the grid behind me. It's race number 1 of the Britcar Endurance Championship. 70 commentator, Dave Goddard.
First race of the Britcar season, about to get underway. The power comes on and away we go, down towards the first corner. Super start by Richard Wells in the white Praga. He's going to take the lead into the first corner. Let's hope they all make it round without any contacts. 144 Ferrari of Charlie Hollings running a bit wide there, but it's Richard Wells under fire from Abby Eaton as they're going to. Oh, there's contact between the two leaders and Wells has spun. Round goes the race leader. Oh dear. I said I was hoping there'd be no contact, and already the race leaders have hit each other. Triple 3 car of Abby Eaton who leads. Frank Pell is up in the second place in the Lamborghini. John Seal in third place. They are all over each other in the midfield. Now did Richard Wells in the car share with Alex Kapadia manage to keep going as Frank Pell pulls into the lead. Now has Abby Eaton got damage? I think she may have as a result of that contact. She's losing places. The Lamborghinis pull ahead. They are all over each other in the early stages, very close, bunched up together, this huge field of 35 cars. See that incident again. Abby Eaton went for the inside. Richard Wells didn't know she was there, and the two Pragas touched. Wells spun around. Eaton's got damage as well, I think, because she has dropped back down the order. It's Frank Pell who leads from John Seal. It's the McLaren up into third place of Will Powell. Certainly not the start of the Pragas, running in their own championship wanted here. There's the leading Praga in fourth place. That is the car of Richard Morris, shared with Chippy Bessemile in fourth place. Then it's the Nissan GTR driven by Richard Wheeler. The field already starting to spread itself out. You can see the class leaders on the right there. Pell leads class 1. Praga's led by Richard Morris, and he is the number 29. It's the Bon Grimes and Johnny Molem Ferrari leading class 3. Class 2 is being led by Lucky Kira in the Ferrari shared by Ross Wiley. Class 4 by Martin Byford in the Cupra TCR, the EDF Motorsport car. Start to sort themselves out. You can compare the lap times there on the left of your screen. That is the number 16 Ferrari, that's Bon Grimes. Still leading the way is Frank Pell. 4.2 seconds up last time through. There he is. Let's see what his lead's going to be this time through. There is the McLaren now up into second place. Will Powell. And he's just done the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 4.070. So he's taken close to a second out of Frank Pell on that last lap. In the Motus 1 McLaren. There's John Seal under fire from Richard Morris in the number 29. Richard, the man behind Racing Pride. And there is the number 87, Jem Hepworth in that car at the moment, reigning Britcar Endurance Champion. He'll of course hand that car over to Jimmy Broadbent. There is the 29, that's your Praga class leader in fourth place. He's attacking John Seal in the third place Lamborghini. Pole sitter for this race. Watch that Lamborghini fly when Jamie Stanley climbs it. Frank Pell continues to lead the way by 3.2 seconds. Purple sector, Will Powell that time through in the McLaren, so he is pushing to close on Frank Pell for the lead. for that early tangle between Wells and Eaton. The GT3 cars seem to have the legs of the Pragas at the moment. We've got somebody off at Vale there. That's a tangle between the 58, which is Luke Davenport. That's the Ligier. So that was the pace-setting car in qualifying in Class 4 that's gone off. And he's tangled with one of the Cupra TCR cars. Maserati has got a problem there as well of Sasha Kakard. No, that's Vance Kearney, apologies. So he may have been involved there as well. So there's been a tangle in Class 4. Which of the Cupras is that that's gone off? I think it might be George Healer, number 99, that's involved there. They've dropped down the timing screen. Frank Bell flashing his lights at the back markers. They're ready in back marker traffic. See the Docker in the Golf being lapped there. That's why he's flashing the lights. He knows Will Powell is closing him down. Now we'll try and get a replay of what's happened at Vale. Oh, the Ligier spun round and bang into the side of the 99 of George Healer. That's a big impact. See, here comes the leader, and look at how close Will Powell is now. He's less than half a second behind Frank Tell. He's surely going to take the lead here. The Motor Swan with Moorgate's McLaren. This is for the lead. Frank Tell has the lead. He's flashing his lights at the back markers, trying to get around him there. Is Will Powell. The McLaren 650S as they head up through Farm and Village, down through the link, onto Beckett's Chapel, and then onto Hanger Straight. Here they come then, down the straight. Can Will Powell make a move into Stowe? They lap Peter Erceg in the Porsche, and the safety car is coming out. That'll be because of those stranded cars in the gravel at Vale. The safety car is going to be coming out. Completed just over 10 minutes of this 1 hour race. So getting ready for a restart here at Silverstone, but are we going to see most of the field peel into the pit lane? We shall see. Getting ready then for the green flag to come out. We are back underway. It looks as though Frank Pell has come in. So Will Powell assumes the lead in the McLaren ahead of John Seal. There's the Lamborghini in second place. Rod Goodman is third on track ahead of the Nissan of Richard Wheeler. So Frank Pell has come in. Lucky Kera has brought the Ferrari in to hand over to Ross Wiley. Watch that car fly with the former British GT champion on board. The Bridle twins have come in as well. Chris handing over to Ed. Oh, and John Seal diving down the inside to try and lap Peter Erceg in the Porsche there. Battle of the Ferraris. Charlie Hollings taking Bon Grimes. That was for position as well. That's all happening on the restart here at Silverstone. Frank Pell has come in. So your new leader is Will Powell, the Motor Swan with Moorgate's McLaren. As the Cunninghams in their Porsche, passing number 22. That's Richard Avery. It's Porsche racer in the TCR Seat. Will Powell leads the way then. In the McLaren 650S GT3, Frank Pell having come into the pits. There's Seal and Stanley. John Seal on board the Lamborghini. Just over 6 seconds down on Will Powell at the moment. Rod Goodman's Praga in third. He leads the Praga class, of course. There is the race leader, Will Powell. He's got the Nissan behind him, and that car has pitted and is a lap down. But with Danny Harrison now on board, that Nissan is going to fly back up the order. Will Powell staying out as long as he can. He's the quicker of the two drivers. Dave Scaramanga, the ex-Castle Combe saloon car star, is going to take over that car. There is the number 24. That car now driven by Ross Wiley. Waiting for everybody to cycle through their pit stops now, as Will Powell continues to lead. The Nissan coming up on the Albert family Aston Martin. Has that car pitted yet? Yes, it has. So it's now Dale Albert on board that car. The Nissan now being driven by Danny Harrison. There's Frank Pell driving solo, of course. And there is the number 55 Lamborghini back out now. Keep an eye on that car. Jamie Stanley is now on board, and he did a sub 1 minute lap, remember, to set pole position for this race. A couple of the TCR cars battling it out here. That's Ash Woodman, the number 60, the EDF Motorsport car, taken by Hugo Cook in the Audi RS3. 69 with Dave Bennett now on board. Somebody running out wide there, one of the set. I think that's the Danny Krivich and Miles Lacey car. We're going to spin up. That is Stuart Lines. Oh, he's not having a good race, is he? Great shame for Stuart, the ex-British touring car man in the Maximum Motorsports Ginetta. And, ooh, that was close. The Bennett Fothergill Porsche nearly collected him there. Was busy battling with the Ferrari of Ross Wiley and didn't quite see him in time. Just avoided the back of that Ginetta. Frank Pell takes Danny Harrison there coming through Beckett's. There is the McLaren. Should have Dave Scaramanga on board now. Placed at Castle Combe in their Saloon Championship for many years. Jimmy Broadbent passes the Cunningham Porsche. There's a black flag being shown there on the start line. I think it said number 95, which is Stuart Lines. So presumably that means he hasn't come in to serve his stop-go penalty and is therefore now being black flagged. Jack Fabi there chasing down one of the Lamborghinis. That's Jamie Stanley. He's flashing the lights there, the red and white Praga. It's the Team Brit Aston Martin ahead of him with Aaron Morgan now on board, ex-BMW Compact Cup star, racing for Team Brit. I can tell you everybody has now made their stops, and your race leader is the Praga of Vesemile and Morris. Chris Vesemile leads the way in the number 29. Jamie Stanley is in second, has done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 0.930. And the Jack Fabi and Charlie Martin Praga is in third. So the early pit stops for the Pragas, scoring them to the front of the field. So it certainly worked just as the safety car was about to come in. Fourth is the Broadbent Hepworth number 87, with Jimmy Broadbent at the wheel in their Praga. In fifth place is Frank Pell with his Lamborghini. Sixth is Danny Harrison with the Nissan GT3. Seventh, we have got the Wells Capadia Praga with Alex Capadia now at the wheel. In eighth place is the Scaramanga and Powell McLaren. Of course, Will Powell stayed out as long as he could there before putting Dave Scaramanga in that car. Ninth position, we've got the Lucky Kira Ross Wiley Ferrari. In fact, the 77 McLaren and the race leader both listed as making 2 pit stops. I'm not sure why that is. There's still a few issues with our timing, unfortunately. The Grimes Molan Ferrari is showing in 10th. Class 4 still shown as being led by Day and Foster in the Cupra TCR. Yes, the live timing is unfortunately rather intermittent at the moment, so we can only apologise for this confusion. Right, I think the timing is now coming back to life because the leaders have just come across the line. I think Jamie Stanley has just taken the lead there. Yes, there they are. There are the leaders. Stanley has just taken Chris Vesemile, so the 55 Lamborghini is up front. Okay, the timing has, I think, come back to life now. Fingers crossed, he says. And there is your leader, Jamie Stanley in the Lamborghini. Second is Chris Vesemile. Third, it is Jack Fabi in the number 91 Praga. And then we should see Jimmy Broadbent come through, hopefully in 4th position. There are just under 10 minutes of the race to go now. Everybody has made their pit stops. We've lost a few cars during the confusion there. The bridles are out of the race. The Ferrari of Goddard and Hollings seems to have dropped out. Rod Goodman we've lost as well. Stuart Lyons in the pits in the Ginetta. So 42 laps completed bar leader, Jamie Stanley. There is Jimmy Broadbent. He is in 4th place in the number 87 and 3rd in the Praga class. And that was a bit close there. Danny Harrison has got a Praga on his exhaust pipe. Which one of the Pragas is that? I think that's the treble 3 car. Broadbent under fire there from Danny Harrison. Here comes the Nissan. He pulls out as they come onto the hanger straight, and there's the leader coming up behind them in the 55 car, and Harrison's going to go through. That's 5th position for the Nissan, running 2nd in class, and there is our race leader, 55, Jamie Stanley, blitz qualifying, and he has lapped everybody up to 6th position. He's even lapped Frank Pell's Lamborghini now. There's been a change for 2nd place as well. Jack Fabi, the young gun, has taken Chippy Vesemile in the battle for 2nd place. Spotted, we've got a slow-moving Seat as well, the Byford Woodman car, the EDF Motorsport car that's coming into the pits. Now there is Jack Fabi. He's taken 2nd place in the car shared with Charlie Martin. Just under 6 minutes of this race to go. There is Chippy Vesemile in 3rd place. Fourth behind them is the white Praga of Alex Capadia. Jack Fabi began his circuit racing career in the junior saloon cars a few years ago. He's driven for Tiger sports cars as well in the Open Sports Series, among other things. Been a works driver for Tiger before joining Praga. Charlie Martin, of course, who started that car. Great run by the Pragas here, with Chippy Vesemile in number 29 trying to keep pace. There's 1.5 seconds in it. Now well clear of Capadia 4th. Danny Harrison in the Nissan is 5th. Jimmy Broadbent is 6th. Then Frank Pelle is 7th in his Lamborghini, Frank Pell. Kera and Wiley 8th. Grimes and Molem 9th. And the McLaren, with Dave Scaramanga on board, has dropped down to 10th, having led before the pit stops. There's that slowing Seat with Ashley Woodman on board, the Cupra TCR. Just over 4 minutes to go. 29 car there, fishtailing about through Stowe Corner. Maybe his tyres are going off, Chris Vesemile. Yes, the 3rd place car weaving about there. Is Chris Vesemile running out of fuel? I think he's got a problem there, Chris Vesemile. Let's have a look at his last lap time. It was only a second off 2nd place, so he's dropped to 2nd. The 3rd place car to Jack Fabi. He's dropped more than that now. Yes, that Praga's got a problem. The way he was weaving about there on the Hamilton straight, I wonder if Chris is running out of fuel. That's a great shame. He was leading the race until caught by Jamie Stanley. Coming round to start there. Final lap now in this opening Britcar endurance race of the season. Still a few battles going on down the order. Further back behind these two, Danny Harrison, we can see they're having a good go at Alex Kapadia in the white Praga. That battle going on for 4th place. There they are into the Beckett's complex as the leader continues to reel through back markers. Now, can Danny Harrison steal 4th place? That is for position between Kapadia and Harrison. Coming through, it should be checkered flag this time for Jamie Stanley. The car started by its owner, John Seal, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3, run by JMH Automotive. Coming up towards Club Corner for the final time. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? There is the checkered flag, and the JMH Automotive Lamborghini is our first winner in Britcar Endurance Championship 2021. Congratulations to John Seal and Jamie Stanley. They take the victory. 51 laps completed in 1 hour, 1.219 seconds. Second place goes to Jack Fabi, sharing with Charlie Martin in the Praga. That's the Powerhouse by Praga machine. They win the Praga category. Congratulations to them. We'll take a look at the results then of our first Britcar Endurance Championship race of the day. They've got another race later on, of course. John Seal and Jamie Stanley, the winners in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Second and first of the Pragas, Jack Fabi and Charlie Martin. Chris Vesemile and Richard Morris taking 3rd place. 4th going to Wells and Kapadia in their Praga. Then 5th to Richard Wheeler and Danny Harrison, the Nissan GT3. 6th going to Jimmy Broadbent and Jem Hepworth, Jim Jem in the Praga. 7th to Frank Pell in the Lamborghini. Class win for Kera and Wiley in 8th in their Ferrari. Likewise for Grimes and Molam in their Ferrari in 9th. Scaramanga and Powell in the McLaren take 10th place. And a class winning 11th for Alex Day and Will Foster in their Cupra, ahead of Hugo Cook and Sasha Kakard in the Audi TCR. The Cunninghams, after a spin, finished 13th, ahead of Fothergill and Bennett in their Porsche, and the Handslip and Frost Porsche completing the top 15. 16th place into Peter Erscheg in his Porsche. The Krivich and Lacey Seat was next home, ahead of Tim Docker. Team Brits were next in 19th place with the Aston Martin, ahead of Chris Murphy's new car in 20th. The Wells and Stewart BMW, the Ferrari of Jones and Davies, initially one of the Class 2 pace setters, but spun down the order. Then Hull and Avery, the Slowing Woodman and Byford Seat did make the finish. Then the Alberts, they pulled up right at the end, we saw. Then the Much and Eaton Praga, after its problems early on. The Bridles and the rest of them were non-finishers. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Steve Jameson.
Yeah, down here in Parc Fermé with the winning duo, lads. That was some drive. It was an amazing performance from not just the car but from you, Per, as well. Sum up your feelings after that one.
It's great, you know. It's obviously very busy out there trying to find a way through traffic, but you know, John did a great job at the start and gave me just an easy crack at it towards the end. That's to make a bit of a time against some of the Pragas. I think they got a slightly better timing of the safety car window, but no, the car was great. Obviously, John did mega, and obviously JMH are always on form, so it was a good day.
And what does it mean to you guys to be back here racing? It seems like the longest winter ever. What does it mean to you to be back here racing? The first weekend, sun shining at Silverstone, and you got a great win.
It's mega, you know. Obviously, last year I was meant to do a lot more racing and ended up doing one race. So to start this early in the year, it's a bonus for me, and I'm glad that John's asked me to come along and join him again this year.
And John, we hand it over to you. An amazing drive.
Thank you.
Huge congratulations. What does this trophy mean to you?
Oh, it means a lot. It's really good to come back to Silverstone. It's good to be back in Britcar. It's a super challenge, and driving with Jamie is brilliant. And to be fair, the team JMH did a wonderful job. Car was good. It just couldn't be better.
It seems to be one of the best grids we've ever seen at Britcar. It's been absolutely remarkable to see the sheer wealth of motoring talent on display. What's that like to be a part of and then ultimately come out on top of?
It's fantastic, really. There was a lot of cars out there. Once we caught the back markers, it became quite difficult, but everyone was very good. The back markers were aware of you coming, and it all couldn't have gone better.
Huge congratulations, gents.
Thank you very much.
Well, here with our Praga winners, guys. A huge congratulations. Talk us through that race. It was hectic out there. It was wild at times, but you got out on top in the end.
I think the best person to speak to about the start of the race is Charlie. She was the one who was in the car, and she did a mega job. I mean, you know, the whole kind of plan was to just get through the first corner, well, the first few corners tidy. Obviously, some people didn't, but yeah, I mean, a mega stint from Charlie to perform and essentially put us in the window that we wanted to be in. we kind of planned that there was going to be a safety car. We knew about it was going to happen, and then obviously, unfortunately, it happened, but in a sense, it was good. And then a bit of stroke of genius from the strategy team. And yeah, what a result. I mean, it was a hard 40 minutes for me in the car. We had a little issue about halfway through my stint, which meant the car was pretty hard to drive, and I've never been so tired in my life, I don't think. But on a personal note, I'd like to thank Oakwood, Cooperage and PRS who have just joined on board with me this year. And yeah, I mean, the best person to speak to about the rest of it is Charlie. She was in the car.
They call it endurance racing for a reason. Charlie, it was a crazy start, as Joe mentioned. What was that like to be a part of? How did you find navigating that?
Yeah, I mean, like everyone, being on the second row of the grid at the beginning, it was just a bit, you know, go. The first few corners, I could see that Abby and Richard were, you know, running pretty close together. Saw a bit of a collision happen up ahead, but I was just focused on spotting a gap and driving through it. So just got my head down and, you know, tried to pull out a gap to the cars behind and, you know, hand the car over to Jack in the best position I could. So, yeah, I was happy to get it to Jack in P3. And, yeah, as he said, good call really with the strategy that we managed to make use of the safety car period. And it just really played into our hands. So I think we both performed pretty well, yeah.
Yeah, perfect strategy for the race. All those long winter months of planning and tinkering have all paid off. What was it like to be back out there after what feels like the longest winter ever?
It's felt phenomenal. I mean, driving this car, and especially on this track this weekend with the sunshine and everything, it's a really, really magical feeling. And to top it off with a race win for the first race of the season, yeah, just couldn't be happier right now.
Well, I think it's about time for you guys to collect your trophies. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys.
Well, two fantastic performances from those pairs. What magnificent wins, and clearly very, very pleased with their performances as well. They should be. Race 1 then is in the books here at Silverstone. We've still got plenty more to come on the show though. Race 2 is coming next. Well, race 1 is in the books here at Silverstone in the Britcar Endurance, but as you can see behind me, furious preparations already well in place for race number 2. Race 1 has caused its damage, it's caused its fair share of celebration as well. Race 2, though, is in the offing. Let's go right now. It's Dave Goddard.
Rolling start, 1 hour of racing. The pit window opens after 20 minutes. Now, we said we'd tell you the success penalties. We'll do that as they head round on their rolling lap. If you win your class, you get a 15-second additional penalty at your pit stop. Second in your class, you get 10 seconds. Third in class, 5 seconds in the second race of the day. Who's got what then? Well, in class 1, John Seal and Jamie Stanley have a 15-second success penalty, the pole sitters. Richard Wheeler and Danny Harrison have 10 seconds, and Frank Pell has 5 seconds in the Lamborghini. In the Praga Championship, Jack Fabi and Charlie Martin have 15 seconds. Chippy Vesemile and Richard Morris have 10 seconds. Richard Wells and Alex Capadia have 5 seconds. In Class 2, there are only 2 runners, so Lucky Kera and Ross Wiley will have to serve a 15-second success penalty. Michael Jones and Craig Davies, 10 seconds. In Class 3, 15 seconds goes to Bon Grimes and Johnny Molem, 10 seconds to the Cunningham Porsche. Fothergill and Bennett's Porsche has 5 seconds, and in Class 4, 15 seconds to Alex Day and Will Foster's Seat. The Audi of Cook and Caccard will get 10 seconds, and the 5 seconds goes to Nathan Hanslip and Lee Frost in their Porsche. Those are your success penalties at the pit stops. So the John Seal, Jamie Stanley Lamborghini in pole position. Jack Fabi and Charlie Martin's Praga alongside. Wait for those red lights to go out as they form up 2 by 2 down towards the start line. Wait for the power to come on. And away they go. We'll start by the Praga from the second row of the grid there on the outside. That was Richard Wells' car, and it looks like that car has taken the lead around the outside of everybody. Got a flying start from the second row of the grid. Now let's hope they all make it through the complex this time. It's the Wells Capadia car that has got the lead, and the Nissan is up into second place. We've lost a couple of cars. There's a couple of cars got off at the back there coming out of Farm. 2 or 3 cars went up. Oh my goodness me, chaos at the back. Stuart Lyons involved. Who's that in the middle there? That's looked possibly like the Chris Goddard, Charlie Hollings Ferrari that was involved in that as well, the 144. The Lamborghini there, that'll be John Seal on board. He's dropped back a bit in the 55. So Jamie Stanley will take over later on. And quite a lot of cars with damage. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a stoppage or a safety car here, with several cars off up at Farm Corner. Frank Pell gets his Lamborghini past the similar machine of John Seal there. A bit of a sort out among the Pragas. It's the Richard Wells car that leads the way. Richard Wheeler in the Nissan GTR in second place. Chippy Vesemile and Richard Morris's car is in third place. Let's try and see what happened at the start. Watch the background. Tim Docker's one of the cars going off on the outside, and yes, it is the blue Ferrari. Spin back across and wallop straight into the side. That's a big accident. Straight into the side of Stuart Lyons in the Ginetta. Let's hope he's okay. Yeah, the safety car is out, not surprisingly. Look at the mess at the complex. So we are going to go racing again this time. Well done, marshals and recovery crews. Thanks to them for their services. As we're about to go racing once again, waiting for the green flag as they come through towards the end of the lap. With just over 41 minutes on the clock, so the pit window is going to open next time around. We're back underway and racing here at Silverstone with the Britcar Endurance Championship, and a slow Praga down the straight there. Which one is that? Praga in trouble. Is that the Vesemile and Morris car? We saw them have problems towards the end of race one. I think that car's in trouble again. Wells and Capadia aren't in trouble though. They're leading the way ahead of the Wheeler, Harrison, Nissan. It's the Lamborghini up into third. It is the Richard Morris Chippy Vesemile car that's slowed up there. So Frank Pell has gone up into third place. The pit window opens in 30 seconds time. So will it be, I think they'll all pass the pit entrance before the pit window opens this time through. There is the Marcus Fothergill, Dave Bennett Porsche. Both of them been racing Porsches for many, many years, as have the Cunningham family there ahead of Jack Fabi and Charlie Martin. They've got a bit of a slow restart. Got back a couple of places. It's Pell up to third, then Seal and Stanley fourth. Broadbent and Hepworth are fifth, as Frank Pell takes Richard Wheeler for second place going into Abbey. The pit window has just opened. Who are going to be the first takers next time around? See a bit of dust being kicked up there. It's been put down on the fluid from that pile-up at the start of the race. Frank Pell up into second place then in his menacing grey Lamborghini Huracan. There's John Seal's version just ahead of the Broadbent Hepworth car. Fabi and Martin are next, then the Cunninghams, and then the sole Ferrari remaining in this race, which is the Bonamy Grimes Johnny Molam car. As for whatever reason, Lucky Kera and Ross Wiley did not take the start. This time around, yes, most of the leaders have headed for the pits. The 111 Praga, the Seal and Stanley Lamborghini, the Wheeler, Harrison, Nissan GTR have all pitted. That should put Frank Pell into the lead of the race. Yes, there he is. Pell has stayed out in second place. Should be the Broadbent Hepworth car. Yes, the gold Praga. Fabi and Charlie Martin car is there in third place. So the top three at the end of that lap all coming in, with Frank Pell assuming the lead. Oh, there's contact coming through Beckett's. Caught a glimpse of there. That was a Praga and a Porsche making contact. Well, they'll come through in just a moment. There's the battle for second place now, the two Pragas together. It's the Porsche of the Cunninghams in fourth position. This time through, there is Frank Pell, your race leader, in the Lamborghini Huracan. The other one has pitted, of course. Here's the Jack Fabi Charlie Martin car attacking up the inside. Broadbent and Hepworth, the 87, defending. Cunningham's fourth, then it's the Grimes Molam Ferrari. Then Scaramanga and Powell in the McLaren. I think it's Dave Scaramanga on board that car at the moment. There's a replay of incident from further back. It was Rod Goodman and the Porsche of Fothergill and Bennett, and contact there, and Rod Goodman spun around. Now, I saw those two make a bit of contact up at Beckett's. They kept going, and then contact again at Stowe Corner. It looks like they managed to keep it going. Hopefully not too much damage to those cars. There's the number 44 Seat, the Alex Day Will Foster Cupra, winners of Class 4 earlier on. Bit of dust again being kicked up there. Remember, some cars have to serve pit stop penalties this time. John Seal and Jamie Stanley would have had to serve an extra 15 seconds. They're now back out on track. The Scaramanga Powell McLaren is in. Rod Goodman has pitted his Praga as well. Failed to finish race 1, of course. Seal and Stanley with Wells and Capadia in their Praga. They've already made their stops. They're currently well down the order, but we've only had a few stoppers so far. About 7 or 8 cars have made their stops in the first couple of laps of the pit window being open. Frank Pell continues to lead. He's got the other Lamborghini. That'll be Jamie Stanley on board, because look at the pace of it there down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. He'll try and intimidate Frank Pell here, even though he's a lap down in the Lamborghini. He'll try and make a move into the complex here. The Albert Aston Martin gets out of the way. Praga's fighting out amongst themselves behind. Still the Broadbent and Hepworth car in second place. I think that's Jem Hepworth on board that car at the moment. There it is, just ahead of the Jack Fabi Charlie Martin car. There's the Cunninghams in fourth place. They're still relatively close for second, third and fourth. Frank Pell leads by just over 6 seconds from Broadbent and Hepworth, and in fact the Fabi and Martin car gets through there into Stowe, up into second place in the lead of the Praga category. Fastest lap of the race is now with Jamie Stanley. Watch for that Lambo moving back up the order. They've made their pit stop. They had to serve the penalty of 15 seconds because they won the first race, of course. Let's see them try and get back up the order. Pell leads. Broadbent and Hepworth second, the Cunninghams in their Porsche third, leading Class 3, then Grimes and Molam. The Bridles are fifth in the number 84 Praga, the VR Motorsport car. Fothergill and Bennett sixth in their Porsche. We saw that involved in a bit of a scrape for the Praga earlier on, but it's still sixth. They've all yet to stop. The leaders of Class 4 have just come in as well, Nathan Hanslip and Lee Frost. Lee, the Porsche Carrera Cup racer, among other things. The Porsche Cayman GT4. Lead gap is just under 10 seconds for Pell over Broadbent and Hepworth. Look at this, Will Powell trying to intimidate Frank Pell there. Powell is a lap down because the McLaren has made it stop. Well, Pell hasn't. I think Pell might be coming in this time, actually. He's pulled to one side there. Yes, I think Frank Pell, is he heading for the pit lane? Yes, he is. So Frank Pell, the race leader, comes in, and that will hand the number 87 of Broadbent and Hepworth. Unless they come in this time as well, they will take the lead in the Praga. No, Broadbent and Hepworth have come in as well. They've just come into the pits. So who will take the lead then? Cunningham Porsche's come in as well, so I think it's going to be the Bridles that take the lead. Number 84, the VR Motorsports Praga, that takes the lead. Ahead of Bon Grimes and Johnny Molan. They've yet to stop. So the majority of the field's now stopped. New fastest lap by Jamie Stanley in the 55 Lamborghini, 1 minute, 0.810. There goes Will Powell in the McLaren. There is the Bon Grimes Johnny Molem Ferrari in the pit lane. Fuel going in. Can't put the driver in until the car has been refueled, of course, safety reasons. So the only car that has yet to stop are Chris and Ed Bridle, number 84, failed to finish race 1 in their Praga. So they're leading, but they haven't pitted yet, so their demise from the top of the classification is inevitable. There's a fight between Powell and Kapadia, and that was for position. Will Powell goes through and up into 8th position. It looks to me as though it's going to be the 55 Lamborghini that inherits the lead when everything has cycled through. Jamie Stanley, despite the pit penalty, I think has done enough. He's done another fastest lap of the race, 1 minute, .485. The Much and Eaton 333 is behind them. There is Frank Pell, he's behind the Broadbent Hepworth car. This is for position. So the Bridles are leading, but their demise at the front of the field will be inevitable when they pit. Well, there is the Lamborghini. Jamie Stanley. Gordy Much and Abby Eaton's Praga is in 2nd place. There's about just under 10 seconds between them. So they will take the lead. And there is the Chris Goddard and Charlie Hollings Ferrari. Look at the state of that. It's our leading Praga. Race 1 winners in 3rd in that category, Fabi and Martin. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Coming up on the team Brit Aston Martin. Thankfully, since the first lap incident, I think there's only been one other retirement so far. That being the Vesemale and Morris Praga. That pulled into the pits a few laps ago. 22 cars running. We'll await news on the Fothergill Bennett Porsche as well, because we saw that pull in as well with what looked like a blown tyre. .4 seconds the lead gap. Dominance from Jamie Stanley in the JMH Automotive Lamborghini. There is the 87, the Jimmy Broadbent Gem Hepworth car. Running in 8th place. The Porsche is still running. There's the Fothergill Bennett car. So thankfully not too much damage from that incident earlier on. Still pressing on. There is our leader, Jamie Stanley, taking over from John Seal. It's been as you were from race 1, really. Stanley dominant in the Lamborghini. Leads Class 1 ahead of Wheeler Harrison, Nissan GT3, Danny Harrison on board. Will Powell in the McLaren 3rd in class ahead of Frank Pelle. Wells and Capadia having a good scrap, and a big lock up there for the Fothergill Bennett Porsche. Change there for 3rd overall because Capadia has just got past Harrison. We saw there. Good battle ahead of them as well, that's for position as well. The Trundley and Morgan Aston Martin gets past Peter Erteg. They're battling over 14th place and 2nd in Class 4 as well, behind the Cook and Caccard Audi. 6 minutes remain here at Silverstone. There's the Nissan, down to 4th overall. Chasing the Praga, trying to get him back again. So there's good scraps everywhere you look, as befits Britcar racing. There's the Class 4 leader, the Audi, catching the Matty Evans, Kevin Clark BMW 1M. It's 4th position, but they are in different classes, 12th and 13th. Matty Evans racing BMWs for several years now. Car you'll see on the overrun shoots quite a bit of flame out of the back, more like a DTM race car with that giant wing. Will Powell is now up to 5th. He's got ahead of the Capadia Praga. It's going to be a second win of the day for the Lamborghini of JMH Automotive. There's the second place car, the Much and Eaton Praga. 36 seconds down on our race leader, but clear of the other Pragas. They're going to take the class victory in the Praga Championship. It's looking good for the Nissan in 3rd. 4th, not yet resolved, because Will Powell is catching that Radical of Jack Fabi and Charlie Martin. That's Praga, I should say. Powell has got the BMW ahead of him there, the Evans-Clark machine. Closing up on the Praga of Jack Fabi, Charlie Martin, trying to take 4th place. It's the main battle on track at the moment. Capadia 6th in his Praga. The Alberts family Aston behind Porsche of Fothergill and Bennett. The Alberts running at the tail of the field. They started the race a few laps late after a problem. It's going to be a second win of the day for JMH Automotive in the 55 Lamborghini Huracan GT3. There's Frank Capel with his Lamborghini running in 7th place. Another lock-up from the Porsche as the Broadbent Hepworth car goes past. Clock has counted down to 0, so it'll be checkered flag this time by for the number 55 Lamborghini. And there is the checkered flag. Jamie Stanley takes his second win, shared with John Seal. 2 out of 2 for JMH Automotive. Congratulations them, a double on the first weekend of Britcar Endurance 2021. 5, 4, 3. Looks like the only other car on the lead lap is going to be the Praga Championship winner, number 333, Gordy Much, Abby Eaton. 3 Lions Praga, and Richard Wheeler and Danny Harrison in the Fox Transport Nissan GTR will take 3rd place. And the provisional results as follows: John Seal and Jamie Stanley, the winners, completing 47 laps in the hour. Only one car on the lead lap with them, Gordy Much and Abby Eaton, they win the Praga category. Richard Wheeler and Danny Harrison 3rd in the Nissan. Jack Fabi and Charlie Martin 4th, then Scaramanga and Powell taking 5th ahead of Wells and Capadia. Frank Pell 7th in his Lamborghini, Broadbent and Hepworth 8th, then Ron Goodman was 9th. Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam a class-winning 10th. The Bridles 11th. Evans and Clark in the BMW from the back of the grid take 12th. And Class 4 won by the Cook-Cackard Audi in 13th. Ahead of Trundley and Morgan, the team Brit Aston Martin. Peter Ersig's Porsche was 15th. The Cunninghams dropping to 16th at the end after late dramas. Then Hull and Avery in their Seat. Day and Foster 18th. Hanslip and Frost in their Porsche down in 19th. Chris Murphy completing the top 20. And the other two finishers, Fothergill and Bennett, after problems in their Porsche, and the Alberts late starters in that one in their Aston Martin. The rest of the field failing to make the finish.
Jamie, John, another big, huge congratulations. That was another stunning drive from the pair of you. A perfect day.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's good to get a double win.
And just sum up your emotions, because it feels like today just couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, we were a lot more lucky with the timing of the safety car on that one. Obviously, John didn't get much of a drive, unfortunately, but I did what I could at the end and just kept my head down and kept pushing and pushing and pushing to make sure we could get ahead of the Pragas. Obviously, no Gordy, and the other one was quite close, so I needed to get away from him, because if he got a sniff at it, he wouldn't back down. He's like a dog with a bone.
And talk to me a little bit about this car behind you, because it seems to be really, really special.
Yes, it does. It's a supercar. It's lovely. Team's prepared it very, very well, and we're just getting the hang of it now after a couple of years. So we hope
it's a
we can do
scary
better.
thought, John.
Exactly. No, it's good. Been a great day. Couldn't have been better.
And just on a personal level, how nice to be back after such a long time.
Yes.
Back with 2 wins, car feeling better than ever, sun shining at Silverstone.
Fantastic. Couldn't be better. It was wonderful.
You've ended it perfectly. Congratulations, gents. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, huge congratulations. What a drive. Top of the Pragas at the end of a super first day back at Silverstone. How do you feel?
Yeah, like highs and lows of motorsport. Race 1, had an unlucky incident with turn 3 in the first lap, but we bounced back. You know, Abby put in an awesome first stint to get through all that traffic at the start, you know, so to win the race on the back of the grid, it's just awesome.
It was a stunning drive, guys. You had the hard job at the start, getting it away. Talk us through that start, because it was such a weird start to the race, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, I only got one lap at the start of the race, so the main thing I was trying to do is to cut through the pack as safely as possibly. You know, managed to get quite a few positions off the line, and then obviously the chaos happened behind us. So from then on, I just needed to weave and keep as much temperature in those tyres as possible. So when this dude got in the car, he was able to bring it home in P1. So yeah, you know, we're a strong pairing together. Bit of bad luck in race 1, so you know, hopefully that's the end of our bad luck, and we'll continue with P1 for the rest of the season.
And talk us through your emotions when you're watching him pull it home. Are you more nervous watching rather than driving?
No, I've got all faith in Gordy. You know, he's super rapid. There are perhaps moments where I'm like, hope he plays it safe, but he's certainly learning, learning very, very quickly. So I have all confidence in him.
And for you, mate, what a feeling to bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, testing, you know, was positive. So the aim always was to come out in the top 7 of the podium. So I think, you know, we were both a little bit disappointed after race 1, but you know, we picked ourselves back up and told ourselves, well, we've got another race to go and get the win. It was a tough job, but yeah, thanks to the guys at VR Motorsport, they done an awesome job. Thanks to Abby, you know, her experience paid off in that race at the start. So yeah, couldn't be happier.
Well, guys, congratulations. It is time for one more thing. That trophy down there, it is one for each of you. Enjoy the win. Well, the sun sets on a splendid day at Silverstone. The Britcar here has given us so much entertainment today. 2 phenomenal endurance races, both of them were won by superb drivers. A fantastic day of entertainment. We really hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and we cannot wait to do it all again very, very soon. Do join us then. Now then, it's goodbye. Hello and welcome to Silverstone, home of British motor racing, and we are here for the very first weekend of British motorsport in 2021. Boy, does it feel good to be back. We return here with the Britcar endurance competition. So many incredible cars and incredible drivers on the circuit here at Silverstone this weekend. We've got loads to come on the show. Before that though, let's meet some of our star drivers. Here's our driver of the week.
My name's Charlotte Birch, I'm 18 and I'm racing the Vinesport Ginetta G40 in this year's Britcar Trophy for Blue Lizard Signs and Motorsport Women. Yeah, so I was 14 when I first raced. So my dad got me into racing. He bought me a young driver experience at Brands Hatch. I just saw like the behind the scenes of the race weekend and I was like, wow, this is really something I want to do. I'm definitely looking for some podiums. Going for the championship title again this year. Hopefully we'll get a shout. There's no reason why girls shouldn't have all the opportunities that other guys have in motorsport. When you're walking around the paddock, the people look at me and they think, oh, she's a young girl, she won't know what she's doing. And you go out there and you prove what you can do, it just sort of makes it feel a little bit better.
Is it empowering in that way, do you think?
Definitely empowering, yeah.
Well, the anticipation here in the pits is palpable. Cars are currently out on track on their parade lap. It's about time to get going then for our first race of the morning with the Britcar Endurance Trophy. It's over to commentator Dave Goddard.
Simon Baker on pole in the BMW 1 Series M Coupe, alongside Jasvir Sapra in the grey M3. Watch that car fly when Lucky Kera gets on board, although Jasvir Sapra's no mean racing driver either. He is very quick in that BMW. Mark Lee on the second row, alongside Andy Stocco. I'm really looking forward to this. Of course, we do it all again at the end of the programme as well, with the second 50-minute race, with the pit penalties for the top 3 in each class. Pick your cars to follow, viewers. Simon Baker and Jasvir Sapra on the front row of the grid in their BMWs. The pace car has pulled into the pit lane. 50 minutes of Britcar Endurance Championship trophy class action about to get underway, waiting for those red lights to go out on the gantry. The revs begin to rise, and here we go. Away they go down towards Abbey for the first time. This fantastic near 40 car field gets underway. Simon Baker and Jasvir Sapra lead them into that first corner. Clio's fighting it out among themselves a little further back, and it's Jasvir Sapra who's got the early lead ahead of Clark, trying to get round the outside. The Team Brit BMW, great start by Matty Street. He could get second place here as they come through the complex. He's up on the outside and he has got second place. Another BMW, Andy Stocco up there on the outside. Then it's Mark Lee, then Tony Prendergast. Oh, there's been some contact already. That's Matt Evans in the Scirocco with a lot of damage. There's damage to the Golf as well of, I think that's Stephen Chandler. There's been some contact in the pack already, but look at the lead Jasvir Sapra has got. He is shot away by several car lengths. Matty Street in second place, Baker third, then Lee and Stocco. The rest of the pack all away. Well, now, who else has got damage? We'll try and see what Matt Evans, number 77 in the Scirocco, has hit there. As Jasvir Sapra will lead them round the first lap. Lucky Kera, very successful GT racer, the current Ferrari Challenge UK champion, who will take over that car at the pit stops. Matty Street under fire from Mark Lee, who's got through in the third place. Trying to fight back is Simon Baker in the BMW he shares with Kevin Clark. Then it's Andy Stocco, Prendergast in sixth with his Scirocco. Kester Cook in his Fiesta is up into seventh position. Then it's Peter Spano with his Ginetta in eighth position. They file their way through the complex. Well, damage to Stephen Chandler's Golf there, but it hasn't slowed him down. He's missing some front bodywork. He's still there in the top 10. With Beckett's they come then. There is Chandler. Look at the state of that Golf. Then we've got Peter Spano in number 2. Behind them, it is the number 75, the blue BMW. That is Dave Cox. Side by side for second place. There's yellow flags out at Stowe, and the safety car is coming out. We'll have a safety car then, so drivers to form up and follow the safety car, no overtaking. As we've got somebody stranded somewhere on circuit. I'm wondering if that might be Matt Evans' Scirocco, or maybe some debris from it. We saw a lot of damage to the front of that car. Obviously a contretemps in the pack. Now, who hasn't come through on the first lap? Matt Evans made it back to the pit lane, number 77. We have lost Simon Carer's BMW, number 50. We've also lost number 17, Kieran Griffin, and number 31, Paul De Hadre, both in VW Sciroccos. So not a good start for the VW brigade. 3 of them in trouble. Well, 4 if you count the Golf of Stephen Chandler with damage there. And the light is out atop the safety car, so we will be going green flag this time by. Looks like we are going to go racing this time. I saw the light go out there down the straights. 39 minutes on the clock. It's 50 minutes Britcar trophy race. There's the white BMW Z4. Number 85. 34 is Alistair Lindsay, the ex-golf racer, now in a Seat Leon. Pace starting to quicken once again. We are back underway. And Matty Street making a challenge for the lead, and he goes through down the inside super. But look at Simon Baker around the outside of both of them. Brilliant from Simon Baker. Charges from third place into the lead. He caught the other BMWs napping there into Abbey. Jasper Sapra fights back. Street's gone back to third place. Matty Street's gone from second to third, and second to first and back to third again in the space of one corner. Mark Lee in fourth place in the Ginetta. Fifth is Andy Stocco in the number 7. That's Prendergast and Cook. Stephen Chandler in the Golf in 8th place leads Class 2. Here they come then onto the hanger straight, and Simon Baker using the grunt of that BMW 1 Series M Coupe to retake the lead, the pole sitter in this race, chased by number 40 of Jasper Sapra. It's BMW's 1, 2, 3 with Matty Street and the Team Brit M2 in third place. Bit of debris there goes flying. That might have been from Mark Lee's Ginetta, unless he just kicked it up off the track. Leaders coming down towards the Vale, and Jasper Sapra wants his lead back again. Ambushed as the restart took place there by the BMWs behind him. Great restart by Matty Street, but then Simon Baker nipped round the outside of both of them. Sapra to the inside, retakes the lead through Club Corner. This is a 50-minute pit stop race, guys, not a 10-minute sprint. They're treating it like a 10-minute sprint, though. Mark Lee has come through into third in the Ginetta now. They're just eager to get racing, aren't they, after the safety car. Street goes down to fourth. Andy Stocco in behind him in the blue and Dayglow number 7. Then it's number 5, Tony Prendergast, the first of the Sciroccos. Wants a piece of this as well. Jasper Sapra leads from Simon Baker. Mark Lee closing in the Ginetta. Prendergast to the inside. Kester Cook locks up in the Fiesta. This is great stuff. As I said, you wouldn't believe it's an endurance race over 50 minutes as Mark Lee to the inside. He wants second place. Andy Stocco's lost out to Prendergast, the ex-VW Racing Cup driver in the Scirocco. Okay, Sapra from Baker. As I draw breath, Mark Lee in third place, then Matty Street in the 70. Began his career in a BMW 1 Series hatchback, goes to the inside. He's trying to take third place away. Prendergast on the inside, so is Cook trying to take Andy Stocco. There's the Class 2 leading Golf of number 35, Stephen Chandler. Front end still hanging together just about after contact on the opening lap. Here's a battle a little further back. 75 Dave Cox in his BMW. That's the WEC Motorsport car. Shares that car with George Haynes. He leads Richard Higgins in his Porsche 996. That's a Class 2 car, the County Classics run car. Prendergast still ahead of the number 7 of Andy Stocco. Shares that car with Dave McDonald. Here are the leaders: Sapra, Baker, Lee, Streets, then Prendergast. Pit window not yet open. Challenge on here for the lead. Simon Baker all over the back of Jasper Sapra as they go into Abbey, and at the outside comes Mark Lee. Can the Ginetta split the BMWs here as they head into Farm, then towards Village? I think he's done it. Yes, he has. Good move by Mark Lee into second place, and he's going for the lead. Great fight between these three as we count down towards the pit window opening. I would imagine Jasper Sapra, well, I was going to say he might be in fairly early to hand over to Lucky Kera, but the way he's going at the moment, he might want to stay out there and keep fighting for the lead. Mark Lee driving solo in the Ginetta. Here comes Baker, moves to the inside towards Stoke Order. He wants to retake second place. That BMW 1 Series M Coupe has got so much straight line speed, but Mark Lee cuts him off into Stowe corner, holds the place. Matty Street looking on in 4th place in the Team Brits. BMW lead to the inside at Vale. Is he going to get him on the brakes? Yes, good move by Mark Lee in the Ginetta, back up into 2nd place. Great fight going on here, but this is allowing Jasvir Sapra to get a bit of breathing space at the front. Looking back into the classes, Chandler and Stokes still lead Richard Higgins in Class 2. The Woodards in the BMW Mini 3rd in Class 2. Spires and Gerhardt still lead the Clios as Baker back up the inside retakes 2nd place into Abbey. These two are loving this. Fighting it out for 2nd place behind Jasvir Sapra. Clios, it's the Colburns in 2nd place, the Thompsons in 3rd. It is fairly close in the Clio category. In fact, a couple of seconds covering those three. For 11th, 12th and 13th overall. Class 3 is being led by the Griffiths and Vinyl Meyer Ginetta G20, the little open top car. Steve Griffiths at the wheel. Number 46, the Golf of Robert Taylor, is in 2nd place in Class 3, and the Cook family, number 83 in their Honda Civic, in 3rd in Class 3 further back. Just under half an hour of this race to go. Your leader is Jasvir Sapra. Good battle here in the Clios. 62, that is Ben Colburn. He's just taken the lead of the class. We said it was close between those two. He's just taken Anton Spires. They've got up into the top 10 overall now. They've got ahead of Dave Cox's BMW. First car to come into the pits is Tony Prendergast. The number 5 Volkswagen is in. Mark Lee continues to set the pace. There's Rob Taylor, the number 46 VW Golf. He'll hand that car over at the stop to Mark Jones. Behind him, Alistair Lindsay in the Seat Leon. 24 minutes of this race to go. Past half distance. Only a few cars have called into the pits so far. 2 Clios came in together, Anton Spires and Ben Colburn. Ben handing over to his brother James. Darren Gerhardt will take over the number 4. Leader coming up to lap the Ferrari of Chris Goddard. I had been told that Richard Dougal was going to take over that car, but it's showing as just Chris Goddard on the timing screen. Alistair Lindsay at the inside there takes Rob Taylor, and up behind them is the 85 BMW. It's getting busy there. It's Ollie Smith, the reigning trophy champion. There he is, he's got past the Golf. 41 in behind them is the Thompson Clio. Oh, a spin for Ollie Smith, the reigning champion. I said it was getting a bit busy in there, and Ollie was caught out there coming through Beckett's. Too many cars in too small a space, and the BMW Z4 spun. There's Matty Streets, number 70, I think that is there. Yes, it is. Not yet come in to hand over to Andy Tucker. There is Ollie Smith. He's recovered the Z4. The Intelligent Money sponsored car. See, coming in this time. We'll have a look what's happened there. No, just gave it too much throttle by the look of it. He was lucky not to take anybody out there and spin back across the track. One of the Ginettas taking avoiding action. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Kevin Clark at the wheel of the number 10 car. He's taken over from Simon Baker, and he's gained 8 places. I know some are thanks to pit stops. Mark Lee has now come in, incidentally. There is Kevin Clark. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 1 minute 12.103. He's passing Charlotte Birch there. He's trying to make his way back up the order. As cars ahead of him come in, Mark Lee is now in the Ginetta, so Matty Streets will take over the lead for Team Brits. There's the BMW, the purple car there. He hasn't come in, so Matty Street will lead this lap. Kester Cook in 2nd place. They're separated by about 2.5 seconds. There is Cook, the green and orange Fiesta. He's in heavy back marker traffic, and that little Fiesta flying along. Stephen Chandler has come in to hand over to Glenn Stokes in the Golf. So they will relinquish the lead of Class 2 to Richard Higgins in the Porsche. Out of the pits comes the McMahon Alfa Romeo there, Giulietta. 2.8 seconds in it between Street and Cook at the line. Richard Higgins now third overall in the Porsche, but all those three, of course, have yet to stop. 37 has come in, that's Daniel Crossley in his Scirocco. White car with the green grille we've spotted out there. Should have been shared with Steve Walker, but Daniel driving solo. There's the other team, Britcar, number 71 of Luke Pound. He's about to be lapped by the number 70, the race leader. Up to fourth now is the Endurance Clio. Not running in the Clio class, running in class 2. Andy Mollison, the man on board. And the leader coming in. So number 70, Matty Streets, pulls into the pit lane. Now, is Kester Cook coming in as well, or is he going to lead this lap? No, Cook has come in as well. So Kester Cook, see at top left there, is in the pit lane behind Matty Streets. Now Higgins has stayed out. So Richard Higgins now your race leader. Number 10, he's reeling off the fastest laps here. 1 minute 12.091 now for Kevin Clark. He is going to re-inherit the lead when everybody has pitted, by the look of things. There's the 47 Ginetta, that's the I think Gibbons is now on board that car. Yes, I think everybody has now made their pit stops. Just checking with the timing. Yes, they have. So everybody has made their stops. Higgins, Mollison, Black, and the Jones-Taylor Golf, the last to come in. And Ivan Mares as well, left it fairly late. Okay, so waiting for it to all cycle through now so we can see who is where. But it certainly looks as though it's going to be Kevin Clark who leads in the number 10 car. Mark Lee is likely to be in second place in the Ginetta. Now, what's his gap over Lucky Kera, who will be third? 2.5 seconds. So it's going to be close to second place. Now, let's see what the advantage is going to be for Clark, who's retaken the lead on track now, with the other cars ahead of him having pitted. What's his advantage over Mark Lee going to be? The answer is 16.3 seconds. There they go over the line. There's Lee. Clark's already gone through. So 16.3 seconds is the gap. But Lucky Kera in Jasmine Sapra's BMW is only 2 seconds off Mark Lee's Ginetta. There is the leader coming onto the hanger straights, the yellow and white BMW with the blue wing. That is your race leader, Kevin Clark, number 10. Car started on pole. Great to have Kevin Clark back in action here. He's raced in Britcar with BMWs, mainly with a Z4 over the last few years. Another man who started his career in short oval stock car racing. Also raced Eurocar back in the 90s. Remember those? The space frame Ford Mondeos, along with Barry Lee and the likes of those. Shame that series died out. A bit like British form of NASCAR almost at one time. Now there's the second place battle. There's Mark Lee. There is Lucky Kera, and Kera tries to get around the outside going into Abbey. That's 4th position. He's caught Mark Lee in the Ginetta. Here comes Lucky. Surely going to get through, not maybe at Village, because there's back marker traffic there. The 75 BMW of George Haynes, relayed by Dave Cox. There's Clinton Ewan in Ollie Smith's car, lapping the Cook family there, the 83 Honda Civic. Oh, and Mark Lee nearly gives Lucky Kera the shoulder there as he took the line out of Chapel, but Kera just gets his foot down and says, I'll take second place if you're going to do that. And Lucky moves up into second place, the man from Walsall in the West Midlands. Now, let's have a look at his pace relative to Kevin Clark. Clark currently lapping in the 112s. Lucky in the low 13s, so I don't think he's going to catch Kevin Clark here. Separated by nearly 20 seconds now, so Clark is pulling away. And it's looking good for the number 10 BMW. Oh, not looking good there for Mark Lee. Got very sideways coming out of Vale. There is Mark Lee. He's got back ahead of Lucky Kera, in fact, by a considerable margin as well. So Kera has had a moment somewhere. He must have had a moment out of our sight somewhere. Have we lost Lucky? The number 40 BMW, he's showing as a long way behind Mark Lee on the timing screen. He must have had a moment somewhere out of our sight, or got caught up with the back marker. So Lucky Kera must have had an issue somewhere, because he's quite a way down. We'll see if he comes through this time, see what his lap time is. There is Mark Lee in the Ginetta in second place. Wait and see if he comes through. Oh, and I put the curse of the commentator on number 39. I said that 39 of Richard Bernard was having a steady run in the Amigo Motorsport Boxster, and he's broken down. Sorry, Richard. Okay, Lucky Kera has come through, but he's nearly 11 seconds down on Mark Lee, so he's had an issue somewhere. Maybe he had an off passing some back markers. So he's still going, that's the main thing. Now, let's have a look at his pace compared to Mark Lee. He's lapping about a second a lap quicker at the moment than the Ginetta, Lucky Kera. Now, how long have we got to go? 6 minutes. Second a lap quicker. I don't think he's going to catch the Ginetta and retake second. There is the BMW. No signs of any damage to it. Class 1 cars locking out the top 6 places. Richard Higgins is 7th, leading Class 2. The Colburn brothers are heading for Clio victory. They're in 10th place overall. Great efforts by James and Ben. Class 3 is still being led by the Griffiths and Vinal Mayer. Ginetta well clear of Ivan Mayers in the Mazda. I think he may actually be a full lap ahead of him. There's Kester Cook, good steady run as always in the Fiesta, 6th position. There's Richard Higgins, he's heading for Class 2 victory. He'll have the 15-second success penalty for race 2. Puff of smoke there from the Porsche. He's got the team Britcar behind him. It's Andy Tucker. Can he take 7th overall? They're in different classes, of course. 1 minute to go. I think they'll just get one more lap out of this. Coming up on the Scirocco there. The 37 being driven by Daniel Crossley. Crossley goes onto the grass as he tries to get out of the way there. Coming round to start his final lap this time, leading by over 28 seconds, Kevin Clark. The gap to second has come down a little more, 4.7 seconds now in it between Lee and Kera. There's the 41 Clio, reigning Clio champion, Steve and Aaron Thompson. Clock flicked to 0 just as he came over the line there, but we will get one more lap. One more lap for Lucky Kera to try and close that gap to Mark Lee. But a great drive by first Simon Baker, followed by Kevin Clark in the Woodrow run BMW 1 Series M Coupe. Baker battling superbly for the lead early on with Jasbir Sapra and Mark Lee, when Kevin Clark took over, reeled off the fastest laps in the early laps of his stint. Fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 12.091. Over 33 seconds up now, and meanwhile Kera has got the gap down to Mark Lee was slow on that last lap. He's only done a 1:17, so Kera's got the gap down to 1.5 seconds. We could see a change for second place here. Maybe Kera can do it. We will wait and see. But it's going to be a win for Simon Baker and Kevin Clark for Woodrow Racing. Here they come out of the final corner. There's the checkered flag, and the BMW 1 Series M Coupe wins it. Now, where's our second place battle? Where is Mark Lee, the Ginetta? Who's it going to be in second place over the line? Will Lucky Carer have caught him? He's got the gap down to 1.5 seconds at the end of the penultimate lap. Here he comes. Yeah, Carer's there with him, but I think Mark Lee is going to hang on. Here they are, up to the line. Mark Lee hangs on for second place, only just ahead of a very determined Lucky Carer. 0.8 of a second he got the gap down to. I think Mark Lee made a mistake on the penultimate lap or lost time in back markers, but he holds second place. Fourth position will go to Andy Stocco and Dave McDonald in car number 7. Fifth, and a lap behind, Tony Prendergast in the number 5 VW Scirocco. Class 2 will be won by Richard Higgins in his Porsche 996. 7th place overall, finishing behind Kester Cook in the Fiesta. The top 10 completed by Andy Tucker and Matty Street in the team Britcar. Peter Spano and Andrew Bentley 9th in their Ginetta, 2nd in Class 2. And 10th place, well done to the Clio winners, Ben and James Colburn. Here's your results confirmed then. 33.6 seconds, the winning margin in the end for Baker and Clark. And Mark Lee only just holding off Lucky Carer by less than a second for second place at the finish. The only other car on the lead lap, Stocco and McDonald's BMW. Tony Prendergast a lap down in 5th in the Scirocco, then Kester Cook in 6th. Richard Higgins a class winning 7th in his Porsche. Tucker and Street, Spano and Bentley, and the Colburns completing the top 10. The Colburns win the Clio class. Dave Cox and George Haynes in 11th, ahead of Andy Mollison and Ryan Firth. Daniel Crossley's Scirocco in 13th, ahead of the Thompsons, and the Woodards in their mini challenge car, completing the top 15. '16th went to the class 3 winners, Griffiths and Vinelmeyer. Chris Goddard 17th in his Ferrari. Colburn and Black next, then the Chandler and Stokes VW Golf, which dropped back in the closing stages, ahead of Charlotte Birch, surviving a spin. It was Jay Morton and Miles Lacey next in their Clio, then Alistair Lindsay, Chris Murphy and Roland Hopkins. Ivor Mayers second in Class 3, ahead of the Cooks in their Honda Civic. Reigning champion Ollie Smith only 11th in class with Clinton Ewan in his new BMW Z4. Then the Jones-Taylor Golf, the BMW of Luke Pound, the team Britcar. Then McMahon in the Alfa Giulietta, completing the top 30, the Gibbons and Holden Ginetta.
Wow, what a finish that was to that race, and there is plenty more where that came from, trust me. Do stay with us, we'll be back after the break.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Brands Hatch, ladies and gentlemen, here on this beautiful sunny afternoon. Action presented by the British Automobile Racing Club here on BARC TV Live. Our next race on our live coverage today is going to be the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. That's coming up in just a few minutes' time. A good entry of BMWs of all shapes and sizes, BMW Minis as well, in our next race. They first raced this season just a few days ago at Donington Park on Bank Holiday Monday, where Brad Sheehan and Michael Pensavale were the race winners. Michael not here this weekend, Brad Sheehan is though. We'll see how he gets on a little later on, just a few minutes' time. The first race for the BMWs, 2 races for them today about to get underway. But before we get into the race action, our ace interviewer Ian Waterhouse caught up with a couple of the drivers in the paddock this morning.
With James Ford. James, talk us through qualifying first of all. How did it go out there for you?
Yeah, right. It's quite sketchy. Bit slippery because the trucks have been out. New brakes, had a bed of brakes in, fresh stuff. So qualifying was good. It's quite hot out there today. Got no ventilation in the car, so.
I was going to say, you've just answered my question.
Yeah,
it must be roasting
no ventilation. The other guys have, but yeah, that's the next thing on the list. So.
Can't you just drill a massive hole somewhere?
Yeah, I was going to get the jigsaw out and just do a big hole, but I've taken the door off now. It's a shame you can't go around the door off, but yeah.
Now, I've got something interesting to tell you. It's not that interesting, by the way. I overtook you on a motorway this morning coming into Brands Hatch.
Did you? Where the bike is?
So, well, this was on the back. I'm sure this was on the back.
Yeah, Trevor. Yeah. Oh,
so there you go. I'm 1 lap ahead. I'm sorry.
Right,
sorry,
mate.
You've
done me. It's because obviously Trev brought one car up one day and then mine up today. So we live local. So
nice. What's the expectation for the race? And obviously you want to go forward, don't you?
Yeah, no idea. Obviously we've put the bigger engine in this car. It was the 1.8, but now it's 2.8. So it's a different driving experience. I've still got small brakes, believe it or not, so they don't help. But just going to go for it and see. There's minis out of us today. The minis are quick, but I'm just going to do what I can. Give it some.
So, man, best of luck. Thanks for chatting to us.
Guys.
And we'll catch you later. Thank you very much.
Cheers,
James Ford. Right, here we are with Ronan Bradley. Ronan, talk us through qualifying. How did it go for you?
Yeah, not too bad. A little bit off the pace. Where I thought I would kind of be, I was hoping I could push on and try and get in behind the rest of them, but first time with Kumho, bit of an experience out there. So yeah, we'll see what happens in the race when it comes around, but they're very quick at the front.
They're very, very quick, aren't they? What's it like going down Paddock Hill Bend in one of these? Because it dips down, doesn't it?
Yes, you've got to be careful, I guess. Paddock is quite daunting, and if you lose it, the consequences are in the gravel. So it's always in the back of your mind, I guess, but you've got to try and push on. You get braver and braver, I guess, and try and remember the limits. But it's dry today, which is a bonus, so it's even more daunting in the rain.
Lovely, look, Ronan, best of luck. Thanks for chatting to us as well. Really appreciate it. Best of luck for the race. That's Ronan Bradley. Right, it's time for the race to get underway. I'll hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to talk you through the action.
Okay, well, thanks, Ian. We'll bring you the grid for the BMWs in just a moment. The race for the Legends car just coming to its conclusion out there on track. So the BMW qualifying session took place this morning, and it was car number 32 of James Card who set pole position. James looking for some better fortunes this weekend. He had electrical issues with his car on Bank Holiday Monday, only really got one race in of the 2. He's on pole alongside Donington winner number 28 Brad Sheehan. The second row 47 Niall Bradley and 48 of Darren Morgan Owen. Row 3 74 of Max Walton and number 10 Ian Crisp. Fourth row number 40 Jasvir Sapra and 78 Ronan Bradley. The fifth row got the first of the BMW Minis, number 3 Dan Butcher Lord alongside 25 of Trevor Ford, the father of James, who we spoke to earlier on. The sixth row number 7 Kevin Denwood and 42 of Andy Langley. Seventh row 411 Zach Blackwell and number 69 James Ford. The penultimate row 53 Neil Clark and 55 Gary Papworth, and Pete Miller number 50 starts at the back. Hopefully we'll see all 17 cars out there. A few cars not repaired after Donington, the first round of the championship on Bank Holiday Monday. Notably Michael Pensavale suffered some problems there. He did win the second race, but more work needed on his BMW following that event. So James Card on pole, as we said, electrical issues causing him some problems at Donington. He did manage to finish third in the second race though. Alongside him, Brad Sheehan in his pink and white M3, mostly BMW M3s out in the race we're going to see next. We also welcome Niall and Ronan Bradley. They're running in the invitation class, drivers not fully registered for the championship. James Ford is in the invitation class this weekend. I think that's because of a change of engine, he was saying in his car. Max Walton, good to have him here, number 74, the Hampshire driver. Had some problems at Donington as well, but he's repaired his car for this one. Ian Crisp, number 10, with his very nice BMW 1M Coupe, breaking the dominance of the M3s. Jasvis Sapra from Coventry is here, old-fashioned club racer he is, races his BMW in any event it's eligible for. He's out somewhere every weekend. We've seen him in the Britcar series this year. And leading the BMW Minis in qualifying, there's a new class this year for BMW Minis, number 3, Daniel Butcher-Lord from Peterborough. I know his sister Stephanie Lord was looking on our YouTube channel and commenting this morning, so hopefully she's watching. Niall and Brad lock horns again, says one of our YouTube commenters, Brad Sheehan and Niall Bradley, that's referring to. The BMW Minis led by Dan Butcher-Lord on the grid. We've got Kevin Denwood in his BMW Compact out there. The Ford family, Trevor Ford, number 25, the president of the BMW Racing Drivers Club, which administers this series, now in its 34th season racing on the UK circuits, the Kumho BMW Championship. Good heavens, they're nearly as old as me. Pete Miller at the back of the grid with his M3, E36 M3. He's listed as racing a compact, but he is in an M3 saloon. Okay, this will be a 20-minute race, I believe. Let's check the time tell. Yes, 20 minutes for the BMWs. It'll be a standing start. Kumho Tyres, long-time supporters of this championship, running on Kumho slick tyres this weekend. This championship open to any model of BMW. The most powerful cars run in Class A. Slightly less powerful cars with specific engine types running Class B. Class M is for the BMW Minis, and the invitation class for non-fully registered drivers and cars that don't conform to the other classes. It's the other class we've got here. We haven't got any Class C or D machines for the less powerful cars this weekend. Coming up after the BMWs, we have the second race for the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes. Great race from them. If you missed it this morning, Steve Burrows passing Malcolm Blackman to take the win. We'll have the qualifying session as well for the pickup truck racing championship. That's going to be very spectacular indeed. Qualifying today, racing tomorrow. And some slightly different regulations on qualifying for them as well. We'll come to those a little later on. We'll have a second race for the BMWs, and later on today at around 5:20, we'll have the second race for the British Truck Racing Championship. Hopefully Robert Clark, aka Pointy, is going to join us on commentary for that one. The BMWs you can just see on the left of your screen there are in the assembly area. I can see Pete Miller's car. Also the 55 Gary Papworth. You may just be able to see it there. Is a bit different. That's a Mini Cooper Clubman estate. Well, if Volvo and Honda can enter estates in British touring cars, Gary Papworth can enter a Mini Clubman estate with the BMW Mini class. Good to see a few spectators enjoying the sunshine there on the banking. You can see on the right of your screen, just near where those cars are parked, that sandy area, that is part of the old rallycross course at Brands Hatch. That area used to be known as the Knife Edge, then they dropped back onto the tarmac and run the wrong way up Cooper Straight before turning back through the edge of what's now the Paddock up towards Paddock Hill Bend, where the old Brands Hatch rallycross course used to run. The likes of Will Gollop, Martin Shanker, John Welch, Pat Duran found some of their successes. 400 of you watching on YouTube at the moment, so thank you very much indeed to everybody for looking on in. Do leave us a comment, do like the stream. Right, here come the BMWs then. James Card already in position in the silver car on pole. The pink and white, I believe that's a Days of Thunder NASCAR-inspired livery for Brad Sheehan, the pink and white machine. Second row, we've got the first of the Bradley boys. That's Niall Bradley, the green and white, alongside the plain white machine of Darren Morgan-Owen. In the black and yellow car, number 74, Max Walton. One car that's not there, unfortunately, is Ian Crisp. The 1M Coupe is not there, should be alongside Max Walton. Jasper Sapra's there, the grey M3, starts alongside Ronan Bradley, white car with the green stripes. And then we've got the first of the BMW Minis, the navy blue one of Dan Butcher-Lord, starts alongside Trevor Ford in black and blue. And we have the blue and orange compact of Kevin Denwood. The white BMW Mini is Andy Langley, won their class at Donington on Bank Holiday Monday. The black and yellow BMW Mini with the yellow wing, that's Zach Blackwell from Woking in Surrey. Alongside him is James Ford, number 69. Then the grey BMW Mini is Neil Clark. The Clubman Estate is Gary Papworth. And we've got Pete Miller's black E36 M3. There's Ian Crisp, he's at the back. I haven't been given an amended grid for this one, so not sure why Ian Crisp is starting at the back. Must have been late to the assembly area or something. Brad Sheehan going for win number 2 this season then. In this 20-minute race for the Kumho Tyres Green BMW Championship. The green flag lap gets underway. Just to give them a chance to warm their tyres. You see the drivers weaving to get some heat into their tyres. Mainly E46 M3s up there. We've got a couple of E36s, a few BMW Minis, one E46 compact. James Ford's in a 328i, and of course the 1M starting from the back. Watch for Ian Crisp from there. James Card on pole, then a stalwart of this championship, as was his late father Roger. Used to race an E30 M3. The dominant force in this championship in the last few years was Gary Whittaker, who I think in the 2019 season, actually went unbeaten for the whole year. I don't think he was even headed all season. He's now moved on to the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship with another BMW. His previously dominant E36 M3 now in the hands of Rod Burley, who's here on the organisational side of Brands Hatch this weekend. Other drivers who have graduated from this series include Tom Wrigley, who went on into the Ginetta Super Cup, and also Rick Kerry, who briefly appeared in the BTCC a few years ago with the diesel-powered BMW 1 Series. He was successful in this series. Long established championship for all BMWs, and great to see the BMW Minis coming in this year as well. Up to the grid then, ready for 20 minutes for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. 32, James Card on pole. 28, Brad Sheehan looking for his second win of the season alongside him. Second row, Niall Bradley and Darren Morgan-Owen. Watch for Ian Crisp from the back in the 1M, number 10. Last few cars settling at the rear of the grid. The marshals head behind the pit wall. The marshal at the back of the grid will display the green flag, the first standing start we've had today. All set then for 20 minutes of racing. The green flag is shown at the back of the grid. Kumho Tyres BMW Championship about to get underway. The revs begin to rise, and away they go. And not the best of starts for James Card from pole position. It's Brad Sheehan who goes into the lead as they head down to Paddock for the first time. Niall Bradley is up there in third place. Looks like everybody has got away cleanly. And the BMW Minis going round the outside there. Andy Langley that was, but Sheehan who leads. Card in second. Third place is Niall Bradley. That's Darren Morgano in. Jasvir Sapra under attack from Max Walton. And Ian Crisp already from the back of the grid. He's up into 7th place. He got a phenomenal start through from the back. Round Graham Hill Bend they go for the first time. A snake of BMWs. There's Andy Langley leading the BMW Minis. He's got ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord, who didn't get the best of starts there. As they roar their way along Cooper straight through Surtees and McLaren. Brad Sheehan leads from James Card. Leader runs a bit wide out of Clark Curve onto the main straight, completing the first lap. It is Brad Sheehan who leads the way. Niall Bradley could be coming under fire here for third from Darren Morgan-Owen. Half a second in it as they cross the line for the first time. There is Bradley, the white and green, number 47, chased by the all-white machine of Darren Morgan-Owen. Number 48, the man from St Leonard's on Sea in Essex. And Jasvir Sapra, Max Walton, Ian Crisp. Ronan Bradley is in 8th place in his E36. Niall Bradley defending from Darren Morgan-Owen down to Graham Hill Bend. Still your leader is Brad Sheehan, chased by James Card. They've gone clear. James Card ruining that fairly poor start. This is the battle for third, and closing in on them is Jasvir Sapra in that 5th position. The grey number 40 E46. A little bit of smoke there, possibly from Niall Bradley in third. We'll keep an eye on that. Over the line they go. The lead gap is half a second. Brad Sheehan, a lap of 51.3 seconds there. Only a short circuit here at Brands Hatch. There's Ronan Bradley in 7th. Then a gap back to Andy Langley in 9th place. Ronan Bradley in 8th, sorry. Rounding out the top 10 is Trevor Ford. Then Kevin Denwood ahead of James Ford and Dan Butcher-Lord. The rest of them go across the line. Gary Papworth in the Mini Estate at the back. There is Andy Langley from Fakenham in Norfolk, leading the BMW Mini category. No change among the leaders. Max Walton closing up on Jasvir Sapra there for 5th position. Sapra, the grey car with the gold mirrors, leads Max Walton in the 74th. Basingstoke in Hampshire. Kevin Denwood, number 7 in the compacts there, coming under fire from Dan Butcher-Lord. Gary Papworth at the back of the field in the Mini Estates. One car into the pit lane. Who's that? Is that Card that's going? Yes, it's James Card has come into the pit lane. We've lost our 2nd place man. Probably still suffering those electrical gremlins that blighted him at Donington. So more problems for poor James Card as Dan Butcher-Lord makes a move down the Brabham Straight on Kevin Denwood. That is for 11th place. Brad Sheehan leads, and yes, James Card has gone into the pits. So it's Niall Bradley now 2nd, Darren Morgano in 3rd. Brad Sheehan, that's pink and white, number 28. The NASCAR liveried machine leads the way. Been racing with the BMW Car Club Series as well this season quite successfully. Had a win, an absolute monsoon earlier this year at Castle Combe in Wiltshire. Jasvir Sapra now defending 4th place from Max Walton. You can see on the left of your screen there James Card in the pit lane. He's out of it. 25, that is Trevor Ford, the elder statesman of the championship, the club president of the BMW Racing Drivers Club, under fire from Dan Butcher-Lord in the Mini. Niall Bradley, a Brands Hatch local. He and Ronan compete in the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Super Saloon Series on occasions with their BMWs. They were racing at Liddon Hill recently, in even deeper down in Kent. There is the number 10 of Ian Crisp, now up to 6th from the back. Niall Bradley leading the invitation class in 2nd place. Class B is being led by Trevor Ford, and the Minis by Andy Langley. Great shame for James Card, just doesn't ever seem to have the luck going for him in this series. Brad Sheehan leads, he's 2.5 seconds up now on Niall Bradley. A little bit sideways there, getting onto the curb, coming out of Druids. They come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Max Walton on the tail of Jasvir Sapra as they go down towards Graham Hill Bend. Jasvir Sapra, we've seen him in the Britcar Trophy Series this season with his BMW. So to give best to Simon Baker's BMW on all 4 occasions this year. There's Ronan Bradley starting to drop back from those ahead of him. He's in 7th place. That's the old E36 shape of BMW, very famous in British touring cars in the 1990s, of course, the E36. Jasvir Sapra under real pressure now from Max Walton. He tries to close the door on him. He's not going to be able to do so. Into Paddock Hill Bend on the brakes. Max Walton up the inside and up in a fourth place. Good driving by Max Walton in the number 74. Gets ahead of Jasvir Sapra. Jasvir, a very quick driver. Tries to lunge back in again there. Nearly clips the back of Max Walton. Good, clean racing. And they're being closed down by Ian Crisp as well, who had to start from the back in the number 10 car. Still a long way to go in this first BMW race of the day. In the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship, they are on the knife edge of adhesion there through Surtees, the left-hander, then up towards McLaren. Clear ways and into Clark Curve. Look at the way Max Walton is pulling away from Jasvir Sapra. He wants to go after Darren Morgan-Owen for third place. Lead gap is 3 seconds. Similar gap from Niall Bradley to Darren Morgan-Owen. And Max Walton, not surprisingly, just did his personal best lap of the race, and he's now 3.3 seconds behind Darren Morgan-Owen. There is the 48 car in third. There is Max Walton. He wants a podium. The leader is coming into backmarker traffic. Gary Papworth in the estate gets out of his way. He's got his headlights on there now, Brad Sheehan, so lets the leaders know he's coming. That lurid pink number 28 machine. He's got the number 411 of Max Blackwell there, gets out of his way, lets him through. And Pete Miller as well in the E36 number 50. The Sussex driver, scored his maiden win at Donington a couple of years ago. Over the line they come, less than 13 minutes left, so still plenty of laps to come. 2.5 seconds is now the lead gap, so Niall Bradley did close in a little bit on Brad Sheehan that time around. Sheehan was busy with back markers, of course. Here's the battle for the lead in the BMW Mini category, and Dan Butcher-Lord attacking Andy Langley. This is for the class lead as they go into Surtees, and he's going to go through. Dan Butcher-Lord, good move there. Oh, he's gone over the grass on the exits. Gets it under control. Can he hold his class lead? It looks like it. Andy Langley goes back to the inside, though, through Clark Curve. And that loss of momentum for Dan Butcher-Lord. He was a bit too late on the brakes into Surtees there. Went over the grass and has lost the lead to Andy Langley, who pulls away down the Brabham Straights. The leaders will shortly be coming up to lap this pair. There's Brad Sheehan lapping James Ford in car 69. There we see the class order. The Bradleys heading the invitation class. Langley, Butcher-Lord and Neil Clark, the top three in the BMW Mini class. Trevor Ford leads Kevin Denwood in class B. Third in class B is Pete Miller. There is Trevor, number 25. And of course, Class A is as overall. With Brad Sheehan in front. Second in Class A is Morgan-Owen, and then Walton in third place. Blue flag being waved to warn the back markers. The leader is coming up to lap them. Through clearways into Clark Curve. Brad Sheehan looking good already for win number 2. We're not even at half distance yet, and the two BMW Minis parts ways there to let him through. Through the middle, thank you very much, says Brad Sheehan. Side by side for the lead in the BMW Minis then, Langley and Butcher-Lord, separated by 1/10 of a second. Andy Langley in the white car still has the advantage. Dan Butcher-Lord's going for it though, up into Druids. And he has got through on the entry to Druids, so Dan Butcher-Lord back ahead. There's great fight between these two. They've just gone a lap down to Brad Sheehan. Terrific fights as Dan Butcher-Lord retook the lead under braking for Druids. There goes Sheehan, out on his own now in the overall lead, nearly 4 seconds clear. There's Niall Bradley in second. Number 47. Third overall, Darren Morgan-Owen. Of course, Niall Bradley not registered for the full championship. Normally runs in other series, so is in the invitation class. There's Kevin Denwood chasing Trevor Ford. They're fighting for 10th. Darren Morgan-Owen lapping them in the white 48 car. It's such a shame that James Card's car yet again let him down. He's in the pit lane out of this one. We're only just at half distance, 10 minutes to go. There goes Darren Morgan-Owen. What was his gap to the car ahead? Nearly 4 seconds, so the leaders are fairly well spread out. Jasvir Sapra, meanwhile, has got back ahead of Max Walton. Yes, here they come down the Cooper Straight. So Jasper Sapra's got back up into 4th. He's retaken Max Walton. I wonder if Max was delayed briefly by a back marker. Ian Crisp is in 6th place, then Ronan Bradley. Dan Butcher-Lord is 8th, Andy Langley 9th, and Trevor Ford rounds out the top 10. Kevin Denwood is 11th, James Ford in 12th. Neil Clark's Mini is 13th, then Pete Miller, Max Blackwell and Gary Papworth round out the runners, and I think James Card may have rejoined the track. He's several laps down. He won't be classified if he does finish. There go the leaders. 4.5 seconds in it now for the lead. The 4th place fight is in heavy back marker traffic coming onto the Cooper Straights. Just looking a little further back down the field. Jasvir Sapra still holding 4th. There they are into Surtees, coming up on Trevor Ford. And Sapra from Walton in this battle. They've now got Trevor Ford in between the two of them. Well, these three are quite a way off Darren Morgan-Owen in 3rd place, to the tune of 7.5 seconds. And there's Ian Crisp, number 10. He's closing right up on Max Walton now as well. James Card no longer in the pit lane. We'll see if he's back out there, probably trying to get the car set up and make sure it's running properly ahead of race 2 later on. There's Trevor Ford. He leads Class B ahead of Kevin Denwood. They're separated by 1.6 seconds. Now Denwood could catch Trevor here. See if he can take a class win. There's Ian Crisp, that lovely E82 1 Series M Coupe, the 1M, prepared by G Sport. I noticed on the side there, that's Gary Whittaker, the former multiple champion in this series. 4.5 seconds in it for the lead. There's Ronan Bradley, number 78, the Irish-born family, now locals to Brands Hatch. Jasvir Sapra under fire. There's Max Walton again, trying his move at Paddock Bend, but not close enough this time. There is Brad Sheehan. He's coming up to lap Ronan Bradley now in 7th place. Let's hope Ronan doesn't get in his way. Just keeping it steady here. He outpaced James Card off the line. A little bit sideways there though through Clark Curve. I hope Brad Sheehan's not pushing those Kumho tyres too hard. Comes up to lap Ronan Bradley, who moves aside on the Brabham Straight, lets him through. The lead gap's up to 5 seconds now. Brad Sheehan still has the fastest lap of the race, 51.117 miles an hour. Brad Sheehan leads Class A. Class B is still led by Trevor Ford. He's got 1.8 seconds up over Kevin Denwood. Class B, invitation class I should say, is Niall Bradley, ahead of Ronan Bradley and James Ford. And the Mini's led by Butcher-Lord. Andy Langley's dropped back in the last couple of laps. He's now behind Ford and Denwood. Just a notification coming through on the timing screen. Ian Crisp, car number 10, has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. He is well clear of Ronan Bradley, so that may not affect his race result here, but he will get a 5-second penalty added to his finishing race time for exceeding track limits. You cannot run too far over the curbs on too many occasions, or you will be penalised. The number 10 car just going through there, but he's a long way clear of Ronan Bradley, so he's safe in 6th place. There goes the leader through Surtees. Papworth and Blackwell there, I think 2 laps down now. There is Ronan Bradley. There is Brad Sheehan. And Niall Bradley is coming up to lap Ronan Bradley, you can see in the background there. Let's hope the family don't get in each other's way. Darren Morgan-Owen having a lonely race in 3rd place. 5 minutes to go. 53 of Neil Clark is lapped. He's running in 14th place. There are the Bradleys through Graham Hill Bend. Max Walton has got back ahead further back of Jasvir Sapra in the battle for 4th place. Did that on the previous lap. Well, Brad Sheehan just out for a Saturday afternoon drive now in his BMW M3. He is heading for win number 2 for the season, and with the other winner from Donington Park, Michael Pensavalle, not here, he could take the lead of the championship. And Ian Crisp has got past Jasvir Sapra. Sapra dropping back. Has he pushed his Kumho tyres too hard? Ian Crisp up into 5th place. Now, he may have had notification that he's got that 5-second penalty, so he wants to push to try and get clear of Jasvir Sapra here. Well, he knows he's got the penalty, he knows he's got to push hard to try and overcome it. 5 seconds is a lot in circuit racing terms. There's Max Walton now running in 4th place. Here's Sapra fighting back again, up alongside Ian Crisp, but he's going to be on the wrong side for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Crisp holds the place. Good racing here for the minor placings in Class A. This is a battle for 5th overall and 4th in Class A. Trevor Ford is still leading Class B, but Kevin Denwood trying to close him down. There goes the leader through Surtees Bend. There is Niall Bradley, 5.8 seconds now the gap between the two of them. Niall Bradley heading the invitation class. Regular with BMW CCR, BMW Car Club Racing. And with the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club enjoying a guest drive effectively with the Kumho BMWs this weekend. Plenty of places to race if you have a fast BMW. There's Ian Crisp. Can't shake off Jasvir Sapra just yet. This is the battle for 5th place. Max Walton escaping ahead. And you can see how much they're sliding through Clark Curve there. The leader comes up to lap. This is the Class B lead battle. He's going past there. Trevor Ford and Kevin Denwood. So they're fairly close together now for the lead of Class B. Denwood is slowly but surely closing down the number 7 of Kevin Denwood. Now Sheehan really pushing hard. You can see how the rear end stepped out there on the 28. Now there is the Class B lead battle. Trevor Ford, the club president, and Kevin Denwood in number 7 in the E46 Compact. It was one of his running mates in the Compact, Carl Dack, who won the Russell Dack, I should say, who won the championship outright a few years ago. Niall Bradley is coming up to lap these two. Sheehan leads Class A. Niall Bradley, the invitation class. Dan Butcher-Lord still ahead of the BMW Minis, and Trevor Ford in Class B, which we're watching now. Just over a minute left of this race. Denwood lets the leader through. So does Ford. Kevin Denwood will be pleased to see that he wasn't held up there by any of the... Niall Bradley, sorry, will be pleased to see that. He wasn't held up by the back markers. So only 1 minute to go now. Bradley Sheehan heading for victory. He may get one more lap in here because he's lapping in the 51s. There were about 54 seconds left as they cross the line. Here he comes into Druids. He's over 6 seconds clear of Niall Bradley in 2nd place. So barring any major disaster, Bradley Sheehan has got this race in the bag. Man from Horsham in Sussex. In his lurid pink and white BMW. Niall Bradley sideways there coming out of Graham Hill Bend. I suspect his tyres are starting to go off. But the Kumho tyres holding up very nicely in this one, leading to some spectacular tail sliding racing. Lapping one of the BMW Minis there. Over the line goes Brad Sheehan. One more lap to go. There were just about 5 seconds left as he crossed the line there, so this is the final lap. 6.5 seconds ahead. Here comes Brad Sheehan. Won the first race at Donington. Led the second race until overtaken by Michael Pensavalle, who won from the back of the grid after problems in race 1. Doesn't have to worry about Michael this weekend because the Yorkshireman not out at Brands. It is going to be a win for Bradley Sheehan in the number 28 M3. Into Surtees and McLaren for the final time through the clearways. And it's a clear way to victory for the number 28 BMW E46 M3. Here comes Brad Sheehan up towards the checkered flag. 2 wins out of 3 this season for Brad Sheehan in the Kumho BMW Championship. There is the checkered flag. Brad Sheehan wins it well clear of Niall Bradley. He will win the invitation class. He comes over in second, 6.9 seconds down at the checkered flag. And it will be number 48, Darren Morgano, in a rather lonely third place, 10 seconds off. Our runner-up, Max Walton in 74, will take 4th. Now Ian Crisp crosses the line 5th ahead of Jasvir Sapra, but of course he got that 5-second penalty, so I think he'll lose that place to Jasvir Sapra in the confirmed results. A lap down, Ronan Bradley is 7th, 8th for Dan Butcher-Lord. He wins the BMW Mini category. Trevor Ford takes Class B in 9th place, just over half a second clear of Kevin Denwood. Good scrap between those two. Okay, so the class winners in that one. Brad Sheehan took the overall win in Class A, the invitation class to Niall Bradley. Trevor Ford took Class B, and Dan Butcher-Lord the BMW Minis. We'll bring you the full and confirmed results of the BMW Kumho Tyres BMW Championship in just a second. Brad Sheehan the winner by 6.93 seconds ahead of Niall Bradley, with Darren Morgano in 3rd place. 4th went to Max Walton, good result from him after problems at Donington. Ian Crisp 5th over the line, but he may get penalised behind Jasvir Sapra. We'll see what happens when that 5-second penalty is applied. 7th for Ronan Bradley, Dan Butcher-Lord a class winner in 8th, Trevor Ford a class winner in 9th, and Kevin Denwood rounding out the top 10. Andy Langley's BMW Mini was 11th, then James Ford in 12th. 13th place went to Pete Miller. It was Neil Clark 14th, and Zach Blackwell completed the top 15. 16th place went to Gary Papworth in his Mini Cooper Clubman Estate. James Card did cross the line, albeit 8 laps down after a long time in the pits with some gremlins with his BMW, so I doubt he will be classified as a finisher. Too far behind, sadly, but sets the car up for race 2, where he'll be starting from the back of the grid, so watch for him coming through the grid for race 2 based on the result of that race we've just seen. Next up on track today, it's going to be the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes. We saw a race from them this morning, won by Steve Burrows, but he'll be starting 10th on the grid this time because thanks to the draw, the random draw made in Parc Ferme after race 1, the top 10 on the grid are flipped around. So 10th place finisher in race 1, which was Paul Knight, number 3, starts from pole. Looking at the schedule for the rest of the afternoon then. Coming up next we have the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes. A little later on after that we will have qualifying. After a short break we'll have qualifying for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. That will be a 20-minute session split into a 10-minute segment for each race, but no break in between. We'll explain how that works when we come to the session later on. Later on after that we'll have the second race for the Kumho BMWs, and then the final race of the day is the British Truck Racing Championship. Hopefully Pointy, my co-commentator, will be joining us from trackside for that one with his own insights. Hopefully shortly we will be able to talk to our BMW race winners down in Parc Ferme. Okay, I think we can now throw down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Ferme, and he can talk to our race winners from the Kumho BMWs.
Hello everybody, welcome to a very packed Parc Ferme, as you can see, for the Kumho BMW Championship. Let's go have a quick word with Brad Sheehan, shall we, the race winner, and have a little chin wag with him. Certainly not going to miss this, are we? Look at it, what a beauty.
I'm trying to go faster, actually, making it slower.
Brad, quick word. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Congratulations, you almost made that look easy, but it never is it?
It's not easy, no. It's bloody hot out there today.
Yeah.
And to be fair, around here, I don't know how many laps we did, 20 odd laps.
So, yeah, it was quite
a
hot,
bit dizzy,
yeah.
to be honest.
Yeah. How hot is it in that car there? What sort of temperatures are we running?
Oh, God
I can feel the heat coming off.
The oil temps are getting up there, well over 100, and the water temps are there, and then I feel like I'm about 200, so it's all good fun.
And then they keep you trapped here for a bit, don't they, before you're allowed to go?
Yeah, once you're out of the car, it's not too bad, but yeah, the track was so slippery today.
Was it really?
So slippery. I've done quicker times on treaded tyres around here.
Really?
Yeah, and a cooler day on the track day.
We have seen quite a lot of red flags today, haven't we?
Yeah, I think it's just there's a lot of stuff on the track and it's just become slick. I mean, it's good fun, we're all on the same surface, it doesn't really matter. But if you're chasing lap times, it's not today.
Lovely. Brad, congratulations, and best of luck for race 2 as well. We've got Niall Bradley over here, Mr. Ford here as well. We've got a number of drivers potting around. I think what we're going to have to do, though, the silhouettes are now out on track. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, but we'll bring you more action from the Kumho Cups a little bit later. Okay, thanks very much, Ian. The next race is already on the grid. Just a quick word with Brad Sheehan there. Okay, so a reminder of how the grid works. We saw the number drawn in Parc Ferme by race winner Steve Burrows after race 1. He drew number 10 out of the hat, or out of the bag, I should say. And the top 10 on the grid flipped around for this one, from the race result from race 1, so he's put himself 10th on the grid. Pole position will be number 3 of Paul Knight, and alongside him number 4 Richard Smith. The second row, 28 of Chris Ayling and 491 Colin Smith. Third row will be number 33, which is Daniel Smith, and number 6 Ian Hales. Fourth row, 29 Mike Thurley, our Seniors Cup winner in race 1, and number 5 Ray Harris. In the fifth row, 91 Malcolm Blackburn and 16 Steve Burrows. Won't take them long to get through the pack though. Row 6, number 12 Simon Smith in the Wide Arch Autocross Fiesta, and 354 of Mark Sear. He had a good run in race 1. Row 7, 156 Pat Keeley and 14 Phil Spinks. Row 8, 175 of John Stewart alongside 129 Ricky Hunn Jr. The 9th row, 52 Mick Robertson in the Corrado and 262 Brian Laurent. Then on the 10th row, we have number 21, which is Phil Young. He's at the wheel of the Mitsubishi Colt Mirage, the ex-Dave Longhurst car. And 83, the invitation class runner Scott Apriliano. 629 Tom Hutchins is next, alongside 267 of John Price. The penultimate row, 81 Paul Coxedge in the Peugeot 205, the ex-Lee Wood car, alongside 196 David York. Yes, I think he is there after he's off earlier on. And 490 Danny Smith, who didn't get away in race 1, will start at the back of the grid, along with 339 Danny Hunn, but I think his car broke down in qualifying, so I don't think we're going to see the 339. Perfect timing as they move off on their rolling lap. Yeah, Danny Hunn is not there. Mick Robertson is starting at the back in his Corrado. He's at the back of the grid there, the red and white car, the Help for Heroes Corrado. There's John Stewart, number 175, the green Mercedes, former National Hot Rod World Champion. David York has dug all the gravel out of the bottom of his car, he's back out.
But it is number 3 of Paul Knight, the man from Denham in Buckinghamshire, in pole position with the Tigra. The Mercedes of number 4, Richard Smith alongside, and they're both senior cup drivers. This will be a 15-minute race. There is the Peugeot 205, Paul Coxedge. He began racing in one of Mike Thurley's old Tigras before switching to that Lee Wood car. And the white and orange Tigra there, John Price, number 267. That car reminds me, that Dayglow orange and white colour scheme, of the paint scheme that Gordon Bland used to use in National Hot Rods. I used to watch him as a child when I was a National Hot Rod fan, watching them at Hensford Raceway, my local short oval. Many of these drivers will have raced at Hensford and won there in the past. Home of hot rod racing, along with Vauxhall Stadium in Ipswich, the home of the Hot Rod World Finals. Revs are up, pace car pulls into pit lane. 15 minutes of racing from the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouette cars about to get underway. Here we go, and coming through from the second row, a flying start there. That's Colin Smith in the 491, and he's straight into the lead around the outside. Super start by the ex-national hot rod racer from the outside of row 2, and he leads up towards Druids for the first time. Paul Knight side by side with the number 4 of Richard Smith in the Mercedes. Look at Ray Harris coming up as well. Malcolm Blackman is rather mired in the pack. Now, where's our race 1 winner? Where is Steve Burrows? He's in there somewhere as well. Yeah, he's still ahead of Blackman. They're in the lower reaches of the top 10. Start to sort themselves out then. Pat Keeley coming up nicely in the ex-Chris Brockhurst, number 156, but it's Colin Smith in 491. His son Danny scored a win at the season opener at Liddon Hill by the width of a bumper over Lewis Smith. Ray Harris has got the Ginetta up into second place though. Great start for him from back on the 4th row. He's up into second. It's Paul Knight third. Ian Hales is through into 4th place. So we've got a safety car. Somebody's gone off somewhere. We've got a car in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. It's John Price, 267. There he is. And he's in up to his axles. That's going to take a bit of digging out by the marshals. So the safety car is out. The field is slowed up. I think Ray Harris had just got through on the inside for the lead there, possibly. We'll confirm that in a second. I was looking for the stranded car. Did Ray Harris get through there before the line? No, he didn't. So Colin Smith still ahead. Ray Harris in second, Paul Knight in third. I thought Ray Harris was going for the lead there into Paddock, but he saw the yellow flags and slowed down. Sensible driving by everyone. So the marshals run to extricate John Price in 267 from the man from Stoke. I think he's one of the most northern-based drivers in the championship from up in Stoke-on-Trent. Most of the drivers south and southeast based. We've got Mark Sear from Cornwall, Brian Laramis from Torquay, Dave York from Cannock in Staffordshire. Well, John Price into the gravel on the first lap going down Paddock Hill. There's Danny Smith, 490, the gold car. Good to see he's made it out this time. It's his father Colin leading the way. Super start from him, shot down the outside of everybody. Beautiful silver Vauxhall Tigra. Ray Harris second. There's Paul Knight, Ian Hales, Richard Smith, Danny Smith. We've got 2 Danny Smiths in this race, of course. Then it's Steve Burrows. Malcolm Blackman didn't quite get the start he wanted. He's down in 10th. Phil Spinks in the black car. Phil Young, number 21, the red car we saw go through there. That's the same Mitsubishi Colt that Dave Longhurst used back in 2003 to win the National Hot Rod World Final at Ipswich. Phil Young, nicknamed Mr. Cheese. We know not why. There's Steve Burrows ahead of Chris Ayling. Mike Thurley behind them. So Colin Smith leads. Leading the seniors category is Paul Knight in third. Safety car still out as the marshals dig John Price out of the gravel. I think they may have extricated his car now. Yes, he's going again along Cooper Straight, so he has got the car going again with some help from the marshals. There is John Price. Oh, he's got Paul Coxedge's Peugeot behind him. Now, how has Paul Coxedge ended up down there? Did he pull into the pits at the end of the formation, the warm-up lap? I think he may have done. Yes, just checked on the timing screen. So Paul Coxedge dived for the pits as the race got underway. That's why he's behind as well. There's Mick Robertson in the 52. Ex-national super rod racer, the big V6 oval racers. Looks like we will be going back to racing this time because Colin Smith has backed off the safety car. Just over 10.5 minutes of the race to go. John Price is in the pit lane in car 267. He's made it back safely. Safety car has pulled into the pits. Colin Smith under threat from Ray Harris as they go towards Paddock. This is going to be an interesting restart. Here we go. Colin Smith covers the inside. Ray Harris in the Ginetta goes to the outside. They're side by side on the entry to Paddock. Then Colin Smith has held his lead as they go over the top of Paddock. And yes, it's Smith just with the lead. Ray Harris tries for the inside again. Smith holds him off as they go into Druids. Third is Paul Knight. Then we've got Ian Hales in fourth. Richard and Daniel Smith, fifth and sixth in the two Mercedes SLKs. Down the hill towards Graham Hill Bent. Colin Smith wants to join his son as a race winner this year, but Ray Harris up alongside him. He could out-drag him here. Down towards Surtees corner, and he's done it. Ray Harris into the lead in the Ginetta. Cuts ahead there into Surtees and McLaren. Paul Knight still behind them in third. Then it's Hales. Then the Smith family battling out. Daniel's got ahead of Richard, and here comes Steve Burrows up on the outside. Malcolm Blackman's in behind him in the 91. The two battlers for the win in race one. They've got a wall of Mercs in their way at the moment. Of course, the only Mercs in body shape only, because these cars are silhouette cars with the carbon fibre and Kevlar body shells over tubular space frame chassis. These cars based on the design of short oval hot rods. Charge their way around Druids. Burrows and Blackman resuming their fight from earlier on. They've got ahead of Richard Smith, who seems to be having some handling troubles with the number 4 Mercedes. He's got Mike Thurley up behind now, then Ricky Hunn Jr., Mark Sear, Simon Smith, and there's John Stewart, who has always raced in that green. Another driver I watched in my youth. He was in a Peugeot 205 back then in the days of the National Hot Rods, as Paul Knight attacks for second place. Here there's contact as they go into Clark Curve there. Excuse me, says Paul Knight. No chance, says Colin Smith, and he holds second place. Knows how slippery it is out there in this hot weather. Fourth place behind them is Ian Hales. They lap John Price, who's rejoined in the 267 car. Mike Thurley going past Richard Smith, who's slipping back down the order, but it's Ray Harris out in front. Had a win a couple of weeks ago at Liddon Hill, and now looking good for victory here already at Brands Hatch. We're coming up to halfway as Paul Knight hanging on around the outside there of Ian Hales. That's delayed Ian, and Dan Smith nips through on the inside. Steve Burrows is going to go through as well. Ian Hales lost out there in car number 6. His dad Derek, a long-time racer, and that's the car that Matt Simpson used to compete in. He later moved up to British touring cars, of course. Through they come. Malcolm Blackman attacks Ian Hales. Won many titles on the short ovals, including in Legends cars. Now here comes Daniel Smith past Paul Knight, who seems to be struggling a bit here. Somebody has pulled into the pits. It's Chris Ayling, number 28, so maybe an Ayling car there, you could say. Yes, he's in the pit lane. Still Harris from Colin Smith by 2.5 seconds. He's just on the fastest lap of the race, Ray Harris, 51.033, so he's on the same pace as the BMWs were. Malcolm Blackman, side by side with Steve Burrows, carves ahead of him. That's a good move out of Druids, and they're passing Paul Knight as well. I think Knight may have a problem here. He's losing places all the time in the number 3. Ian Hales is going to get through as well. Look at the way Daniel Smith's going in the 33, the blue Mercedes there. He's all over the back of Colin Smith, no relation, for second place. Blackman's up to 4th. Then it's Burrows. This is great stuff, but all the time Ray Harris is getting away in car number 5. Just past half distance, just over 6.5 minutes to go. Here comes Daniel Smith through on the inside in the 33. He's going to try and take second place away. The rest of them go piling through. Ricky Hunn Jr. passes Mark Sear in the green Tigra, the Cornishman. There is Daniel Smith holding off Malcolm Blackman. This is the battle for second now. They've got past Colin Smith. Can they catch Ray Harris, who's nearly 4 seconds up the road in the Ginetta, looking for win number 2 this season in the Avon Tyres Intermarque silhouettes? Mike Thurley has taken Paul Knight. That's for the lead in the seniors category. The light blue Ginetta now leads that once again. It is usually Mike Thurley who comes out on top in the class for the over 55s. There is Daniel Smith running well in the Mercedes. Ian Hales under fire from Mike Thurley now in the ex-Matt Simpson Tigra invitation class. The only runner in that is Scott Apriliano's Peugeot hatchback. He's running down in 22nd at the moment. Ian Hales lapping Paul Coxedge in that lovely 205. Was a time when it was all Peugeot 205s and Toyota Starlets, with the occasional Ford Fiesta among others in national hot rods back in the 1990s. Then it went to Peugeot 206s and then to Tigras. We're now seeing the likes of the Autocross Fiestas and even Lotus Exiges come in along with the Ginettas now. That's on the short ovals though. Ray Harris still clear at the front with 5 minutes of this race to go. Here he comes towards Paddock Hill Bend. The fight for second comes through behind. Looks like Blackman has now got past Smith. Indeed he has, so it's Malcolm Blackman up to second. There is Ian Hales, chased by Mike Thurley. So it's Harris from Blackman, Daniel Smith, Colin Smith, Hales and Thurley battling for fifth. Then Paul Knight, Richard Smith, Mark Sear and Simon Smith round out the top 10. There is Mark Sear. Simon Smith in the Fiesta behind him. Then we've got Ricky Hunn, Pat Keeley, Danny Smith. Smiths everywhere in this race. There's two Smith families, as we mentioned earlier. One from Billericay in Essex, one from Holbridge. Mike Thurley and Ian Hales battle it out. So Ginetta now ahead into fifth position, but the other Ginetta clear in the lead. But for how much longer? Because Malcolm Blackman has just done the fastest lap of the race, 50.468 seconds. He's got the gap down to just over 4 seconds to Ray Harris. Now Blackman hungry, the Hertfordshire driver, for his first win of the season. There is Malcolm. There is Daniel Smith in the blue Mercedes in third place. Somebody has pulled off on the run down to Graham Hill Bend. I think that's, yes, it's Steve Burrows. I was wondering where he'd gone. He stopped coming out of Druitt. So Burrows, the race one winner, is out. Noticed he disappeared from the midfield battle there. Colin Smith under fire from Mike Thurley. That's for fourth place overall. And so offline there, Brian Laram, the 262 car. So he's in trouble. He had problems in qualifying as well, so maybe those gremlins have returned. Brian Laram, the motorcycle dealer from Torquay in Devon. So he's out of this one. He's heading for the pits, I think. And somebody off, that's Phil Spinks. He's gone off at Clearways. Over the gravel as he rejoins in the black Tigra. Another of the ex-national hot rod men. David York has pulled into the pits as well as Brian Laram, so they've lost quite a few cars further back. Ray Harris still leads. What's the gap this time? 4 seconds over Malcolm Blackman. 50.265 by Blackman, and Harris did his personal best last time around too. Through he comes. 50.617. Blackman does a 50.372, so he's closing him down, Blackman. There is Phil Young, number 21, in a battle with 629. That is Tom Hutchins, previously raced a Honda Civic in various saloon events, switching to one of the ex-Hun family Mazda RX-8s this year. Still your leader is number 5, Ray Harris. 2 minutes, though, left on the clock. I think Blackman's going to run out of time to catch him here. There's Pat Keeley battling it out with Danny Smith. That's for 11th place. Ricky Hunn Jr. behind them in 129. His dad Ricky Sr., an ex-national hot rod world champion. Still got the Peugeot 205. He won that title in as well in the red and yellow livery. There's Mike Thurley heading for another victory in the Seniors Cup in his Ginetta. Used to race a yellow Ford Fiesta, I remember, in national hot rods. Had quite a few wins at the old Wimbledon Stadium with that car. There is Ray Harris. He's lapped Scott Apriliano in the Peugeot. That's sideways around Druids Bend down to Graham Hill Bend. Should have one more lap to go this time. Malcolm Blackman laps Apigliano. I'll wait and see how many more laps we're going to get here. I think we might get 2 more laps out of this as Tom Hutchins makes a move on Phil Young. Mazda against Mitsubishi. See, it's not just Tigras in this. There's John Price, 267. He's got going again after going off on the first corner. And there is the new Fiesta. Look at the wheel arches on that 12 car of Simon Smith. The special saloon style car almost. Harking back to those crazy machines of the 70s like Jerry Marshall's Vauxhall and the Mark III Cortina that used to run in special saloons. As John Price, flames spitting from his exhaust as he's lapped by Mike Thurley. 20 seconds left on the clock. Race leader is coming towards Surtees, through towards Clearways. Now, are we going to see the checkered flag this time, or are we going to get one more lap out of this? Ray Harris from Malcolm Blackman. Now, how far behind is Blackman? It was down to 2.7 seconds last time through. We are going to get one more lap. He was 2 seconds too early for the checkered flag there. Last lap board is out. Malcolm Blackman, 2.3 seconds to make up in 1 lap. Is he going to do it? It's going to take a Herculean effort from Malcolm Blackman here. They lap Phil Spinks, who we saw go off at Clearways earlier on. Blackman trying his hardest to catch him. I think he's going to run out of time, though. It looks like it is going to be a second win of the season for Ray Harris, the man from Hayling Island. There's Blackman in the red and white car in second place. Through towards Clearways for the last time in the second race of the day for the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouette Championship. The driven precision engineering car. It certainly has been a precise drive by Ray Harris. He comes out of Clearways and Clark Kerr for the final time. A second win of the season for Ray Harris. Malcolm Blackman has to settle for second place. Got the gap down to 1.8 seconds in the end. And further back through for third place is going to be Daniel Smith ahead of Mike Thurley. He wins the Senior Cup once again. And they're well clear of 5th position, which will go to Ian Hales. 6th is Colin Smith, the early leader. Richard Smith is 7th in the Mercedes. Paul Knight is 8th, the pole sitter. Mark Sear 9th. Simon Smith's Fiesta 10th. Pat Keeley is 11th. Behind him should be Danny Smith in the 490. Yes, there he is. Frantic thrash for the Intermarque Silhouettes, supported as always by Avon Tyres. Thank you very much to them for their entertainment here today. Well done to Ray Harris. Win number 2 this season for the Ginetta. He won at Liddon Hill. He's won here at Brands Hatch as well. Malcolm Blackman just ran out of time to catch him there. He was closing fast. 1.8 seconds was the eventual winning margin. And the Senior Cup category won by Mike Thurley once again in the number 29. He's dominated that category for a few seasons now. He's like a fine wine, just gets better with age. Cars heading into Parc Ferme. And we can hand down very shortly to Ian Waterhouse, who is down there in Parc Ferme, ready to greet the drivers from our Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes.
Right, hello everybody, welcome back down to Parc Ferme. And this time, this man over here, Ray Harris, got it done. Ray, we spoke after the race. Weren't you a little bit disappointed? You've got to be happy now,
yeah, I was fairly disappointed, I think what I'd say, but yeah, I told the team I was going to be a bit more aggressive in that one, and I think I was.
You kind of got away a little bit, didn't you? The guys behind having a bit of their own battle kind of freed you up a bit. So was that the case, just to get away a bit?
Yeah, I mean, with these reverse grid races, obviously you've got a bit of a mix-up of speeds. So yeah, get through as quick as possible and hope the other guys get held up.
What a great way to end the weekend, hey?
Yeah,
God, you must be roasting, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Come on, stay with me as well. We've got Malcolm again. For about the 6,000th time today, we're going to chat to Malcolm Blackman. Malcolm, second again, but all in all, you know, triple twos essentially. It's not bad, is it?
To be honest, the car was better then. I just got held up too long in the beginning. It's just, I can't think which two cars it was. They boxed me, and Ray was already in second. and I was still, I think, in 9th. So
he got away, didn't he? He ended up getting a bit clear air, kind of let him get away. But then you start to pull it back. You know, another sort of 4 laps. Who knows what might have happened?
Yeah, another 4 laps. Yeah, it would have been good at the end. I think we was reeling him in. I don't know if he was trying or saving his tyres. It's hard to tell when you're chasing, but yeah, the car's a lot better, and we saved some tyres now for Mallory. So
fantastic.
Yeah, so that's
and
good.
I know you like a bit warning as well. There you go. Cheers, well done, buddy. Take care. Let's just keep going on a little bit. Let's grab a quick word with Daniel Smith. He brought it home 3rd in this gorgeous SLK as well. Daniel, sorry, just before you run off, I know you're about to head off. Congratulations, by the way. 3rd, are you happy with that? It's quite a tricky race out there.
Yeah, well happy. After this morning, we didn't qualify. Well, qualified about 24th, so we had a fair way to come today, so it's quite good, really.
It certainly was a very, very nice way. I mean, unfortunately, Ray just ended up getting away a little bit, didn't he? You guys having a good old tussle
Ray
behind.
got away a little bit and was tussling away, and towards the end, I just started to back off. Something was getting very hot in there, but I don't know what it was. But we backed off a little bit towards the end.
Yeah,
just want to get our 3rd. So that was
I'm feeling the sun on the back of my neck, and of course it wasn't that. Look, congratulations, by the way. It looks absolutely beautiful, I have to say as well. Cheers. There we go. Right, that's it for the silhouettes this weekend. We've still got more action to come up today, though. So I'm going to hand it back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to tell you what's coming up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Well done to the Avon Tyres Intermarque Silhouettes series. You'll see them back out later on in the season week. We'll try and confirm the official results from that race we've just seen, and there'll be a short break after this race before we have the pickup trucks qualifying. Well, there is the result. Ray Harris taking the win ahead of Malcolm Blackman. Daniel Smith in 3rd place, winning margin of 1.8 seconds in the end. Mike Thurley in 4th wins the Seniors Cup category ahead of Ian Hales in 5th overall. Colin Smith 6th. 2nd of the Seniors, Richard Smith in 7th overall, with Paul Knight in 8th. Then Mark Sear and Simon Smith round out the top 10. Pat Keeley in 11th, had a good battle with Danny Smith's Tigre in the closing stages. Ricky Hunn Jr., John Stewart and Mick Robertson round out the top 15. And then beyond Mick Robertson, we had Tom Hutchins, his first weekend at Brands Hatch with his new Mazda RX-8, finished ahead of Phil Young. Phil Spinks recovering after his off, then Scott Aprigliano wins the invitation class. Paul Coxedge, after his pit visit, was next home. John Price recovered after his off on the first lap, and we lost Brian Laram and David York into the pits. Steve Burrows pulled up at Graham Hill, and Chris Ayling retired to the pits early on. That concludes the action this weekend for the Intermarque Silhouettes. We're going to be taking a short break from action now. We'll see out a little bit later on, qualifying for the pickup truck racing championship. Good entry of pickups here this weekend. They didn't race at all in 2020. Their only scheduled events ended up being cancelled, so it's great to have them back for the first time since 2019. We'll introduce them to you a little later on. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes time. Pickup trucks followed by the Kumho BMW Championship, and the British Truck Racing Championship comes up later on. Hopefully Pointy is going to be able to join us for some expert analysis on that one. But we'll be taking a short break now while the minis are on, and we'll be back with you fairly shortly with qualifying for the pickups.
race of the day here at Brands Hatch, and Matt Hammond after that win earlier on, now taking to 3 victories so far. He's starting to rack up the wins, he's starting to rack up the points as well after grabbing pole position this morning. That gives him 2 poles for the season as well. So it was a start to 2021, but what can he do with this reverse grid starting from 7th place? We're about to find out. The green flag is now waiting from the rear of the field, way down there at Kumho somewhere. The red lights are about to come on, when they do, and away we go. If you start from the front row, it's pretty good mounting there actually. Oh, it's not normally the place to be.
Well, we're in the workshop with British Truck Racing Championship competitor Martin Gibson and his MAN. How is preparation going for the 2021 season, Martin?
Pretty good. We're just waiting for the dampers to come back from service, put some stickers on, and then away we go. Wait for the tracks to open and get racing.
Obviously, champing at the bit, ready to go. Have you been keeping busy over the winter?
Yeah, probably too busy. You hear all these stories of people enjoying time in the garden, but we've been cracking on and working through it, and so far so good.
Tell us how you got into truck racing in the first place, first of all, because you've had a slightly unusual route in, haven't you?
Yes, very different to the other guys who've built trucks 15, 20 years ago and worked their way in. I got in through Stuart. We actually ran an event and I hired Stuart as a driver, and Stuart thankfully allowed me to have a go in a truck, and we hit a relationship off, and then one thing led to another, and I joined his team, and here we are today with this truck. Obviously that came from the introduction of GT Tyres, and everything just gelled together, and here we are.
You've done a fair bit of other motorsports before moving into trucks, haven't you? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I haven't been racing for long actually, but I've had a go at a few things, from sprint racing, endurance racing, bike racing, and done quite well at most of them, but this is the biggest challenge of all so far.
Obviously working with Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British, 1-time European champion, with the reputation he carries, and he's obviously a big influence for you and a big help to your career.
Yes, exactly. It's quite daunting being teammate of somebody with such pedigree. And he doesn't give away too many secrets, and he doesn't give you any room either on the track. But that's what I like about him. When you go racing, he's racing.
So you're more team rivals than teammates then?
Yeah, obviously, yeah. He gives us hard, or even harder than anybody else on the track, which makes it fun.
We've seen GT Tyres come in over the past year or two into the sport as a major sponsor. How did that come about?
The tyre was created for the Australian Truck Championship, and so I got hold of the tyre, brought it to Europe, and we ran a test, and it fit in really well with the other competitor tyres. The performance was very close, so we thought, let's introduce it, see how it goes. And a lot of people took really well to it, really liked it. It was very competitive in terms of performance and cost. And so it's just gone from strength to strength.
And we've seen a couple of tyre manufacturers in the championship. There's a good inter-team battle, isn't there, between them almost?
Yes. It's, I think that's natural. And it's brilliant as well. It adds that competitive edge to it, not just racing each other, but racing the brands.
Looking at the shortened 2020 season, even though it was a shorter season for obvious reasons, it was a successful one for you, wasn't it?
Yes. Obviously, we stepped up with the... we went from the Scania, which was getting a bit tired for Division 1 and is now eligible for Division 2, and jumping into the MAN was a real step for me. Another learning curve. I had to relearn how to drive this thing, as well as still learning how to drive a truck. But now I had a few wins, some pole positions from qualifying, which I'm almost proud of that more than the racing itself.
Because the trucks are all very evenly matched, aren't they? Particularly with the speed being limited in Division 1 electronically to 100 miles an hour. Yeah. It creates a very level playing field, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a very different approach from coming from a car or a bike, where you kind of plan before a corner that you're going to gain speed out the corner to get them on the straight. That doesn't happen in trucks, because once you get to 100, you're at 100. You're not going to slipstream, you're not going to creep past them, you're stuck at 100. So you have to rethink about how you can get that speed, and I'm finding a lot of it's under braking and corner speed, not exit speed.
Must be a big adrenaline rush, though, to be charging at 100 miles an hour down the straight side by side in a couple of these things.
Yes, the biggest adrenaline rush is the start, when everybody's holding the brake on boost. That was the biggest shock for me coming into truck racing. The noise, the trucks rattling, you've got all these champions around you. Yeah, I often think, what the hell am I doing here? And then the lights drop off and away it goes to madness.
Must have been a big step psychologically as well to move from cars almost instantly into trucks right at the top level.
Yeah, exactly. There's some big characters in it. And like I said, there's so many former champions on the grid. You come into it completely lost, thinking, how do you do this? These guys have been doing it for years, but thankfully, a lot of them have helped me do it. I'm learning off a lot of them on the track every time I go out. But yeah, it's like I said, when the lights go off, we're just racing. It doesn't matter who's next to you.
Yeah. Once past the gates, you have no mates, as they say in short oval racing.
Yeah, I think that's Stuart's motto, for sure. We've actually got odds on which side of the truck is going to take me out this year. I look forward to that one.
I don't know. How much do you have to change your style and approach to racing between cars and trucks?
I've had to... I was probably too aggressive when I started. I would go too hard into a corner. I'd say a bit crude at driving a truck. I've had to come back and smooth is fast and take wider approaches, get the truck turned before you're on the power. It's a very different approach to... I also race a Fun Cup car, which is literally going as fast and as hard as you can. Come out sideways, dancing, however you can. This doesn't want to do that. So yeah, a complete rethink.
And there's a lot more going on that you have to think about in a truck as well, isn't there? Tell us about that.
Yes, that's a very hard aspect to it, is controlling the water, the brakes, and different gearbox setup, and for me, and also visibility is a real hindrance in these things. Yeah, although you have this huge screen, you can't see much around you. That takes a bit of getting used to, and using your mirrors properly, and yeah, it's a real added extra to this.
And the psychological approach is important as well, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Like I mentioned, they're big characters. Well, they're big truckers. They're scary guys. You've got to get used to them and just get on with it, basically.
But they're not too scary off the track, because we see the fan interaction that goes on in the paddock. I know that hasn't been over perhaps the 2020 season with the restrictions and so on, but the interaction with the fans, it's a very family-friendly sport off track, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the most brilliant thing about it. It's obviously there's lots of car championships out there, but they're not a show like truck racing. Truck racing is 50% racing, 50% a show. And the fact that families are coming around looking at the trucks, I'm amazed at how many spectators know everything about the trucks on the grid, everything about the drivers on the grid. It's brilliant.
Would you say that's because they can identify better with trucks as they see them on the road every day?
I don't know. I think maybe it's just different. It's big, it's loud, it's bold, it creates that extra draw. Whereas, as an example, my girlfriend, she finds car racing boring, but she'll happily watch a truck race. There's just more to see and more action, and no doubt a crash or two.
Have you been involved in any major crashes yourself over the years? I know you've seen some pretty spectacular ones.
Yeah, 2020 had its fair share in the short season. Obviously, I don't like to talk about crashes, but yes, it's inevitable in these things. I've had a few with Stuart, as we said. But no, nothing too serious, thank God.
What would you say has been the high point of your truck racing career so far?
There's two aspects to look at it. When we went to Germany for the Nürburgring Grand Prix, that was just a pure, amazing event. Just to be there, whether you came first or last, it's a privilege to be a part of it. And I'm sure those days will come again. Also, 2020, to get a pole in qualifying, I was very proud of that. And then to get a couple of wins against these amazing drivers with so much history, very proud of that. They don't make it easy at all, so it's brilliant.
What's your favourite circuit in the UK to race on?
What? I'd have to say probably Donington. Going down Craner curves in this. A couple of laps in, when you've got used to it and you forget it's a truck and you go down Craner like it's a car, foot to the floor, it's just a brilliant feeling. They're so well balanced and so well put together. Huge credit to the guys that design and build them. It's brilliant. Yeah, you get a real good sense of speed there.
That's quite remarkable. You say that you can actually forget you're driving a truck and it feels more like a car. That's
yeah, not so much more like a car. It's when you just hit the comfort point and the balance of the truck allows your behaviour under hard braking and turning behaves like a car. Obviously you're in a different position, you're ahead of the wheels, but yeah, until you hit the wall, you forget it's 5 ton you're driving.
As we said, we've seen a few walls get hit over the years as well.
I've hit my own fair share of walls.
How much setup work goes into preparing the truck for a race weekend?
A huge amount, actually. You can imagine they absolutely hammer the components on the vehicle. I often wonder how the trucks last as long as they do. In terms of setup, from a driving point of view, I'm amazed at how responsive the truck is to roll bar changes, damper changes. Coming into the sport, I expected it to be not more low-tech, but more simple. But just with a few clicks on dampers, you can have huge gains and huge distribution changes. That's another challenge in itself, learning how a truck behaves compared to a car.
And the support from GT Tyres is probably very appreciated, because I would imagine they get some very hard use as well. How many tyres do you typically get through in a race meeting?
Unfortunately, they last too long. So Generally, you're looking at one set in a race meeting, and then you'll even use those in the next practice session. They're very hard wearing, but that's part of the criteria. You don't want to come in with a super soft tyre that wears out within one race, because they're not cheap things. You can see the size of them, they're never going to be cheap. So it's not about ultimate tyre performance, it's about durability as well.
Well, that's a great advert for the durability of GT tyres.
Exactly, yeah. It's a real proving ground for a tyre, especially a place like Thruxton. If you can get a truck around Thruxton and keep the tyre together, not a lot of car tyres can do that.
Thruxton in particular, because it has a particularly abrasive surface.
Yeah, the aggregate is very abrasive. Not so much now with the changes, but it's still there. So yeah, we've learned a lot about heat management, pressure, tread pressure and other things as we've gone through it.
And the race trucks being used as that proving ground is important as well, because of the amount of links with the road haulage industry that the sport has that perhaps car racing doesn't.
Yes, exactly. With the car racing, you tend to be racing against, say, solicitors, accountants, all manner of people that aren't directly interested in the tyres. They're there just to have some weekend fun. Truck racing, it's pure industry racing. You have haulage owners actually racing themselves. You're in the belly of the beast when you go truck racing. It's a brilliant opportunity for a company.
And we see the link as well with the convoy events. I know we didn't see them last year, but with the road-going truck parades, we see hundreds of them out at places like Thruxton and Donington, and that's important for attracting new interest in the sport as well.
Yes, definitely. The convoy events are brilliant, and that just builds on the family aspect of truck racing. Fingers crossed that picks up very soon. It's going to have its challenges in 21 because of obvious reasons. But no, that's again a shock to us new guys in truck racing of how much is going on off the circuit. It's not just about racing and motorsport.
It has been brilliant to see that grids are rising all the time. There's new teams and new talents coming into the sport. The sport is certainly on the up in the UK, isn't it?
Yes, definitely, and not just in truck racing, everywhere. Thankfully, it's growing radically. Truck racing, even in the short time I've been in it, I've done 1.5 seasons now, you could say. I've seen 2, 3, 4 new guys come in, well, not so much new trucks, but new trucks to the grid. That's a real surprise for me, because it's not an easy thing to get into.
We mentioned racing in Germany, and you've had some success over there. Would you perhaps consider tackling the full European Championship someday?
Yes, that's pure budget related. It's a huge expense. It's another challenge in itself. It's great to be learning my trade where I am before going, because if I go to Europe, you're learning new tracks from scratch. So that's the added challenge of not just learning how they do it over there.
Is there a circuit you've not raced on yet that you'd like to?
In a truck or in general?
Both. In a truck or in a car?
Spa. Embarrassingly, I've never been to Spa. Shouldn't have to say that on camera, really, as a race guy. In a truck, I'd like to do Le Mans, just because it's probably not the best circuit, but it has I've been told it's a brilliant event. Huge fan base in France. Fingers crossed we get there one day. And hopefully we see possibly new circuits in the UK. It's not easy because of what they are, but I think it would be interesting to try other places as well.
One place I'd be interested to see if trucks could race on is Anglesey in North Wales. Trouble there, if you go off too quickly, you end up in the sea.
We spoke about this a few days ago. It would be brilliant, and a brilliant back shot to the images. So yeah, spread the word. Let's get it going.
We'll see what we can do. What does a typical truck race weekend look like for you? Do you have any routines you follow?
It's a truck race. I've mentioned this in the past. It's very different to car racing because you're almost, for myself, I feel unprepared because you can't just go testing in a truck. You can't a week before go and do a shakedown, go and have a pre-race test. You're pretty much jump in the truck on Friday and away you go. Track time is limited, so if you have problems, you tend to lose the day. You're repairing the truck, not getting used to the truck. So that's an added challenge. It's a tricky thing to get your head around and get used to the size and the behaviour of it. In terms of the tracks, I've driven most of the tracks that the British rounds do, so I'm not learning the track anymore. It's more challenging, I would say.
And how big a support crew do you have to take with you to a meeting?
Normally quite big, but this year it'll be slimmed down like 2020 still until everything kicks off. We like to take customers of GT to the events and basically have a party, but nobody's allowed to party at the moment, so it's all about the racing now. Fingers crossed.
But again, that social side of its importance, and is the highlight for many of a truck race weekend, having your barbecue in the pits on Saturday night.
And there's plans to grow that and have live music in the pits and get a real kind of party feel to a weekend, not just for the guests, but also for the drivers and the families of the drivers. That's something that we want to push, and Truck Sport want to do that as well, so looking forward to that.
And again, there's not many motorsports that have that atmosphere about them. It's so different. That's the appeal for some, isn't it?
It is very different. They're a very different bunch of characters. It's what I find with truck racing is they're so passionate about trucks. It's their life. They've been involved in this from being toddlers. A lot of them have watched their dads race trucks as toddlers, and you can really feel that they will be there every year no matter what.
It does get very fiercely competitive at times, doesn't it?
Yes, I've had to contend with that. There are some hot moments in Parc Fermé that you have to calmly deal with, but I believe that's truck racing and all part of it.
Yeah, some would argue that's all part of the show, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I believe that's probably right, yeah. It's a shock to me. I've not seen that you don't get that so much in car racing, but as you say, it's part of the show.
So what's your ultimate aim for the hopefully full 2021 season?
My personal aim is just to get quicker, to learn more. Like I said, I'm learning off the other guys every race. I want as much success in 21 as 20 and more. But let's see, we're ready, the truck's ready, so why not?
It's interesting the way it's as well as your competitive nature, you seem to be studying the sport almost as well, with your approach to it.
I have to, because I've come in as a blank canvas. So to speed up the learning, I have to study what's going on around me. I don't want to make too many mistakes. I don't want to make an idiot of myself. So the more I learn what to do and watch what to do, it's saved time, basically.
Well, hopefully that approach pays off for you. It's an interesting way to approach the sport. We wish you every success with it. Martin, thank you very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon once again from here at fine and sunny Brands Hatch. About to resume our live coverage with BARC TV of this opening British truck racing weekend of the season. Next up, we do have trucks of a fashion, namely pickup truck racing. The pickup trucks have their 2 races tomorrow, but their qualifying session is next up. Pickup trucks held their opening weekend of the season a few weeks ago on the oval at Mallory Park, the Mallory Mile, and leading the points after that weekend was number 40 Rhys Jones, local man to Brands Hatch from Herne Bay in Kent. He leads the points coming into this round ahead of the, well, effectively still the reigning champion, because the pickups didn't race in 2020. The 2019 champion was Kettering's George Turicki, ex-hot rod and stock car racer. He's second in the points ahead of number 21, Dean Tompkins. He's racing alongside his dad, Paul, number 12, who, believe it or not, is the former world banger racing champion. Yes, really. So we'll see the pickup trucks out shortly. Now, here's how this session is going to work. It doesn't work like any other qualifying session, because the next session sets the grid for both races, but in a very unique way. It's a 20-minute session. The first 10 minutes sets the grid for race 1, and with no pause, the second 10 minutes sets the grid for race 2. After 10 minutes, the Union flag is shown at the start-finish line to signal that we've switched from qualifying for race 1 into race 2. The action doesn't stop. It just goes straight into the second 10 minutes, and all the times then count for race 2's grid. And then to make things a bit more interesting, the top 6 fastest times are flipped around. So if you're 6th fastest, you start on pole, and if you're quickest, you start 6th. That's what applies for both races. Got that? Good. So it's certainly a unique format for the pickup trucks. Plus also then, if any work is done on the trucks overnight ahead of the races tomorrow, if they have to change an engine or anything, they get sent to the back of the grid if you have to break the engine seals on these trucks. So it's all a new format which is a little tricky to get used to, but a lot of the big names, again, as we've seen in the Intermarque silhouettes, most of these drivers are ex-short oval racers. The pickup trucks, which started back in the mid-1990s under the stewardship of Sonny Howard, who is still in charge of the series today. Sonny began his career in motorsport as a mechanic for the legendary Barry Lee back in his heyday in rallycross and hot rod racing. And Sonny, it has long been his ambition to bring NASCAR-style racing to the UK. He was involved in the ASCAR Days of Thunder series that ran at the Rockingham Motor Speedway up in Northamptonshire, the 1.5 mile oval, very sadly still existed but has now closed down. The pickups ran on that for many years on the oval. They run on the Mallory Mile oval as well up in Leicestershire. And here at Brands Hatch, well, it's almost a kind of oval as well, just with a bit of extensions through Surtees and McLaren, and also up to Druids Hill Bend as well. So it's virtually an oval. Just kind of like the Sonoma road course in California, where, if I remember rightly, NASCAR is racing this weekend at Sonoma, or Sears Point, or Infineon, or whatever it's called this year. The pickups are in the pit lane, ready to go. We should see 21 of them here, a good entry for pickups. They're desperate to get back racing after over a year away. It was a 20-truck entry at Mallory Park. Rhys Jones at the head of the points, ahead of George Taricki and Dean Tompkins. 86, Daniel Petters, relative newcomer, fourth in the points. And then we've got Dale Gent, number 83, who started his career on the ovals, then went into circuits with a very heavily modified Subaru Impreza in the Classic Thunder Saloon series. He's now at full-time in pickups, had a couple of wins in 2019. Paul Tompkins, aka Winkle, behind him, the World Banger champion of a few years ago, won that at Vauxhall Stadium in Ipswich in a Ford Granada. Then we've got Mark Willis, the Rockingham champion on a few occasions, the longest-serving pickup racer of them all, number 65. And then Danny Hunn, number 39, was out at Mallory Park as well. He is booked to race here today. Didn't get very far in his silhouette race, so that broke down in qualifying, so hoping for better fortunes here. Looking at the entry list for today as well, we've got Michael Smith, number 93, former Formula One stock car racer, the man from up in Hartlepool. He's been a pickup champion on 2 occasions in the past. All the way from Cornwall, Chris Land, ex-Autograss racer in number 77. Simon Ward from Leicestershire, number 71, began his career in a Vauxhall Astra with classic touring cars. Second season in pickups for him. Lee Rogers, another Southwest-based driver from Exeter. Lee supported by his wife Annie, who runs a chocolate making company of all things. A bit too hot for chocolates here at Brands Hatch. It'll all melt, I think. Making his debut this season, number 35, Stephen Field. He's previously raced classic touring cars as well, raced a Saab of all things. Don't see many Saabs racing in the UK. We also welcome back Jeff Dixon in number 50, the Palmer's Garage truck from Hales Owen. And he's been back out in his Ford Sierra Super Rod as well on the short oval at Birmingham recently. I saw some photos from one of their recent events. James Goldstraw has returned to the series as well in number 52. So some very talented racers indeed out there. Also number 7, Roger Dormer, the former Lightning Rod world and national champion in his Ford Sierra a few years ago. Been racing pickups for a couple of years now. Has had a lot of mechanical dramas with his trucks. Had several blown engines, unfortunately. We've got number 5, Dan Fisher from Bognor Regis. Used to race a Honda Civic in the Saloon Series run here at Brands Hatch. Jamie Liptrot, number 2, making his debut in the series this weekend. We'll wait and see if they all appear for this qualifying session. Remember, it's 2 10-minute sessions back-to-back, effectively, one for each race, but no break in between. You'll know when it's gone from race 1 to race 2, because on the start line, the Union flag will be displayed. A couple of Minis being recovered from the previous race, first of all, the BMW Minis. After this, there'll be a short pause, and then we'll have the Kumho BMWs out again for their second race. Brad Sheehan going for a double there. And then the trucks will close today's programme, and they will open tomorrow's programme as well. We're back at 11:15 tomorrow morning to open our second day of racing at Brands Hatch. British Truck Racing Championship opens up, followed by the pickup trucks in their first race of the weekend. Also tomorrow, joining us, we have the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. They've got a selection of MGBs, midgets, MGFs, MGZRs. There's even an MG Maestro racing tomorrow, would you believe? And a personal favourite of mine, the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Championship. Yep, they're here tomorrow as well. Okay, here we go then. Pickup trucks out for qualifying. Jamie Liptrop's truck number 2 leads them out. There he is, the newcomer in the Ford Ranger bodied pickup. These are all powered by identical 2-litre race-tuned engines. Quite a few of these trucks in slightly unfamiliar paint jobs, so it provides me with chance to learn the new colour schemes for this year as well. So don't forget, the first 10 minutes of the session sets the grid for race 1, and the aim is to be 6th fastest. There's number 93, Michael Smith. He's in a new paint scheme for this year, the silver and blue, or a new wrap, I should say. They're not painted so much this year as wrapped. Rhys Jones is in his familiar pink livery. Some stunning looking trucks out there, these day-glow liveries on them all. So the flying laps will begin this time around. There is the yellow machine of George Taricki. So provides me with a chance to note down the colours of some of these trucks as well. There's Paul Tompkins, number 12, Simon Ward in 71, the black and red. We can see who's going to go quickest. There is Roger Dormer. Now a new paint job for him this year, the red and gold. Wait to see who's going to go quickest in his first session. In this first session, but it's not quickest that you want to be, as we say. 6th is where you want to be. First flying laps now just beginning to come in as the drivers cross the start-finish line. Mark Willis has gone quickest with a 54.293. See the times appear there on the left of your screen. Number 39, Danny Hunn, he goes second. Now Dean Tompkins goes second. Rhys Jones has gone to the top, so it'll be changing all the time. There's Danny Hunn, lovely looking yellow, red and black truck for him. Number 39 of the extensive Hunn racing family from Canvey Island in Essex. There is Rhys Jones, the points leader, number 40. Jeff Dixon, the number 50 from the West Midlands. Long-time racer on the short ovals, as are most of these drivers. Look at that livery for Stephen Field, number 35. Dayglow red, green and silver. A bit different to the white of his Saab. They start to sort themselves out. Mark Willis has just gone fastest, 52.620. There's James Goldstraw, number 52, the purple and gold. Truck number 2 of James Goldstraw. Purple and gold for James Goldstraw, chased by George Taricki, the reigning champion. Won that in 2019, the series not held in 2020. They were due to race at Brands Hatch in November once everything had started to blow over, and then it was all cancelled again. So the pickups didn't get to race at all last year. Rhys Jones side by side with Stephen Field. There really are some stunning looking trucks out there. So it's Mark Willis currently quickest, 52.297. Dean Tompkins second with a 53.076. Michael Smith third in truck number 93. The all-important 6th place currently held by Danny Hunn in number 39. He's now been bumped down to 7th by Paul Tompkins. And number 18, Nathan Dew, has just gone 5th. There's 86, that's Dan Petters, the blue and yellow. His younger brother racing in the junior saloon cars this year as well, having moved from mini stocks racing. Roger Dormer, number 7, the RS Aggregates truck chasing James Goldstraw. This really is a very impressive field indeed. Great to see 21 pickup trucks out there. Michael Smith and Mark Willis, two of the most experienced men in the whole series. Mark Willis is the fastest, but 6th is where you want to be to get pole for race 1. It's Paul Tompkins who has it at the moment. George Turicki now goes 7th. His dad, Mark Turicki, a very successful hot rod racer. Rhys Jones goes 3rd. There goes Mark Willis over the line. He's currently at half a second clear of Dan Petters. There's Chris Land all the way from St Austell in Cornwall in number 77. Rhys Jones passes Jamie Liptrot in the number 2, the Suffolk-based racer. So Willis, Petters, Jones, the Tompkins father and son pairing, and number 93 Michael Smith, the current pace setters. The field only covered overall by less than 5 seconds, the whole 21. Somebody has gone off at Graham Hill Bend. Somebody's gone straight on. That's, I think, it's Jeff Dixon, number 50, who's gone trying to get into the paddock there the very wrong way. The 13 truck there, that's Richard Ayling in the green machine, chasing 21 of Dean Tompkins. There'll be yellow flags at Graham Hill Bend. That will compromise anybody on a hot lap at the moment, so they'll have to lift off. White machine there is number 69 of Lee Rogers. There's Dan Fisher. Pink, silver and blue he's gone for his livery, similar to the Honda Civic he used to race. Jeff Dixon has pulled up there. That could spoil his session for race 2. He may, if he doesn't get going again, he'll have to start at the back for race 2. 3 minutes to go in the first half of this session. It's Mark Willis quickest at the moment. There's Simon Ward, very different to his Vauxhall Astra that he still campaigns occasionally. Simon Ward currently 8th fastest. Can he move up into the top 6? It's Paul Tompkins in provisional pole for race 1 at the moment. Ahead of Michael Smith, Dean Tompkins, Rhys Jones, Dan Petters and Mark Willis once we flip that top 6 around. I hope you're following this, everyone. One of our YouTube commenters asking about number 37, Neil Tressler. He was out at Mallory, but not this weekend. So Neil Tressler not here this weekend. The whole Tressler family have raced over the years, principally in stock cars. I remember racing Dean Tressler, one of the members of the family, in model car racing a few years ago in slot stocks. 65 Mark Willis has backed off. Less than 2 minutes to go. There's 69 Lee Rogers. Sponsored by Chris Land Construction, sponsored by one of his rivals, but not much improvement at the moment because we've got those yellow flags at Graham Hill Bend where Jeff Dixon has gone off. I don't know if he's actually slid right up and hit the tyres and then rolled back again. Didn't see what happened there. There's George Turicki, the reigning champion. He's up to 5th in the times now, and 6th is Simon Ward. And Simon Ward, therefore, is in position now to take provisional pole. I think that'll be his first pole position in pickups, Simon Ward. It's only his 2nd season in the category, made his debut in 2019. A couple of trucks in the pit lane. That's Ward, Turicki, Dean Tompkins, Jones, Petters and Willis. There is the champion, young George Turicki. I remember him in the ORCI mini stocks on the oval several years ago. He's raced Formula 2 stock cars, 2-litre hot rods, and now moving into pickups. See, he's got the gold pickup bed on the back of that, showing that he is the champion. So we've got 30 seconds of the session to go before the Union flag goes out at the start-finish line. Well, there is Jeff Dixon, still sitting in the number 50 truck. It looks like his session could be over. 20 seconds to go. Is it going to be Simon Ward? George Turicki tries. He goes 4th quickest, but that'll put him 3rd on the grid for race 1. Simon Ward's in the pit lane. He's done his bit. See a little bit of smoke coming from Simon's truck there. Maybe just a bit of tyre smoke because he slowed for the pit lane. Oh, there is the Union flag, and that shows that session 1 has come to an end, and it is Simon Ward who was 6th fastest. So it's Ward, Dean Tompkins, George Turicki, Dan Petters, Rhys Jones and Mark Willis. Your top 6 in reverse order. Simon Ward has just taken pole provisionally for race 1. Into race 2 qualifying. Now the clock has reset to 10 minutes, so we're into our second session now. So the times should reset themselves. Simon Ward ahead of Dean Tompkins. Then George Turicki, Dan Petters, Rhys Jones and Mark Willis. That's your top 6 provisionally on the grid for race 1. Okay, here we go then. The times have reset themselves. And here we go into the second session. '86 there, Dan Petters. Let's see if he can get a pole position here. First flying lap starting to come in. Paul Tompkins goes to the top. Nice little group here. There's Dean Tompkins, 21. Dale Gent is in there in 83, I think that is. So everything's reset now, and we cycle through all the same process again. There's the 21 of Dean Tompkins, George Turicki, Jamie Liptrot in number 2, the Able roofing truck. No roofing supplies in the back of that truck though. There's Nathan Dew, the blue and red number 18 there. Danny Hunn in that beautiful gold and red truck. Number 72 there, the black and green, that's Alan Cooper. Ex-Formula 2 stock car racer and a race winner on the short ovals in, you won't believe this, Reliant Robbins. Yes, really. So it wasn't Dale Gent, that was the number 72 of Alan Cooper I saw, same colour as Dale Gent's truck from last season. I say this is a learning exercise for myself as well, because I haven't seen these pickups for over a year. As I won't be over a year, I wasn't present at Mallory. Mark Willis has gone quickest. He's 1/100th of a second quicker than Michael Smith at the moment at the top. Then a 10th further back is Dan Petters. Behind them, Rhys Jones. They're covered by, in fact, the whole of the top 7 at the moment covered by less than 1/4 of a second. That's how closely matched these trucks are. Roger Dormer in pit lane, so is Jamie Liptrot. James Goldstraw heads back out. Here comes number 13, Richard Ayling, chasing Danny Hunn. Where is Richard Ayling? 13th currently. Mark Willis still quickest, but 6th is where you want to be again. Again, the top 6 being reversed. And talking of reversed, round the wrong way goes Rhys Jones. He's spun it at Clearways. The R&K Body Repairs number 40 truck. He's currently leading the points coming into this weekend. Previously raced a Honda Civic in various saloon events. Sponsored by R&K Body Repairs. I hope he's not going to need them. I hope everybody's going to avoid him here. Spins the pink machine around and off he goes. And nice to see that Rhys Jones, one of several trucks carrying tribute stickers to number 4 Pete Stevens, long-time racer in pickups and Thunder Saloons as well, and various other forms of racing, sadly passed away last year. Rhys Jones going again. Lee Rogers currently in provisional pole ahead of Paul Tompkins. There's Alan Cooper, number 72. Number 18, Nathan Dew, another saloon car racing convert. Run by DLRD Racing, Dave Longhurst Racing Developments. Former World Hot Rod Champion, he was team manager for Lee Wood in British Touring Cars as well, Dave Longhurst. Longan as he's known. Jeff Dixon still sitting there on the grass at Graham Hill Bend. He'll be starting at the back for race 2, if at all. I hope his truck's going to be alright and repairable after whatever problem he's had there. Number 18 there of Nathan Dew. That reminds me of the colours used in NASCAR by Dale Jarrett for many years, the blue and red. It's still Willis ahead of Smith by 100th of a second at the top. Dan Petter's third. Rhys Jones still fourth despite that spin. Then Tompkins and Rogers. Just over 4 minutes to go. Danny Hunn currently 9th quickest. George Taricki is 7th. Dean Tompkins currently 10th, number 21 there, the black and yellow machine. There's Michael Smith, number 93, been with this series for many, many years now. 17 trucks have run in this session. I think we lost a couple after session 1. Jeff Dixon, we know, has not continued. Not seen Dale Gent either, number 83. Thought it was Dale in the black and green trucks. They were his colours from last season. Turned out it was Alan Cooper, so apologies there. Those of you in the YouTube comments mentioning the other pink truck that ran a few years ago, that was Kelly Jane Wells, leading exponents on the oval at Rockingham. I don't think the truck Rhys Jones has got is the same one. We've seen the likes of Kevin Clark, Barry Lee, Barry's son Freddie, who became a champion in this series as well. It was about 5 years ago now Freddie Lee won the title. He went on into the Mini Challenge. George Taricki in the yellow peril. There's Stephen Field. Dayglow red, Dayglow green and silver. It's almost like the early Force India Formula 1 cars, doesn't it? They were white, orange and green. Run alongside Dan Fisher, converts from saloon car racing. Michael Smith has now gone to the top of the times, 52.961. He's just outpaced Mark Willis. We've got 2 minutes of the session to go. Mark Willis is in the pit lane. Lee Rogers tries to dodge around the outside of somebody there along the Cooper Straights. That was Chris Land, number 77. So Michael Smith, the man from County Durham, is currently the quickest by 12 1,000ths of a second over Mark Willis and Dan Petters. But, well, the first 12 are covered by less than a second. That's how closely matched these pickups are. And who's sixth? It's still Lee Rogers. Could we see the Devon driver in pole position here for race 2? I don't think he's taken a pole before. '71 already taken pole for race 1. The Barwell Trailers truck of Simon Ward. There goes Alan Cooper. There's 69 of Rogers, the white and red truck ahead of Chris Land in 77, the two West Countrymen. Simon Ward ahead of them in the 71, he's from Leicestershire. '69 currently in the top position when the grid's flipped around. Where's Alan Cooper? Locking up there at Druids. He's 11th in the times. If they're this close in qualifying, imagine how close they're going to be in the race. 30 seconds to go then. Can anyone knock Lee Rogers out of 6th position and take pole, if you see what I mean? Michael Smith still top of the times. Smith, Willis and Dan Petters, the top three, they're all in the pit lane. They've done their job. So the checkered flag going out in just 10 seconds. Who's going to be through onto their final flying laps? George Taricki's just gone through to Paddock Bend. Clock has flicked to 0, so it'll be checkered flag this time around. Here comes Lee Rogers. Now he wants to stay where he is. He doesn't want to improve, if that makes sense. There's the checkered flag. Danny Hunn's taken it, he's 9th. Richard Ayling is 15th. Over the line goes Lee Rogers. Does he remain 6th? Yes, he does. There's only one other truck above him that's out there. That's Rhys Jones, number 40. George Taricki and Simon Ward are the men who could knock Lee Rogers off provisional pole here. And George Taricki is still on a flying lap in the yellow machine. Rhys Jones comes through. Where does he end up? No, Taricki's backed off. Rhys Jones over the line. He stays 4th. I don't know why Taricki's backed off there, because he's in 7th place, only 11 thousandths of a second behind Lee Rogers, and if he kept going there, he could have gone 6th. So it looks like it is going to be Lee Rogers who will start on pole for pickup truck race number 2, alongside number 12 of Paul Tompkins. Second row, Rhys Jones and Dan Petters, 40 and 86. And 65 and 93 on row 3, Mark Willis and Michael Smith. So the rather unusual, certainly a pretty unique qualifying format used by the pickups then. They have their 2 races tomorrow. We'll be able to bring you the full grids when they're confirmed tomorrow. Okay, so the pickups will see racing tomorrow. First race at 5 to 12, just before the lunch break. Second race at 3:40 p.m. tomorrow, as part of our Sunday race show here on BARC TV from Brands Hatch. Next up, we're going to have a short break before the Kumho BMW Championship is out later on. But a thank you to the volunteer marshals once again. They've got to recover Jeff Dixon's truck there that spent the second half of that session sitting on the grass at Graham Hill Bend. I've just had a message come through from one driver we mentioned during that session, Neil Tressler. He's away on holiday at the moment with his family. Lucky for you, Neil. So that's why he's not racing this weekend. Of course, this meeting was originally scheduled for earlier this year, but with the organisers wishing to have spectators at trackside, it was postponed a few weeks, and that clashed with Neil and his family's holiday. So that's why Neil Tressler, number 37, is not out. We'll see him back out later in the year. Thanks for letting us know, Neil, and enjoy your holiday. And thanks for watching our coverage on BARC TV too. Marshall's enjoying the sunshine on one of the Marshall's posts around the outside of Brands Hatch. As we said earlier, if you want to become a volunteer marshal, if you want to get close to the action on race weekends, then check out the British Motorsport Marshals Club website, marshals.co.uk online, or barc.net. The British Automobile Racing Club. You can find out how to become a volunteer marshal and join the Orange Army. It's not all just about waving flags. It involves picking up stranded cars, clearing the track, and getting close to your racing heroes. Thanks to the recovery teams and all the other staff here at Brands Hatch as well this weekend. Couldn't go racing without you. So Jeff Dixon's pickup truck to be recovered then. See the tilt and slide bed of the truck there, moving into position to recover Jeff Dixon's pickup. Jeff Dixon thinking now, probably maybe I should have stuck with super rods on the short ovals. His son Mick Dixon has raced as well with him. The Palmer's Garage team. And great to see spectators back at racetracks as well. Enjoying a couple of cold drinks, but the ice cream vans are doing roaring trade as well here. So Lee Rogers, provisional pole for race 2 for the pickups. Simon Ward, race 1. I suppose with Lee Rogers on pole, chocolates all round in the paddock, courtesy of his wife Annie's chocolate making business. There you can see that old rallycross track we mentioned. If you look where the cars are parked there, that's where the rallycross track used to be. Finish line was somewhere where that silver van is parked, I think. It used to be start and finish lines in different places on the old Brands Hatch rallycross circuit. I've accumulated quite an archive of rallycross footage over the years, including all the British Grand Prix that were held here in the 80s and early 90s here at Brands Hatch. Some great events they were. Not too far from the home of rallycross, Liddon Hill here in Kent, of course. We're looking at the top of the race control tower, the PA commentary box here at Brands Hatch. Brian Jones, of course, was the voice of Brands Hatch for so many decades. Very sadly passed away right at the start of 2021. And we greatly miss the voice of Brands Hatch, Mr. Brian Jones. Voice of so many British Grand Prix, World Sports Car events, and his favourite event every year, the Formula Ford Festival, held at the end of every season. And we do greatly miss Mr. Jones. So Jeff Dixon's pickup just being recovered from the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, and as soon as it's done so, we will be back underway. So as soon as the track is clear, we're back underway here at Brands Hatch on BARC TV. Okay, well, while our next race is underway, our next coverage here will be the Kumho BMW Championship, which is out in about 15 minutes from now. While our next race is going on, we've been out and about before the season got underway, talking to a few of our stars of BARC TV in various classes, grabbing some interviews with some of our drivers. We can bring you a few of those now, starting with classic BMW racer Andy Sheraton. We went to see him before the season got underway. 393 touring car racer Andy Sheraton joins us at his Lincolnshire workshop now, and with his beautifully liveried Laser Tools BMW. Andy, you're quite a veteran of the classic touring car racing club, aren't you?
Yeah, I first started racing with the Classic Touring Car Club, which was called the Classic Saloon Car Club back then. That was in 1986. So yeah, it's quite a few years. That was in a Mark 1 Cortina GT.
So you haven't always raced BMWs, then? Have you raced a large variety of cars over the years?
Not really. I raced the Cortina GT from 86 to 91. Also, I did a few rounds in the what was the pre-74 Touring Car Championship in those days, in a Mark 1 Escort, 2-litre Escort. Yeah, so that was the only other two cars I've mainly raced in, apart from the BMW and the Anglia here.
How long have you had your current BMW E30?
I think this is the 11th. I think we've spent about a year building it, so it's the 10th year we've raced it now, so it's 11 years, I guess.
It's won a fair few class awards in its time, hasn't it? Tell us about your successes so far.
Yeah, it's been a really good car. I think we've won the actual Class D championship about, I think, 5 or 6 times now. We've had many class wins, and I think we've still got currently about 5 lap records around the UK in this car, in its class. So it's done really well.
That's brilliant, and it certainly looks resplendent in its Laser Tools paint job as well. They've been sponsor for quite a few years, haven't they?
This is the 10th season with Laser Tools, so they've been a really loyal sponsor. It's been a fantastic partnership between us, yes.
And the paint job itself on this BMW is a bit unusual in itself, isn't it? Tell us about that.
It is, yeah. This is the 3rd livery we've had with Laser Tools. I think it was 2016 this was dreamt up. And it was redesigned by Ian Cook from Pop Band Colour. He designed it and created the whole livery ready for the car.
Tell us how he paints his liveries. He uses an unusual medium, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He paints with radio-controlled cars. So basically, all of the lines you see on here are tyre tracks from radio-controlled cars. So that's how he comes up with this livery.
That certainly is an unusual idea. Certainly, it makes it stand out and gets this car a lot of followers, doesn't it?
It is, yeah. I've had lots of followers. Yeah, I mean, I put together some stickers for it and mugs and things. And they just, as soon as I get them out on race day, they just disappear. Especially for the younger supporters.
Well, that's great stuff, and it shows the friendly side of club racing, doesn't it?
That's it. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Why do you choose to race with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club? Is it because of the friendly atmosphere?
It is. It's all about the friendly atmosphere. I mean, with the Classic Touring Car Club, you've got the whole variety as well. That's the main thing. I mean, I think this season, I haven't added it up actually, I should know, but we've got at least, I think, out of the cars that are entered for Silverstone in a couple of weeks' time, I think we've got about 7 or 8 different marques of car there. So it's the variety. You're not just racing BMWs. We've got Alfa Romeos, we've got Fords. Yeah, it's a whole variety of cars.
I think the variety is part of the appeal of the club myself as well. Tell us about your 2020 season. We know how disrupted it was. How did things go for you?
It was great actually. Yeah, we started slightly late, but it kicked in pretty quick. You know, once it got going, the car was almost full. I think we had one problem with the gearbox at Cadwell. We had about 4 or 5 class wins. We finished 3rd in the championship overall and 1st in class. So it was a great year.
What are your aims for 2021? I suppose your main aim is the Pre-93 Championship, especially as Laser Tools are the title sponsors.
Yeah, that would be great to get the overall championship. It's one of those things we've been trying to do since we started. Really, I think we've had about 4 times we've been second. We've never actually won it. So that would be the ideal win.
And of course, your racing is a family affair with Michael racing as well in the pre-66s. He shared the BMW with you in the past. Are you going to be sharing the Anglia with him at any point? Is he going to let you?
The option's there. It's just getting round to it. I raced it once at Liddon Hill. I've done a few track days, but I'm always in this, so I'll never get the chance to race that. But yeah, we've got the Jaguar. We're building at the back there now. So maybe when that's ready, which hopefully this season, well, it will be this season, that'll be a spare car. So you never know.
Yeah, I bet that would be a great thing for you to be on the same grid again in the pre-66.
That would be great, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You've got quite a sizable setup. There's various classic cars here as well. Is that another part of your work?
It is, yeah. I mean, mainly, yeah. We've got quite a few. We've got a couple of customer cars that we're looking after, and yeah, so it keeps us busy. Yes.
I believe you've only recently moved up to Lincolnshire. It must be a great place for your classic car collection. Plenty of storage here, and ideal for working on cars in the summer weather.
It is. It's fantastic. I mean, we get great weather here. Actually, I've been here. This is the 3rd year now, and yeah, it's been really an eye opener. Yeah, it's a fantastic place to be. You look forward to coming out to work.
And how do you see classic touring car racing developing over the next few years? The club certainly seems to be well and truly on the up.
It is, yeah. I mean, the actual, I think the membership for the Classic Touring Car Club, especially, has been, I think it's the highest membership they've ever had actually at the moment. especially this time of year. Yeah, and the grid number we've got for Silverstone, I think we've actually nearly all the grids are full up, and it's actually only still a month to go. So yeah, it's looking on the up.
Things are certainly looking on the up as well for the Laser Tools BMW, for your Ford Anglia, for Michael, and for the family as well. We wish you every success for the 2021 season, Andrew. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Here we are in famous Lincolnshire with 366 touring car racer Michael Sheraton and his equally famous Ford Anglia. Michael, first of all, you must be one of the youngest drivers in the 366 division.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for the last few years, definitely, I've been one of the younger faces, but I think it's one of them championships that more and more young people are getting interested in the older cars. I think even this year, there's another couple of young lads joining, both younger than myself.
That's important, isn't it, to pass on classic car racing down to newer generations?
Yeah, no, it's important, definitely, because I think the younger drivers are obviously going to be the ones that are going to carry it on as some of the older drivers start to either retire or maybe hand over to their sons or daughters.
Your racing certainly is a family affair, isn't it? I believe the Anglia's been in your family for some time as well.
Yeah, so the Anglia's been with us, this Anglia in particular has been with us for the last 6 or 7 years and turned it into a race car from the ground up. But one of the first cars I had when getting into the classic car scene was a Ford Anglia, and my brother, in fact, had a Ford Anglia, and both led on from both having the love of my mum's Mark 1 Cortina, which is just out of shot behind me.
You've had quite a few Anglias pass through the family as well as this one, haven't you?
Yeah, so obviously we've got the Anglia I'm sitting on here, which we acquired 6 years ago and turned it into a race car. But prior to that, I've obviously got my own Anglia that I've had on the road. I've had some good times darting around in that. And my brother, of course, as well, has got a Ford Anglia as well. So there's 3 Anglias in the family.
And how did your 2020 season go in the pre-66 touring cars? I know the season started late, but how did it go for you?
So it started off pretty well, actually. We started off at Cadwell Park, which is only just down the road, and it's becoming a bit of a favourite of mine. Started off well. I think we qualified 4th in that race and ended up having a bit of a problem with the gearbox, which has sort of plagued me the last few years, which then led on to a good second race whereby I was able to challenge from the back of the grid to get up to 3rd position. But yeah, as the rest of the season went on, it turned out to be a bit of a damp squib. Brands Hatch, 2 promising starts and promising positions. I think even led a race for a lap, or for half a lap, before having a misfire. After that, we switched to my dad's BMW, and I raced that at the last round of the season, taking 1 class win, and my dad took a class win in the second race. So that was enjoyable.
Looking at your Ford, it's number plated and everything else. You've driven it on the road to a few meetings, haven't you, in the past?
Yeah, I mean, when I first started using it, we only had 1 trailer between the 2 cars, and both going to the same meetings. It meant I had to drive. So obviously, there's 2 or 3 things that are quite good about driving a car on the road. The first thing is the fact that you don't need a van and trailer. You can literally just turn up with all your spares in the boot, and then go and race, and then put your road tyres back on and go home. And the second thing is also you iron out any bugs that you might have, oil leaks, water leaks, any potential misfires. So it's quite a good thing to do. The only downside of that is, of course, if you have a problem in a race, you've then got to get home, which isn't the easiest thing to do sometimes.
AA membership is a wonderful thing. Other breakdown companies are available. And I believe you raced in some events at Goodwood even as well with the Ford.
Yeah, we were lucky enough in 2018 to get the invite to go to the members' meeting. That was a really, really special event to get invited to. A really enjoyable event. I think the only thing that was marred slightly by the subsequent snowstorms that we had in March and -3 degree temperatures, which made adjusting the tappets quite a hard thing to do.
Why do you choose to race with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club?
I just think it's a really open club. I think it's a really friendly, good bunch of guys, really welcoming. Another thing is, obviously, my dad used to race with the club back in the 80s. So there's always been a bit of an affiliation there, and we'd just like to continue it, really.
Have you done any other racing outside of the Ford Anglia?
Yeah, so I've obviously raced my dad's BMW, which is where I first started in 2011. Raced that for a couple of seasons with mixed results. The first 2 years, actually, we had runner-up in the championship twice on the trot. So, but yeah, we've never captured the main prize. So we've been the bridesmaid twice now.
So you've always raced with the Classic Touring Car?
Always with the Classic Touring Car Club and the odd round at HSCC or other championships, but always with the Classic Touring Car Club.
What does an average race weekend look like for you then? Take us through it.
It usually means trying to get out of work early on a Friday so I can get home and get everything sorted. Coming up here and getting the car loaded on the van and trailer and then getting back, driving to wherever we got to go, settling down, maybe have a few beers in the evening as we set up, down to action on the Saturday and the Sunday.
Do your races tend to be across the 2 days of the weekend or all concentrated into one? Because I know some championships do it differently.
Yeah, so the races tend to be, I mean, it's not always the case, but they tend to be spread out over a weekend. So you might have a qualifying and a race on a Saturday, and then on the Sunday you might have your second race. Some meetings we do it all in one, but they're less common these days.
That probably helps with the social scene, which is always important as well.
Yeah, and that's something we've sort of missed a little bit with everything that's happened in the last year. I think obviously everyone, you know, can still keep the distance and socialise, but I think we're really all looking forward to just getting back to a bit of normality and being able to race and socialise just as normal.
And mentioning getting away from work early to go racing, you pretty much work full-time in motorsport, don't you? Tell us about the work you do as well.
Yeah, so I'm a race mechanic and I also specialise in sort of working with Aston Martin special projects. So we do all sorts of vehicles from one-off prototypes to James Bond cars, movie cars. Also the Aston Martin Valkyrie and Vulcan projects I've been involved in. But yeah, and then other than that, I also go away racing for Porsche, racing with Porsche in the World Endurance Championship, which includes races like Le Mans, so you get to experience these sort of grueling 48-hour shifts as a mechanic, as well as what the drivers go through.
So you get to play with supercars all week. Some weekends you're playing with racing cars and then playing around in your own cars on other weekends. That sounds like the perfect life.
Yeah, you'd think I'd be sick of it by now, but as I was saying the other day, actually, I can't remember a time in the last sort of 5-6 years that I haven't spent a week working on something to do with racing. I think it's every single week has been something to do with racing, whether it's at work or back home doing something with the cars here.
That sounds like the absolute dream life for a petrol head. And it doesn't stop here at home either, because you've got quite a sizable collection of cars here as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite lucky, really. My parents moved up to Lincolnshire near Cadwell Park a couple of years ago. Got a fair bit more land, so the amount of cars that I'm able to store at their house now has grown quite considerably. And I think they're out of shot. I'm sure they'll be hoping I can get somewhere else to store them, but yeah.
Is this all your own family's collection, or are there customer cars here as well?
We have got customer cars here. From this workshop, full body restorations and mechanical work we take out on various customers' cars, mainly classic. But yeah, a lot of cars dotted around are either projects we've been working on or projects that are owned by myself, my brother who's just the same, or obviously my dad.
Have you ever worked on any of the other classic touring cars here? I know in Pre-66 this year there's about 7 other Ford Anglers.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we have actually been asked in the past, especially after the Goodwood runnings, to build cars with people. That hasn't quite come to fruition just yet, while we're getting set up in a position with the new workshop and everything else. But there's something we'll definitely do in the future. But yeah, it's mainly been road-derived cars rather than motorsport cars up till now, but obviously we have the capacity to branch out into that.
And I suppose when you're back here as well, your dad keeps you working hard on them as well.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. He's flat out doing it, I'm flat out doing it. And when we're not working on other people's cars, we're working on our own cars. So it's always busy, always busy.
Well, you must do something right, because he said he let you share his BMW last season.
Yeah. Well, maybe that might be one of the proviso that I have to help him fix it if I break it.
You do seem to have a good working relationship, though. That's the main thing.
Definitely.
So what are your aims for the 2021 season? I suppose the Pre-66 title it comes first.
Yeah, I think all the last sort of 3 or 4 years, I haven't really had a good stab at the championship. I mentioned before that I'd had 2 sort of runner-up positions when I'm in the BMW, but in the Anglia, I've never completed a full season. And that's partly due to the work that I do and race weekends being taken up. But this year, looking at the calendar, it looks like we might actually have a good chance of making all the meetings, which would be a good attempt at maybe getting some of that prize money.
And who do you see as your main rivals in your class?
Oh, there's plenty out there. There's the obvious choices. You've got all the minis. You've got Andy Mesham, he's always there. Other people like Kevin Bottomley, Martin Reynolds in his Anglia. We've got newcomers in their Anglias, Kevin Swan. We've got Paul Cooper in his Mark 1 Cortina GT. It's endless. I think for the next round, there's over 10 cars in my class, so it's going to be busy.
It certainly does sound busy. What's your favourite circuit to race? And I know Cadwell Park's just up the road for you.
Is it a cliche and obvious answer if I say Cadwell?
No, not at all.
Yeah, Cadwell definitely, I think. Even before we moved close to the circuit, it's always been a favourite. And the fact that it's just down the road now, I think, you know, it really is a good chance for us to become the masters of it. I've actually held the lap record there for my class last season, so
excellent.
It's all paid off a little bit.
Well, you certainly seem very fired up for the new season. We wish you the very best of luck. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, here we are in the very impressive Norfolk workshops owned by Martin Reynolds. The man himself joins me now. Classic touring car racing regular, and it's fair to say, Martin, a classic Ford obsessive.
Yeah, that's right. I'm Mr. Ford, they call me, of Norfolk. Yeah, I'm really passionate about my Fords.
We've got a whole collection of cars here. Let's talk about them in turn. First of all, your pre-66 Ford Anglia. Tell us about that car.
Well, it's got a 1495 with a 60 overbore in the, you say 1966 series. Pretty much standard, really. There's nothing really out of the unusual on the car. We try and keep them as pure as possible, follow the regulations. Yeah, it's a straight-lined period car.
And in the shortened 2020 season, you came close to your championship in that car, I believe.
Yeah, second year, second again in the championship. Came first in my class, which I was happy with, but yeah, this year it's going to be different.
Moving on to the Mark 1 Escort. That was your first race car, I believe.
First race car I ever had with the club. It was obviously red and gold then. Changed it quite a bit since I purchased it, but that's where I started, and I've still got it and like to keep hold of it.
Because you haven't been racing as long as many people think, have you?
No, I started in late summer 2017. My first meeting was at Liddon. I think that was around July, August time in 2017.
You were a car builder for several years before then, I believe.
Well, as a young lad, I used to build Ford custom cars, i.e. Mark 1s, Mark 2s, Capris, Cortina, you know. Yeah, I've always been a Ford man.
And a new car for this year as well, the new for 2021 Anglia. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's a 2.5 Millington. Pretty much the same setup as the Escort Mark 1. Obviously, we haven't got the width on the axles, but we're hoping to make up for it by its agility around the corners once we get it set up.
And you're looking for the Blue Oval Saloon Series title in that, because I think you were runner-up in that as well last year, weren't you?
Yeah, I was runner-up in that last year, again to Piers, so unfortunately, but this year again, we're on it, and I'd like to see the Anglia go all the way.
And we may see you out as well. You've still got the Mustang Mach-1 as well.
Yeah, the Mach-1 sometimes comes out in thunder if, if my boss car's not running, because normally they run together as a series. So, but yeah, we'll no doubt we will see it before the year's out.
And you've got a couple of new builds in the pipeline as well, some rather different Fords. Tell us about those.
Yeah, we've got a Ford Taunus, 3 litre, a real period Australian and South African car, made in Germany, lots produced overseas, but not many in this country. Yeah, that is going to be something nice and period for pre-83. It's a 1969 car, but obviously we'll be racing with pre-83s.
And of course, you got to tell us about a little bit about the Ford Classic as well.
Yeah, the classic console. That's something a little bit different. It's got a V8 351 stroker engine in it. It's got a cold frame chassis, so we can run in Boss. Yeah, so we're going to hopefully run in Boss and hopefully Thunder. So that'll be for next year.
And you've even done a bit of short oval racing as well, I'm told.
Yeah, I do. I do a bit of practicing on short ovals at Swaffham and a few other circuits. That's always been my passion, has been short circuit racing, the ovals mainly, hot rods and super stocks. That's where I get my passion from. 304. Derek Fisk was my hero when I was a young lad and followed him for years, and he's the man who really got me really going.
It's fair to say that within the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, your career, despite being a relatively short racing career, is probably one of the most varied, isn't it, among all the drivers?
Yeah, I suppose it is really. I think that's because my passion of just getting out there and enjoying my racing with both series. I've got some really great mates although my enemy's on the track as such, but yeah, I really do enjoy being in the club environment.
Why do you choose to base yourself with the Classic Touring Car Club?
I think it's because that's where I started. You know, with the red Escort Mark 1 behind me when it was red and gold. That's where I started, and I think obviously the Boss, the Blue Oval series, has always been the series I want to be in, and yeah, I think that's where I'll keep going, really. I'll just enjoy it, and I enjoy the people that's racing in it.
What does an average race weekend look like for you? Because you always take 2 cars to events and race in 2 different categories. Does that make it more stressful for you?
Yeah, it can do, especially if you only got 1 mechanic. So basically then, you know, I'm doing a lot of the work myself as well. But, you know, there's always, in the paddock, people help you. It's a friendly club. Everybody wants to see you out. You know, if you're getting a little bit stressed or behind for getting the next race, someone's willing to help you all the time, no doubt at all. Really helpful club.
Tell us a bit more about your operation here. It's quite a sizable setup you've got, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's an engineering-based outfit here. We do a lot of steel work and fabrication. We have a workshop that does the maintenance for the vehicles we run here, and that's hence the reason I use this workshop for my race cars. So we've got facilitation for ramps and welders, etc.
Do you work on other cars as well for other drivers, or just your own?
We do some car setups for some drivers, yes.
We have to ask, how much did the pandemic of 2020 affect things, particularly with the shortened season?
It forced me into building more cars, obviously to keep my mind stimulated, and obviously my passion to keep things going, because I know that I'm coming to the end of my career. I'm 60, so basically I want to get out on the track. I'm semi-retired now, so but yeah, I have been active trying to develop my future cars.
You say you're retired, you seem to be busier than you've ever been.
No, I am semi-retired, and I'm enjoying this. It's a good time. Just need to get on the track now. I'm looking forward to getting out on the track and getting involved.
You are certainly, without a doubt, one of the most passionate racing drivers that I've ever met.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I think it's because I love being in that environment, and I like the people in that environment. I think it's... It de-stresses me, believe it or not, because I do run a couple of large businesses. I think it de-stresses my main activity. So it's good to do something different.
And through your business life as well, you've been involved in the sport of speedway as well, haven't you?
Yeah, Robert Lambert, of course. Yeah, he's a local lad. I've sort of been with Robert and supported Robert since he was 15 and gone through his junior career, and now he's obviously, as we know, he's now on the GP circuit in Poland mainly, but obviously races all of Europe in the championship.
We'll have to get him out in one of your Fords as well, get him to do a bit of car racing as well.
Well, I've been on a bike, so I think sometime he must come and get in one of the cars.
that would be great to see, a swap of sports. Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're raring to go, certainly, for the new season. You just can't wait to get out there, can you?
No, I'm passionate about driving and I racing, and I just enjoy the weekends. It's what I do. I've always done sport all my life. I've played roller hockey, squash, football, quite sporty. So I've always wanted to be involved in some sort of hobby, which is sport oriented.
Do your family get involved in your racing as well?
Not so much at the moment now, no, because obviously with the COVID, but obviously when things release, my partner comes with me, yeah.
How easy is it to change setup between circuits, in between meetings?
On the Angler, it's quite easy, and I suppose both Anglers are quite reasonably to set up, just different diff changes. Obviously that's all we can, much more we can do other than sort of diff change, and you could change the gearbox or ratio, but I don't normally do that. We keep the setup the same.
And of course it can all go wrong as well, as we found out, I believe it was at Snetterton with the Escort last season.
Yeah, Snetterton last year, the gearbox lost a gear, so we were stuck in third, which is a shame because the car was competitive at Snetterton, which is my home track, which is a real shame. Doing good times, I think 2:12, something like that, so it was a very competitive time. But yeah, we had a gearbox problem, unfortunately.
And at Silverstone as well, as evidenced.
Yeah, at Silverstone, the last meeting, had 3 or 4 laps tucked up behind Piers, who won the championship. We had come out to go on the new Hamilton straight, and took the conrod through the side of the engine, which was dramatic.
That engine block is still here for all to see in the workshop. What's left of it?
Still here as a souvenir, and probably end up as a coffee table later on. But that's how things go. That's racing, as they say. But I'm up for it this year.
Yeah, you certainly seem to be completely immersed in a world of classic motoring here as well, evidenced by some of the things in the workshop, classic petrol pumps and things like that as well. You've just been able to surround yourself with it.
Yeah, I think over a period of time, I've been passionate about the classic side anyway, so I've always sort of had a lot of interest what was going on in the motor racing world, and the ovals especially. And over time, I've collected quite a few trinkets and signs and various things, you know.
Are there any other classic Fords that are not in your collection that you'd perhaps like to add someday?
No, we've got a Zephyr Mark II in the garage we're looking at, which we're going to convert to a tarmac car. It's presently built for a drag car, but we're going to change that and modify it and get it back on the tarmac.
Well, it's been fabulous to talk to you and share your passion for classic Fords and for racing, and we can't wait to see you back on track this year, and thanks very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, good to hear from a few racers who have starred on BARC TV this season. Getting ready to get back into action here at Brands Hatch on BARC TV. Next up on track, we will have the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. We'll give you the grid for those in a few moments' time. But earlier today, Ian Waterhouse caught up with a couple of the drivers in the paddock.
Here we are with Trevor Ford now. Trevor, you're just telling me how exciting that was. Race 1 has just finished.
That was tremendous. I was harried all the way by Kevin, and the only part of the circuit that I was slightly quicker was coming out clearways down to the straight.
Yeah.
But from there on, he was all over the back of me. But terrific racing, very clean, and I'm excited to win the class.
Do you know what? Congratulations, by the way. But to watch these cars come around, they're so quick, aren't they?
They are very quick. We're only a second or so off, well, the top guys, second or so off the touring cars.
Yeah.
We're using the Kumho slicks, which are unbelievable. They're very good, and they're all enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
We are eight actual cars missing this weekend because of Donington. We've had accidents, people going on holiday, but I think we've entertained the people with our genuine racing.
You certainly have, and I can tell you've got to do it all again a little bit later as well, haven't you? More of the same, I guess, for you.
More of the same, being hassled by Kevin, no doubt. If he gets in front of me, I won't be able to get past him, so I've got to try and get him off the line like I did.
Yep.
And hopefully the faster guys sort of just backs him up a bit, so I've got...
And that's it, turn it into the Titanic or something, just don't let it pass.
But thoroughly enjoying it, and
fantastic.
Hopefully the second one goes the same.
Lovely, Trevor Ford there, thank you very much. Right, here we are with Jasper Sapra after race 1. Jasper, I'll tell you what, you were having a good old ding-dong battle out there, weren't you?
I've got a few issues with the car. The setup's not quite as it should be, like it was last year.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll try a few changes on it today, and we'll get up there hopefully.
So ready for race 2? You can get the changes done in time?
Well, I was going to go home, but I think I'll stay now. Now you've got me on the camera.
You've got to stay. You can't.
I'll
stay. Can't possibly now.
We'll do a few changes on it, and we'll see how we go.
So a bit further up then for race 2. You think a bit more time in it?
Yeah, I should be up front really.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know you. I've seen you a lot.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens next time. We'll see where we go.
Fantastic, Justin.
Yeah,
best of luck for race 2. Take care. Thank you. Right, here we are with Ian Crisp. Now, Ian, you were having a really good tussle out there with Jasper Sapra, weren't you? But you managed to keep it behind.
That was an excellent race. They put me to the back of the grid for a technical infringement, but cut my way through on the first lap, got past the slow markers, the back markers, and got on the back of Jazz pretty quick, and then we had a good race for a few laps, and then he dropped the ball slightly, and I nipped past him, and yeah, that was that. That was good fun.
Race 2 coming up, not too long to go. Now, what's the plan for that? Aggressive?
Yeah, why not? I'm not sure where I'm starting from. I might be on the back of the grid again. Got to go and see the clerk of the course, get some clarification. But it is what it is. We'll do what we can do.
I spoke to Brad. He said track's quite slippy out there. Did you find that's the case?
Exit of Clearways, exit of Paddock, very slippery, hard to get the power on.
Yeah. Okay, look, Ian, best of luck for race 2. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, Ian.
I'll let you crack on. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Catching up with some of the drivers after race 1. The grid for race 2, based on the results of the first race. So it's Brad Sheehan, number 28, in pole position, looking for win number 3 of the season, alongside number 47, Niall Bradley. The second row, number 48 of Darren Morgan-Owen and 74, Max Walton. Then on row 3, we've got number 40, Jasper Sapra, alongside him number 10, Ian Crisp. Ian got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, one too many times in race 1. The fourth row, 78, Ronan Bradley, and number 3, Dan Butcher-Lord, the first of the BMW Minis. Fifth row, 25, Trevor Ford, number 7, Kevin Denwood, the 2 Class B battlers. The sixth row, 42, Andy Langley, and 69, James Ford. On row 7, 50, Pete Miller, and 53, Neil Clark. The eighth row, 411 of Zach Blackwell, and 55, Gary Papworth, the Mini Clubman Estates. And at the back, watch out for number 32, James Card. Problems for him in race 1. He finished the race but didn't complete enough laps to be classified after a long pit stop. I believe it's electrical problems with the number 32 car. So let's see how he gets on from the very back of the grid. He is there on the grid. You can see the silver M3 behind the BMW Minis. He's going to have to come through the rest of the field. But Michael Pensavalle did it at Donington in the first round. He had problems in race 1, started 17th for race 2 and came through and won. Now, is history going to repeat itself? James Card is 17th on the grid, as Trevor Ford said in his interview. They are missing a few cars because of the rescheduling of this event a few weeks later than planned. And a few drivers being away, plus a few drivers suffering problems from Donington. So the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship, a 20-minute race coming up. We saw some good battles in race 1. Max Walton fighting his way through to 4th place. Jazz Sapra was well involved. There was a good fight in the early stages of the BMW Minis. Dan Butcher-Lord and Andy Langley. Ian Crisp's had a problematic day. We heard in his interview got banished to the back of the grid in race 1 for a technical infringement, and then got a 5-second track limits penalty, which dropped him from 5th to 6th in the result behind Jazz Sapra. Course car just making its way round at the moment. A bit of cleaning up needed after the Legends race that we've just seen. Class B battle is between Trevor Ford and Kevin Denwood. They're together on row 5 of this grid. James Ford, Trevor's son, behind him. Car 69. I'm sure Trevor Ford's granddaughter Madeline is watching on as well. Always cheering on her granddad. Pete Miller's there, the Sussex driver, number 50. Waiting for the cars to be released on their green flag lap. Okay, away they go. Brad Sheehan, the pink and white car on the front of the grid, alongside 47, that's Niall Bradley. They weave to warm up their tyres. Darren Morgan-Owen, a rather lonely 3rd place in race 1, the white M3 with the yellow headlamps. And Max Walton, Ian Crisp, Jazz Sapra looking to resume their battle from race 1. Ronan Bradley. And the first of the BMW Minis. Good run by Dan Butcher-Lord. His first ever appearance in this championship here today, the man from Peterborough. Fine sight they make on this fine circuit. Marshals wave their green flags, as we mentioned earlier on today. If you want to become a marshal, there's not only the British Motorsport Marshals Club, there's the BARC Marshals Club as well. Visit barc.net or follow at BARC Marshal on Twitter to find out more information. Here they come then up to the grid. Now Brad Sheehan didn't get the best of getaways in race 1, but he got the lead because James Card dropping back. Watch out for fireworks on the back of the grid. Watch for that silver M3 of James Card coming through. He's had a pretty disastrous season so far. He did salvage a 3rd place from the back of the grid at Donington, but little other than that. We've got one car coming into the pit lane. That is Pete Miller, number 50, so he's got a problem. Not sure if he's heading back into the paddock or whether he's going to start from pit lane there. He's pulling over. The black M3 just at the bottom left of the screen there. Ready for race number 2 then, for the Kumho BMW Championship, racing over 20 minutes. Brad Sheehan in pole position, Niall Bradley alongside him. Second row of Darren Morgan-Owen and Max Walton. Jazz Sapra and Ian Crisp on row 3. The revs start to rise and away they go. Darren Morgan-Owen tries to get through the middle, but there's no space as Brad Sheehan takes the lead down towards Paddock. Then Niall Bradley tries to move across on Darren Morgan-Owen. They're all away well. Then they head up towards Druids. Looks like Darren Morgan-Owen has got through for second place, but it's Sheehan who leads the way in the 28s. Side by side for second. Niall Bradley late on the brakes for Druids. It's Morgan-Owen who's got the inside line, holds that second place. Max Walton is there in 4th position behind them. They head down into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Brad Sheehan already starting to pull away. Sapra is 5th, Crisp 6th, Ronan Bradley 7th, and James Card has got up into 8th place off the line. Just like Ian Crisp did in race 1, you can see the power of the Class A cars. He's already passed the BMW Minis and the Class B runners. James Card going to make up another place here towards the end of the lap. Goes through on Ronan Bradley. He's up to 7th at the end of lap 1, identical to Ian Crisp's run on the first lap of race 1. Brad Sheehan leads the way then from Darren Morgan-Owen, just over a second clear at the end of the first lap. They start to sort themselves out then into the second lap. Now, did Pete Miller join in at the back? We'll see if he comes through. Trevor Ford's had a poor first lap as well. He's quite a way behind. The leader's heading round towards Graham Hill Bend. It's Sheehan who leads the way from Morgan-Owen, Niall Bradley. There is Moulton in 4th, Sapra, Crisp and James Card. The silver machine could be the one to watch here. He's got his headlights flashing away there. He's not lapping traffic. They have a right to try and hold him off here. James Card wants to get up with the class leaders, and he goes past Ian Crisp there on the way through Clearways. Mike Brewer Motors, the sponsor on the side of James Card. Is he James Card's BMW? Is he a bit of a wheeler dealer, perhaps? He's up into 6th position now ahead of Ian Crisp. Now, Pete Miller has joined the race, I think, at the back. So he did get going after pulling into the pits at the end of the green flag. Sheehan leads. They're closing up on Darren Morgan-Owen now for second place. Niall Bradley, an invitation class runner. So Darren Morgan-Owen won't stand to lose any points if he loses that second overall. He'll still be second in class, but then he'll have to worry about Max Walton. Sapra coming under fire now from James Card, the Nottinghamshire-based racer. He's at the inside into Surtees. He goes through past Jasper Sapra and up into 5th position. Sapra fights back on the inside there. He's a tough racer, is Jasper Sapra, the man from Coventry. Former Class B champion, now running in Class A. Loving the green and blue headlights on that car. And the gold mirrors, very stylish. There's Pete Miller, who has joined in. That's at the back of the field. And there's Gary Papworth, that's Mini Clubman Estate. The second one we've seen racing in the UK. Sussex Road and Race built the first one. Keith Issat, among others, have raced that car in various events. And Darren Morgan-Owen is under real pressure now from Niall Bradley and Max Walton. Sheehan's got away in front, nearly 2 seconds up at the front of the field. James Card is behind them, headlights ablaze, letting them know he's there. Here comes the cavalry charge from the back of the grid. Can James Card catch our race leaders? His next target is Max Walton in the Wasp liveried car there, almost, the black and yellow. Here they come up out of Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straights. James Card ready to make his next move. He's up the inside as they go into Paddock. And he's through on the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. The 32 takes the 74. Brad Sheehan continues to lead. Side by side for second now. Niall Bradley really turning up the wick and having a real go at Darren Morgan-Owen for second place. Morgan-Owen a bit sideways. The warm conditions not helping these cars today, as we heard the race winner Brad Sheehan say. He was sliding all over the place in the closing stage. There's not a lot of grip out there. And Niall Bradley nearly got alongside Darren Morgan-Owen. He'll try and get him on the exit here. He's up the inside, gets squeezed there. There's contact. They just kissed bumpers there. Darren Morgan-Owen holds off Niall Bradley, and look who's coming up on them now. Here comes James Card from the back of the grid. In 5 laps, he's going to be up into third place. He goes round the outside of Niall Bradley. Flash of flame from his exhaust pipe there, bit of unburnt fuel in the exhaust system. They're side by side down the hill up towards Druids now, and Card is going to pull ahead on the outside up into third place. No, he's not. Niall Bradley later on the brakes there. This is terrific racing for the minor placing, and Bradley slides his way back down the inside. This is excellent driving, but he's going to be on the outside for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. James Card pulls up alongside him again. Bradley holds him off. How much power is there in that 47 car? He's in the invitation class. He's not a championship regular. He's certainly giving the regulars a run for their money here, but he's lost out there to James Card for third overall. Card's next target, he gives him a flash of flame into the radiator there almost to say thank you. And now he's going after Darren Morgan-Owen for second place, but he wants to catch Brad Sheehan for his first overall win of the season. 4 seconds in it now for the lead. Sheehan's away up the road. There's Jazz Sapra still 6th ahead of Ian Crisp, and they are way ahead of the other classes. Shows how much power the Class A cars have got. There goes Sheehan. We caught a glimpse of him going through Druids. Card has caught Darren Morgan-Owen. Round Druids. Morgan-Owen moves to cover, taking the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Card tries to cut across. Not quite in time. This is good defensive driving. Darren Morgan-Owen in the 48, the man from St Leonards-on-Sea in Essex. But James Card's up alongside him. Here he comes. He's going through at Surtees. Up into second place. Now, can James Card reel in our race leader, Brad Sheehan? Great run through from the back of the field. Those problems in race 1 necessitated spending several laps in the pits. Now Niall Bradley will try and move up and attack Darren Morgan-Owen again. There's our leader. He's missing all the fun out in front, leading by 4.5 seconds. Done the fastest lap of the race at 51.115. Bradley goes for the outside, and now we're going to have to start looking at lap times between first and second places. James Card's last lap was a 51.8. Sheehan was a 51.6. So he's still lapping a little quicker because he's out on his own and not in this bit of traffic, fighting for second and third. Jazz Sapra's dropped away into the clutches of Ian Crisp, renewing their battle from race 1, and Niall Bradley now starting to attack again, takes a wider line, tries to get the cut back on Clearways and Clark. There's Max Walton behind them in 5th in the black and yellow car. In terms of the class leaders, we know Niall Bradley's leading the invitation class in 4th. Class B is being led by Kevin Denwood after a poor start for Trevor Ford. There is Denwood. Behind him is James Ford. This is the Class B leader, the compact. And the minis are being led by Dan Butcher-Lord in 9th overall. James Ford in behind Kevin Denwood. They're in different classes, but fighting for 10th position here. Trevor Ford had a slow first lap. I'm not too sure why. Dropped to the back. We lost Pete Miller as well. He's pulled up somewhere around the circuit. He did go out after pulling into the pits at the end of the green flag lap, but he didn't last long, only completed a couple of laps. There's our BMW Mini class leader. Debutant in the championship, Dan Butcher-Lord in the navy blue BMW Mini. Second in that class is Andy Langley, and third Neil Clark. There we can see the class standings at the moment. There's Andy Langley, second in the BMW Mini class. He's in 12th overall with the white Mini. There's from Fakenham in Norfolk. He's going to be lapped soon by our race leader, and the gap has come down. Look at this. There's James Card. Now he's got through these back markers. He's got free rein to go after Brad Sheehan. There's Neil Clark a lap down. Zach Blackwell as well. There's the leader. Now, sliding about again. Says it's pretty slippery out there in these hot conditions today. There's Darren Morgan-Owen still holding off Niall Bradley, but what's the gap between the two leaders this time through? It's down to 2.1 seconds this time, and James Card has got Brad Sheehan in his sights. Now we've got a race on our hands for the lead. A great burn from the stern, as they say in American racing, by James Card. Can he complete the job? There he goes. Here's the fight for third. And Brad Sheehan, you can see he's struggling for grip a little on some of the corners, sliding about a bit. This is all playing into James Card's hands. His last lap was half a second quicker than Brad Sheehan. He's got back markers ahead. The marshals waving the blue flags. There's the third place fight. Morgan Owen ahead of Bradley. And behind them with the headlamps on is Max Walton. He wants to move up the challenge for the podium. It's hard to know what to keep an eye on here in this second race of the weekend for the Kumho BMW Championship. Here come your leaders, Sheehan and Card. The gap was 2.1 seconds. It's down to 1 second now. He's taken a full second out of him on that last lap. Now James Card is in attacking mode. Brad Sheehan will be able to see his headlights and his mirrors. He'll know he's there. Up towards Druids. He's got past the Class B leader there, Kevin Denwood, in the number 7. Again, yeah, Sheehan is struggling there for grip again coming out of Druids. James Card's going to be on him within a lap here. Here they come along the Cooper Straight, well, so it's called. It's not very straight. Into Surtees. Niall Bradley with a bit of a slide there, coming out of Graham Hill. He's dropped back into the clutches of Max Walton now. There go the leaders. There's the battle for third, lapping Andy Langley. Nice to keep to the inside. There's not a lot of room there to let them through. See how much bigger the M3s are than the BMW Minis. Morgan Owen still in third place. Try and keep an eye on the lead pair at the same time. They're coming up towards Druids. What was the gap that time through? It was still 1 second, and James Card has just done the fastest lap of the race. 50.927. He's gone under 51 seconds for the first time. Down towards Graham Hill Bend. Bradley Sheehan is going to know that it's only a matter of time before James Card is on his tail. He's going to have to try and respond and push as hard as he can here, but he's got to be mindful not to root his tyres and risk spinning out. Here they come, lapping Dan Butcher-Lord's BMW Mini, still leading his class. Now James Card is going to push even harder. Here they come. Just over 8.5 minutes to go in this 20-minute Kumho BMW Championship race. Over the line they go. They're separated by just 0.4 of a second now. Another 0.6 taken out of him. They go down Paddock Hill Bend. Here they come. Now he's lining him up. He can see he's got him in his sights lined up. He's on his bumper as they head through Druids. Where's the attack going to come? I reckon he's going to try and get him into Surtees, the left-hander. Brad Sheehan starting to defend now through Graham Hill Bend. James Card from last on the grid, 17th place, is challenging for the lead. Through Surtees, he won't get him this time. Sheehan moves to defend. He wants win number 3 of the season. James Card wants win number 1. A little bit wide there on the entry for Brad Sheehan, but closes the door. Here they come. Through the afternoon sun here at Brands Hatch. Up over the line. Brad Sheehan, James Card. Between these two for the race lead. Past half distance. 7.5 minutes or near enough to go. 3 cars still line astern for third. Darren Morgan Owen still hanging on to third ahead of Niall Bradley and Max Walton. We concentrate on the lead battle. James Card's going to have a look at the inside into Druids. Sheehan defends. Headlights shining on the back of his car there from James Card. It's a great fight between these two. Where is James Card going to get close enough to make his move? Along Cooper Street. Swing their way round. You can see Brad Sheehan is the slightly looser handling of the two cars, as we saw in race 1. Through Clark Curve. The lead gap was 0.386 of a second. If anything, I think Brad Sheehan may have pulled away a little bit this time through. Yeah, exactly 0.4 of a second, so only a tiny margin gained on that lap. There's the third place battle. Morgan Owen from Niall Bradley. And 5th behind them, Max Walton, so no change there. James Card goes to the outside in Druids. He's trying to position himself for Graham Hill Bend, I think. Is he going to cut in on the exit? Trying to pressure Brad Sheehan into a mistake now. But Brad Sheehan, a regular winner in a couple of BMW championships, knows his stuff. James Card's been with this championship for many years. There's a scrap towards the back of the field, the 55 and the 411. Zach Blackwell on the inside and Gary Papworth in the outside. They're sliding about over the curbs there, coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and again Sheehan with the wider entry to clearways. He's trying to bamboozle James Card. It worked that time because Card got the slower exit. 6 minutes to go. Over the line they go. 0.241 of a second now. There's Ian Crisp in the 1M. quiet race for him. He's further back, and he's got a penalty as well. I would imagine that's track limits again. We'll wait and confirm that after the race. So Ian Crisp not having a happy day at all. He's down in 7th in this one. Still, these two nose to tail. You can see Brad Sheehan's rear end sliding there out of Druids. Under real pressure here from James Card. Here they come along the Cooper straight towards Surtees, but he's still not close enough to try and force Brad Sheehan into a mistake. Is he going to go for the wide entry again here? Yes, he is. This time Card follows him. That section of the circuit, the last bit of the lap, is where the leader is stronger. Here's a battle further back. It's Kevin Denwood still leading Class B. He's got James Ford behind him. And the leaders are in backmarker traffic as they head through Paddock Hill Bend this time, getting past Gary Papworth's mini estate, the Clubman Estates. There's Zach Blackwell about to be lapped in his BMW Mini. Sheehan goes to the inside, just leaves him room there. He needs to be careful, and Sheehan very sideways there, and that's compromised Card somewhat because he met the BMW Mini there coming off the corner. But he's through. Less than 5 minutes to go now. We're in the final quarter of this race. They've got Trevor Ford ahead of them, the club president of the BMW Racing Drivers Club, and they go, oh, and Trevor Ford didn't see James Card there. He thought there was only the one car there. I think Card's had to go wide around the outside of him. James Card won't be too happy there, I don't think, because that's nearly put him out onto the grass on the outside at Clearways, and now he's got to clear away back to fight up to the back of Brad Sheehan once again. Is that the defining moment? Brad Sheehan now needs to push on. Here comes Card. He'll be fired up now, determined even more to catch Brad Sheehan. Terrific race between these two. They lap one of the BMW Minis. That's Neil Clark. Down to Graham Hill Bend. Card gets the tighter line up onto the curb. He's fought back up onto the tail after that delay lapping the back marker. Back marker just didn't see there were two cars there, I don't think. Here they come. He's back with him as they come into Clearways. Just over 3.5 minutes to go. Get 3 or 4 laps into this, and is that a bit of extra brake on the exit there by Brad Sheehan? Is he pushing too hard? Is he losing grip? Over the line they go. Just between these two now. Darren Morgan-Owen is still in 3rd. There's Jazz Sapra. He's 6th. A bit of a lonely one for him in this one. He's lost the draft, if you like, for the 3rd place fight. Ronan Bradley goes a lap down. Card now right with Sheehan once again. Still Darren Morgan-Owen in 3rd. They're nearly 9 seconds back on these two, ahead of Niall Bradley and Max Walton. The order hasn't changed between those three. Still covered by 1 second. Here they come. And up the inside, as I say that, Niall Bradley dives up the inside into Druids, and he's taken 3rd place. That was a daring move on the brakes for Druids. So he's up to 3rd now, Niall Bradley. Darren Morgan-Owen fighting back, trying to watch 2 battles at the same time here. Still Brad Sheehan leading. There's a fight for 3rd on now as well, because Niall Bradley is taking a few risks. Again, and Card it was who got the twitch that time through Clark Cove. Seen that happen to Sheehan a couple of times. Just over 2.5 minutes now. Can Brad Sheehan hang on? These two BMW Minis have been battling all race long. They're battling for 15th place. There's the Class B leader, Kevin Denwood. He's got James Ford behind him there, fighting for 10th place, although they are in different classes. There are the leaders behind them. They've got these 3 back markers to negotiate again. Andy Langley ahead of them. He's 2nd of the BMW Minis in 12th overall. He lets them through. Now, with Denwood and James Ford having their own fights here. Yep, the lights flashing to let them know the blue flags are out. Yes, they've let them through at Surtees. No problem for the leaders. Couple of laps to go. Can Brad Sheehan hang on? He's soaked up the pressure for so long. James Card from 17th on the grid in the silver 32. Car running properly for him this time. Chases over the line. They're well ahead of everybody else. Still Niall Bradley in 3rd place in the number 47, having spiked his way past Darren Morgan-Owen into Druids. Coming up to Druids now. James Card dodging about. He hasn't think about it on the inside, but Sheehan takes the line. Down to Graham Hill Bend. Sheehan's just got the straight line speed advantage, I think. Now he pulls away again on Cooper Straight. He's got to get him on the brakes, James Card. He's going to have a look here. He's having a look as they go into Surtees, but he couldn't get the overlap. Now, will they get 2 more laps out of this? It's going to be close as they cross the line. They might get 2 more laps. Sheehan, again, a little bit wide through Clark Curve. They come up over the line. They're lapping in the 51-second bracket, so they might get 2 more laps. Yeah, 56 seconds as they cross the line. I think we'll do this lap and another. We'll wait and see. Further back in the order, there's the third place man, Niall Bradley, flashing the lights at the back markers. He's still ahead of Morgan Owen and Max Walton. Card goes to the outside. He's going to try and get the cut back to Sheehan, sliding even more now as he comes through Druids. That was more like rallycross as he came through there. Down they come into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Here they come through Surtees. We may get another lap out of this. We're waiting to see as they cross the line. His Card goes for the inside. He's going to try and make a move. No, the door is closed on him again by Brad Sheehan. Sheehan gets his boot down into the straight again. Superb battle between these two. Now, is it going to be checkered flag this time? I think they're going to arrive just a few seconds too early. Yes, we are going to get one more lap of this. One more lap. That's the last thing that Brad Sheehan wanted to see. They're coming round Paddock Hill Bend again, and Brad Sheehan's got to really push on here. James Card. It's now or never. He knows it. He has a look up the inside. Again, there isn't room. This is a terrific defensive drive by Brad Sheehan. This is like Ayrton Senna and Nigel Mansell at Monaco in 1992 when they were nose to tail for the last half of the race, and they were so exhausted they couldn't get out of their cars afterwards. Can Brad Sheehan hang on? Up towards Surtees. James Card tucks in behind him. What's he going to do in these last couple of corners? The checkered flag is awaiting them. They swing their way through. I think Sheehan's done it. Through towards Clark Curve. Here they come. He's only got to put his foot down now. Here they come. What a great race between these two. Brad Sheehan is going to make it a double in Kumho BMW Championship here at Brands Hatch. There's the checkered flag. Well done, Brad Sheehan, and well done to James Card, second from the back of the grid. He just could not find a way through there. That was superb. What about the battle for third? Well, there's the Class B leader. That's Kevin Denwood. He's heading for a class victory in 10th overall. Now, where's our third place man? Waiting for them to come through. Third will go to Niall Bradley across the line, ahead of Darren Morgan Owen and Jazz Sapra in 5th. I think we may have lost Max Walton on that last lap. Yes, there he is. So Max Walton's had a problem on the final lap. There's our third place battlers. What a great fight between Niall Bradley and Darren Morgan Owen. It was impossible to know where to look in those closing laps. We concentrated on the leaders. Max Walton had a problem on that last lap. I don't know whether he had a spin somewhere, but he dropped to 7th behind Jazz Sapra and Ian Crisp. But Chris may have another penalty. There's a notification on the timing screen. We don't know what that's for yet. We'll confirm the full results in a moment. That was a brilliant race from the Kumho BMWs. Well done to, well, not only the race leaders, well done to Niall Bradley, Darren Morgan Owen and Max Walton. Had a great fight. And then well done to Brad Sheehan and Max Walton and James Card. Card 17th to 2nd. He just could not get past Brad Sheehan, whatever he did there. They're going to be absolutely exhausted after that. When I was exhausted just watching. We'll check out the results of that race then. The provisional results as follows. Brad Sheehan, the winner, ahead of James Card by 0.392 of a second. And Niall Bradley just ahead of Darren Morgan Owen for third. Niall Bradley wins the invitation class. Jazz Sapra 5th ahead of Ian Crisp. And Max Walton dropping to 7th on the last lap. Ronan Bradley taking 8th. Dan Butcher-Lord in 9th wins the BMW Mini Class. Kevin Denwood in 10th wins Class B. James Ford comes in 11th ahead of Andy Langley. 13th for Neil Clark. 14th for Trevor Ford. And Zach Blackwell in 15th. The other finisher was Gary Papworth in 16th in the Mini Clubman Estate. We lost Pete Miller into retirement early on.
I'm going to have a stern word.
Our final race taking place fairly shortly, and the last race of the day will be for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith and Stephen Powell going for a double in their divisions. We'll bring you the grid shortly. Well, before we get this race underway, we'll bring you the grid shortly, and we will then bring in my co-commentator, hopefully. But first of all, a couple of interviews with some of our truck racers down in the paddock.
Right, here we are down in the paddock, and how could we not come and have a chat with Ryan Smith? Ryan, race one, congratulations. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we went out in quali this morning. Obviously, the new brand, Mercedes-Benz. It's the first time we've driven it this weekend.
It looks very shiny and new, I have to say.
Yeah, and we went in qualifying, did one lap, and got a really fast time. So I said to Arnie, the main mechanic, let's come in and see what other people do, and nobody got near it, so that's all it was needed. And race one, it was just a matter of controlling from the front and you know, doing his job, but it's just a pleasure to be back now.
It's so nice, isn't it? What is this thing like to take around the Indy circuit here?
It's very good. You know, a seat card back, weather's good. Yesterday wasn't so good, but we've got new sponsors on board, UFI filters. You know, Arctic are back with us again. It's, you know, we've had companies have gone through tough times, but they've stayed with us, and hopefully this year can be a successful year again.
Well, it certainly was last year, wasn't it? Race 2 coming up, of course. Now, I heard a little birdie tells me you were saying you can go even quicker.
We can go quicker, but it's about saving the tyres, saving the engine, so the guys aren't going to work till late. So we'll play safe. We'll get round turn 1 in single file, then we'll start attacking and trying to pick people off and see what we can do from there. But the early signs with the new Mercedes is good. As I said, we've got new support with the sponsors. The partners have been fantastic. So, you know, we're on to something good this year, I think.
I think so. Look, what sort of life can you get out of these tyres? I mean, how long do they last?
We should do today if we keep setting the inside rears to the front. So we should get on today and see how they hold up by the end of play today. And see where we go from there.
So, man, best of luck for race 2. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Ryan Smith, there you go. Right, here we are with Martin Gibson. Now, Martin, race 1 finished a little bit prematurely, didn't we? Ended up in 3rd. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, obviously happy with 3rd, but I feel there's more pace and there's more in me. I find it back in the groove again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, you've had quite a few races now in this series, haven't you? But Ryan's going to take some catching, isn't he?
Yes, I'm going to have to think hard about what's going on with that and try and think of something else to do.
Of course, a rolling start does kind of make it a bit more single file going into turn 1. Is that a bit easier, do you think?
I don't know, not at all. No turn 1 is easy in these things, so it just makes the crash quicker, I think. So.
What's it like going down Paddock Hill Bend in one of these?
I love it. It's a brilliant feeling. I think it's hard on the truck. It's a big impact at the bottom.
Yeah.
But it's a brilliant experience.
It just makes your stomach almost come up through your mouth, I imagine, doesn't it?
It makes the front left tyre come up into your backside, that's for sure.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Is that the hardest corner on the circuit, would you say? Is there anywhere else on that's particularly challenging round?
They're all hard, to be honest. The last corner is tricky because it's trying to get on the power, but you've got to be patient with it. No, the first corner's not so hard, it's just got to get it timed right.
Yeah, top man. So there's pace to come in race 2, you say?
Let's hope so.
Fantastic, Martin. Best of luck. Thank you. That's Martin Gibson.
Well, we've just heard from Martin Gibson, and now we're riding with him. We're on board with the number 11 MAN. Looking back as well, 2 cameras on the Gibson Team Oliver Racing truck for this one. We will give you the grid in a moment, but first of all, I'm going to bring in, hopefully we'll hear from him, my co-commentator for this race, Rob Clark, aka Pointy. Pointy, how you doing?
Very good, thank you much, Dave. Yes, it's a lovely day. Sorry I couldn't join you earlier on, but obviously there was a few technical differences that we had to sort out. But stacking up to be a hell of a last race for the day.
Yes, it certainly is. The truck's on their way to the grid now, so let's give you the grid for the trucks then in just a second. I'll just get the grid sheets up in front of me, and then we can give you the grid for this one. A reverse grid in each division from race 1, so it's 157 Jonathan Willis, the newcomer, who starts on pole for this second race, alongside 81 Mark Taylor. Second row 18 John Newell and 69 of David Jenkins. Then on row 3 Martin Gibson number 11 alongside number 7 Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith number 1 has to start from row 4 this time. Then there's a gap and we've got division 2. The two non-finishers from race 1 should be starting from the very back. They don't count in the reverse grid. So in pole position for division 2, number 10 Craig Evans alongside 5 Adam Bint. Second row 68, which is Craig Reed, and 16 of Brad Smith. Third row, number 3, Stephen Powell, and 32, Jock Borthwick. And the final row, 6, John Powell, and 41, Simon Cole should be there. We'll take a look at those two trucks. Hopefully they're there at the back of the field. So, Pointy, any news from the paddock in between races?
Yes, Dave, actually quite a bit. So as you might have noticed, there's a couple of trucks here this afternoon that didn't do too well earlier on. Jock, especially his first weekend racing in the big rigs, had some serious technical issues earlier on with air pressure. Talking to him in the paddock over the lunch break, though, it turns out that all he needed was a Jubilee clip. So fingers crossed he's back up and in the runnings. And a little word with John Willis as well, who's indecisive as whether he's going to get stuck into the front row in this last race of the weekend, or whether he's just going to run and hide. It's a flip of the coin, and of course we will have to see what happens on that first Paddock Hill bend.
Yes, we certainly will, and especially with the reverse grid system being used. Have we got the truck that was missing for race 1? Is Simon Cole out for this one?
Yes, after a visit to the gravel in qualifying this morning, Simon Cole does indeed join us at the back of the Division 2 grid this afternoon. So fingers crossed. He does appear to be missing his bumper, so perhaps he hasn't managed to bring a spare one of those with him this weekend. But yeah, fingers crossed he has a bit more of a result this afternoon than he did do this morning. And yeah, as it's just an exciting day really, with so many drivers with new and improved trucks. I'm very, very interested to see, with such a small gap between a lot of the Division 1 trucks, what actually happens in this race now they've had the reverse grid.
The Scania Pace truck leads them round then. Listen to the second group. We'll have a look if they're all there as they come past my position. Jock Borthwick is there. He is recovered from his air pressure problems. Number 6 is not there though, John Powell. What's the problem for John Powell then, Pointy?
The veil of secrecy fell upon the Powell camp earlier on, so I've been unable to find out exactly what's happened to the truck, but I do know he left race 1 this morning quite early on. I'll try and find out some more information about that later on this evening and come back to you tomorrow, hopefully with a bit of repairs over tonight. A long night ahead. We might see him on the grid tomorrow morning.
Okay, here they come then up towards the grid then, the Division 1 trucks at the front. This will be a 15-minute race. Watch for flying Ryan Smith in his brand new Mercedes Artigo from the back of the Division 1 grid. Stephen Powell a little further forward due to those non-finishers in Division 2 earlier on. He will start as the favourites here in the number 3 truck. The Pace truck is in pit lane. Here we go, race 2 of the weekend, the final race of this Saturday for the British Truck Racing Association Championship. Jonathan Willis and Mark Taylor on the front row. They come up towards the red lights. The power comes on and away they go. Super start by Mark Taylor. He will take the early lead as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. Division 2 are flagged off behind. Craig Evans and Adam Bint leading them down towards Paddock. Looks like it's Bint in the Volvo. Oh, we've got a spinner. We've got a couple of spinners seen from the cab of Martin Gibson there. He's got through on the inside. One of them is Mark Taylor. The other is Jonathan Willis. We've lost our 2 front row men already, and I think that has put Martin Gibson into the lead as they come out of Druids for the first time.
Yes, on board with Martin Gibson, and he managed to just slip through Ryan very close on his heels now, though. Just tenths of a second between the two of them. Incredible to see so many of the Div 1s come off in that first lap. I've always said, though, that the first corner can make or break a race for a lot of the Division 1 drivers. We see action here from Craig Reed making a comeback after his issues earlier on.
Sorry to interrupt, Pointy. We've got a red flag due to the trucks off at Paddock Bend. Sorry about that. So the red flag is out. We'll try and see the reason. We've got a couple of trucks. In fact, we've got several trucks in the gravel trap at Paddock Bend. Stuart Oliver is one of them. Mark Taylor and Jonathan Willis have gone off as well. We'll try and see a replay of what happened. Stuart Oliver in the gravel in number 7. We seem to have lost about half of Division 1, unfortunately, into the gravel on the first corner. I think that was because either Jonathan Willis or Mark Taylor spun and everybody else just went wide to miss them and went off behind. There's the two MANs sitting side by side in the gravel trap. Martin Gibson will be disappointed there because he got the lead in the number 11. We'll try and see a replay of that. But they're coming round. Stuart Oliver, I can tell you, he's driving his Volvo out of the gravel. Takes a lot to stop these trucks, you have to say. We'll try and see a replay now of what happened there into Paddock Bend for the first time. I think it might have been a case of too many trucks in too small a space. Oh, it was Taylor who spun. Jonathan Willis went into the gravel to avoid him. And then somewhere behind, Stuart Oliver went off in avoidance. Okay, so we're under the red flag. There's Stuart Oliver in what's left of his Volvo. A bit of front bodywork missing. Covered in gravel. But thankfully, it seems, Pointy, not too much damage there.
Yes, indeed. Just looking down onto the bottom of Paddock Hill now, we've got Truckside Recovery starting the laborious task of dragging the two stranded trucks out of the gravel. But yes, Stuart Oliver seems to be relatively unscathed, just showing those many years of experience now, the ability to get yourself going on the gravel. Wondering now whether it's going to be a complete regrid restart and how much of a delay we're going to see with regards to the recovery of the two off vehicles. I know issues earlier on with qualifying put us a few minutes behind, but a massive shout out to everybody here at the circuit this weekend that have managed to pull those minutes back each and every time. Extremely smooth weekend of racing, I must say, with regards to timekeeping.
We've just seen a replay of what happened there. It was a bit of an over-optimistic lunge by David Jenkins trying to get up the inside. He clipped the back of Mark Taylor and sent him into a spin. So that's what happened. Willis and Oliver went off in avoidance. And we're going to try and see a replay, I think, from on board with Martin Gibson to see how he saw it there. Because he had the best view of the incident there going into the first corner. He was caught in behind a couple of trucks. Ryan Smith got the run on the outside. And you can just about see there, David Jenkins went for the inside on Mark Taylor. Clipped the back of him. They went spinning around. Everybody else checked up behind him. Taylor went spinning off. David Jenkins also off on the outside. And somehow Martin Gibson got through. There was nowhere else for everybody else to go behind. Stuart Oliver went straight into the gravel, as did Jonathan Willis. And Martin Gibson took the lead. But then, of course, the red flag had to come out. So the trucks are re-gridding. We're awaiting news on a restart at the moment.
Yes, TSL timing showing a temporary checker flag at the moment. I'm sure that's a mistake. Certainly regathering them now into their original reverse grid positions. And yes, as you quite rightly said there, Dave, I'm sure Martin Gibson's reeling in the fact that he's got to start again from his original position. But of course, it does give the rest of the division again that managed to avoid the incident another chance at the podium finish, which of course is how it all can come down to. Just such a simple mistake of getting a little bit too close, a little bit too soon, and unfortunately possibly having a couple of trucks there that are trying to take their positions for the whole race, unfortunately just got in the way, I suppose.
We're seeing the recovery operation in process at the moment. The Dines recovery DAF is on track. They're trying to pull Mark Taylor out of the gravel at the moment. Jonathan Willis has gone even further in, the two MANs sitting together. Jonathan Willis, one of our newcomers here this weekend, the man from Birmingham, has come from a short oval racing background in hot rods. Pointy, tell us a bit about the truck he's driving.
Well, yeah, the truck he's got has actually been stripped and rebuilt a few times over the last few years. I do believe he recently purchased the truck off Ryan Smith. I spoke to John's father earlier on today, and apparently they've actually done to it is stuck a couple of new axles in it, giving it the once over, and he's hoping to just get into the sport and see how he gets on. A small few practice sessions he had at Pembury earlier on in the month was his actual first experience at all in the truck, and of course missing out on the practice sessions here at Brands Hatch on Friday due to being stuck on the wonderful M25. It really was all or nothing this morning for him, so yeah, not the greatest start to his truck racing career, but of course he's got a long road ahead of him, I'm sure.
Who did you say that MAN used to belong to that Jonathan's driving?
I've been told by John it was Ryan Smith's, so I think how many hands it's passed through before Ryan Smith, it has ended up now in John Willis's hands, and as I say, I think Ryan Smith becoming a bit of the truck salesman here in the PTRC, I would say.
And tell us, talking of Ryan Smith, tell us about the new Mercedes Artigo that he's driving. We've not seen one of those in the championship before. Mercedes Actros, I should say, the newer model of Mercedes. Is that a new build that he's got?
Well, it's not brand new. Recently bought off the FIA driver Norbert Kiss, who took it through the European Truck Racing Championships for the last season. And of course, we are seeing the ridiculous lap times that he's been able to achieve in it so far today. A completely new look, not something we see a lot of. Of course, Simon Cole in Division 2, really the only person that's been driving a Mercedes in the BTRC for several years. So it's nice to just see a different face to the game, other than the lovely MANs that we've got quite a few of, really.
Yeah, it's good to see a bit of variety coming back into it at the moment. We've got the Volvos out there, a couple of DAFs as well, and we were due to see Paul Rivette in his Renault Premium as well, weren't we?
Yeah, speaking to Wayne Easton earlier on, obviously he's got a couple of the pace trucks here this weekend. Paul unfortunately couldn't be with us this weekend due to business commitments. But yeah, he's definitely planning. I've heard from on the grapevine, let's call it, that he will be attending the rest of the season. So fingers crossed we do get to see that eventually. Of course, our next meeting now at Thruxton at the end of July. So that might be his first official outing.
Hopefully we will see him out for that one. And looking at Division 2 as well, of course, an ideal start to Stephen Powell's title defence. Some new sponsorship we've noticed for him this year as well.
Yes, a real culture shock when I was riding through the paddock, arriving on Friday evening, looking for the bright yellow Stephen Powell truck. I'm like, what on earth is this? So yeah, very fresh look from a fresh food haulage company, which is quite ironic. And yeah, essentially working on the same fantastic truck and results that he had from last year. I do believe with a Detroit engine on board still, which has been giving him some very impressive results. And also, of course, in Division 2 we've got just the one of the two brothers, Craig Reed, who is in a what I can imagine is a vastly improved truck. A few technical difficulties earlier on today, but does appear to be in that fighting spirit this afternoon, Dave. So hopefully we see a lot from him.
So just awaiting the recovery operation to be completed. One driver we haven't got this weekend is Luke Garrett, the multiple Division 2 champion. Hopefully we'll see him out later in the season.
I can hear engines roaring now, as I do believe Mark Taylor has been freed from the grasps of the gravel as he makes his way down Graham Hill and up Cooper Straight. No obvious damage, looks to be just making his way gently around to join the pack. So that is fantastic news. And looking back over again onto Paddock Hill now, I do believe John Willis is just about to be brought back onto tarmac. So hopefully we will be back underway shortly if there isn't any serious damage to the John Willis MAN.
Now the MAN does look okay there from my vantage point on the first corner here at Brands Hatch. Been dug out of the gravel. Bit different to the hot rods he used to race with his dad Dave and brother Andrew. I've been watching them on my local short ovals for many years. So here he comes. Jonathan Willis in the 157, the Dawson Direct sponsored MAN. As we say, I believe that's one of Ryan Smith's many former MANs. Mark Taylor is currently in the pit lane. I can hear an air horn going off, so I think that was John Willis, wasn't it?
No, it's the trackside recovery wrecker truck that's making its way around the top of Druids. Do believe we are clearing the track now of the recovery vehicles. So the Dines wrecker's just pulling back in to the pit lane here, and the safety car is also coming down the pit as we speak. Marshall's still on the grid, looking to be getting the race back underway very shortly, I should hope. Although the weather we're experiencing this afternoon, complete difference to how it was yesterday. We've got truck cab doors wafting, trying to get some fresh air into what I can only imagine is an extremely hot condition that these drivers are suffering while sat down there on the grid in baking heat.
Yeah, they've got the doors open on the grid, we can see, just trying to keep cool. Mark Taylor and John Willis are in the pit lane, so we'll wait to see if they're going to go back on the grid. No indication of the length of the restart yet, but we'd only done half a lap, so I would imagine we're going to do the full 15 minutes, but no indication from the timekeepers as yet. That's just come up on my screen now. We're going to have a 13-minute restart. 13 minutes, so it'll be a lap or two shorter than we would normally have seen. John Willis and Mark Taylor there.
Bonus obviously to having the trucks as the last race means that we can overrun a little bit if we have to, which is quite good.
To them. The pace truck is in position, the Scania, in the colours of the new sponsors for Stephen Powell. I'm loving the personalised number plates now as well. I think it says Veg 5, the number plate on our pace truck.
Certainly in keeping with the business they're in. And I hear a bit of a roar now as we see the Division 1 moving away for their restart. Ryan Smith having a little bit of a longer break than the rest of them. The pace truck coming down now onto Paddock Hill, and Division 2 are underway as well, as we see the green flag waving on the pit straight here at Brands Hatch to hopefully get this final race of the week of the Saturday rather underway.
So it's John Newell who has inherited pole position in number 18. That's a brand new truck for this year. I went to John's headquarters to conduct an interview with him at the, I think it was at the end of March this year up in South Yorkshire. That truck was a basic chassis frame, and he's built that absolutely brilliantly over the last couple of months.
Yes, indeed. Other than it looking very similar to his last year truck, it is absolutely brand new, part perfect from the floor up. Even with the new MAN TG3 cab on it, which if you're an anorak of the trucks, there are very, very minor differences. But then again, God is in the details, isn't it, Dave?
Yes, indeed. A number of different MAN models out there. David Jenkins bearing the scars of his collision there at the start of this race on the outside of the front row. Then we've got the two Team Oliver trucks, Martin Gibson and Stuart Oliver, then Ryan Smith, and then Division 2 headed up by Craig Evans, newcomer last season with his MAN. Stephen Powell starting as a favourite there, although Craig Reed is going to be in with a chance. He took pole in qualifying this morning with the 68s. Good to see the pink Mercedes of Simon Cole at the back of the field as well. Missed the first race, repairing a bit of damage qualifying. But the pace truck is in the pit lane. It's going to be take 2 with our final race of this Saturday. Race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship over 13 minutes. Here they come up towards the red lights, on board with Martin Gibson as we get underway. What's going to happen this time? Into Paddock Hill Bend up towards nearly 100 miles an hour before they reach Paddock Bend. Mark Taylor and Jonathan Willis are going to join in from the pit lane. Adam Bint has taken the lead in Division 2 in his Volvo, but it's John Newell who leads the way up into Druids for the first time. David Jenkins in second, Martin Gibson's third, and it looks like so far they've all got round okay with John Newell in the lead.
Yes, looking back to Division 2 now as we just come round Druids. Steve Powell trying to make his way down through Graham Hill. Craig Reed trying to get past Jock Borthwick, newcomer, who's doing quite well to hold his own at the first half of this race. But Adam Bint screaming ahead of the Division 2 pack, closely followed by Brad Smith.
So there are the Division 2 leaders coming through clear ways. Stephen Powell in behind Borthwick, as you say there, Pointy. Simon Cole under fire as well, but it's John Newell who will lead the first lap then over the line ahead of David Jenkins. Martin Gibson behind them, Ryan Smith's doing the fourth. He's got ahead of Stuart Oliver. Then the Division 2 leaders already, the cavalry charge from the pit lane starting to come through, Mark Taylor and Jonathan Willis, but John Newell under pressure, the tanker lorry businessman from South Yorkshire, under fire from David Jenkins. On board with Martin Gibson, charges his way down Graham Hill, chasing after David Jenkins, holding third place at the moment. You can see how hard he is having to work at the wheel of that MAN. The first 5 breaking clear slightly. Then we've got the Division 1 and 2 mixed further back as David Jenkins up the inside as they go into Surtees, and he takes the lead away from John Newell.
Yes, just 0.4 of a second between the two, Jenkins and Newell. Certainly a battle, but as Jenkins takes that position, he's starting to pull away quite nicely now. Martin Gibson right on the back of Newell as well. Maybe Newell hasn't got quite all the power from his new setup that he was expecting, and definitely having to play defence from Martin Gibson at the moment in the GT number 11.
Well, the Division 1 boys have gone over the line, well, the first of them anyway. Adam Bint is still leading Division 2, took a knock which dropped him back in our first race earlier on, but leading Division 2 this time as Stuart
Martin
Oliver
Gibson
comes through.
on the gravel.
Martin Gibson ran wide there, coming through Paddock, I think.
Yes, indeed. Not sure whether there was any contact, but he certainly came out a little wider than he was expecting to. Absolutely super tight pat now as Ryan Smith riding the bumper of John Newell. Certainly not going to make it easy for him though, is John. Of course, Stuart Oliver and Martin Gibson behind them as well. Ryan now looking for the inside line. Can he squeeze past John? Oh, he's on the grass, but John not quite letting the door shut. Unfortunately, no. Ryan takes that now straight through. Quite a professional move, and I do believe we see Stuart Oliver making the move past John Newell. He must be having some kind of issues with the truck today, Dave.
Well, Stuart Oliver coming through there as well. Martin Gibson will possibly try and see what happened to him at Paddock Bend a lap ago. We may have a replay of that from the number 11 truck. Yeah, Ryan Smith was there on the inside. Was there contact there? I think Ryan may have just bounced off the curb coming out of Paddock, which sent Martin Gibson out wide. He just ran out of room. I don't think there was any contact there. Martin bouncing through the gravel on the outside, and Stuart Oliver able to come through as well. So the lead is with David Jenkins from Ryan Smith now. 1.5 seconds in it at the end of the last lap. It'll be less than that this time. Oliver third, Gibson fourth. Fifth is John Newell. Still leading Division 2 is Adam Bint, looking for his first win in a couple of years. He had a fair few problems with the black Volvo White last season. It seems a bit of a misnomer to call it a Volvo White in that livery, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. Had the new livery for last year's season, and a couple of technical issues really held him back for the entire year, unfortunately. But having some pressure gauge issues and taking it a little bit easier earlier on today certainly seems to have fixed up that truck and making some serious headway as we continue the second race of the weekend here. Brad Smith under pressure from Mark Taylor, but this is obviously Division 1 on Division 2, just not finding that gap past the Brad Smith Division 2 truck, and Craig Reed taking up third position of the Division 2 race here, looking for a space past obviously Brad Smith and Mark Taylor.
Well, Ryan Smith has taken the lead from David Jenkins. He got through on the inside at Paddock that time through, as we see Mark Taylor making the move on Brad Smith at Graham Hill Bend. David Jenkins under pressure from Stuart Oliver now for second place. We've got 8 minutes of this restarted race to go, so we're not yet at half distance, but Ryan Smith's Mercedes already through into the lead. The Mercedes at Cross, as they charge their way up towards Paddock. Stuart Oliver trying to get into position to make a move for second place. Fourth, we've got Martin Gibson, then John Newell. They are well clear of the rest of the field. We've lost Simon Cole, incidentally. The Mercedes has pulled into the pit lane, so he's out of the race. First 5 well clear. Still 6th is Adam Bint overall, leading Division 2. Mark Taylor's up to 7th overall. Brad Smith 8th and 2nd in Division 2. And then Craig Reed and Jock Borthwick still giving a good account of himself, rounding out the top 10. Stephen Powell only 11th and 5th in class in Division 2. He seems to be struggling a bit.
Yeah, certainly not finding the gaps I think he's used to having offered to him. Quite a bit of competition, I'd say, really this year ahead of him. Larger numbers on the entry list, of course, for the Division 2 at the beginning of the weekend. Yes, they drop a little bit quicker than the Division 1 sometimes, but of course with the skill that they're trying to build on and grow, it's obviously proving to be quite the challenge for Steve Powell.
Speaking of challenging, Mark Taylor is challenging Adam Bint here, the Division 2 leader. Now, I think Adam Bint is going to be happy to sit with Mark Taylor behind him, because he can act as a bit of a tail gunner and help carry Adam clear of his Division 2 rivals here, looking for his first win in a couple of years. Now Mark Taylor goes round the outside, but Adam has been able to pull quite a gap here over the rest of the Division 2 field. We'll try and see what the gap is there as they came over the line. He was a couple of seconds clear, I think, of Brad Smith, who's now going to start to close up again. Mark Taylor up into 6th overall. But the battle is heating up for 2nd overall and 2nd in Division 1, because Stuart Oliver and Martin Gibson are starting to gang up a bit on David Jenkins.
Yes, the Jenkins to Stuart Oliver to Martin Gibson. Martin Gibson now looking for the inside of Stuart Oliver as they come down as they come round Clark Curve. Can he make it stick? I do believe, yes, Martin Gibson takes it past Stuart Oliver, but Jenkins and the three of them are still quite a big distance behind the race leader, Ryan Smith. He really is pulling some fantastic lap times out there in that Mercedes, Dave.
Yeah, he's lapping nearly a second quicker than everybody else at the moment. His best lap of the race of 58.7. Everybody else lapping in the mid-59s in Division 1 so far in the race. David Jenkins still holding second, but Martin Gibson has got that new MAN well and truly wound up. We look at the battle in Division 2. Still Adam Bint being reeled in by Brad Smith and Craig Reed. Then a gap back to Stephen Powell, who's just got past Jock Borthwick up into 4th place in the class. Behind them it says Jonathan Willis and finally Craig Evans. Jonathan Willis just learning the ropes, as we said this weekend, his debut in truck racing. Stuart Oliver having lost out to his running mates Martin Gibson for 3rd, but Ryan Smith in the Mercedes is now over 5 seconds clear of the fight for 2nd. Martin Gibson not quite close enough to have a go at the Digraph Transport MAN of David Jenkins that time through for 2nd. He might get through later round this lap though. He's looking very racy here, Martin Gibson.
Yeah, possibly going to be taking the outside line around Drew. It's quite risky as Stuart Oliver tries to get up the inside. We're looking on the onboard cameras here, just closes the gap. Stuart Oliver comes wide. Really tight pack for the 3rd position. Of course, they're losing Ryan Smith all the time by battling with each other, but it really is about those podium finishes with just over 4 minutes left of the race.
Through come the Division 1 boys, just over 4 minutes of this race still to go. David Jenkins hanging on to 2nd place. The gap was 5.3 seconds. Ryan Smith has already gone over the line. Still your leader in Division 2 is the Volvo black and orange, as I call it, of Adam Bint, chased by Brad Smith in the DAF, the Unity sponsored number 16. The gap last time through was 0.6 of a second. Craig Reed is up there in the Iveco, the number 68, the man from Stoke. They're fighting for the lead in Division 2. The lead is now 6.2 seconds for Ryan Smith. We concentrate momentarily on Division 2. The top three, line astern, head over the line. Stephen Powell back in 4th in class, then Borthwick. Jonathan Willis is still behind them. And further back, the number 10 of Craig Evans is the final runner. Brad Smith having a look up the outside there as they go
on the track
into
now
Druids.
with the Division 2, and we've got...
Going to have a look here, I think, as they go into Graham Hill Bend. I don't think he'll be close enough, though. Bit got the better exit there. They're really starting to run together now. And back in Division 1, Martin Gibson still not able to catch David Jenkins for second.
Very, very tight top three now for Division 2. Adam Bint looking very comfortable at the front there. Brad Smith, trying to find every possible gap through with Craig Reed snapping at his heels. And of course, further ahead of the Division 2 pack now, we've got Mark Taylor pulling nicely away. But is it too late in the day to be looking for the rest of the Division 1s? That is the only problem as they come down out of Division 2s, down the pit straight into Paddock Hill again. 2.5 minutes roughly left of today's race. Back with the Division 1s now, we're still looking at that undying battle of defence from Dave Jenkins as Martin Gibson trying to pull out all the stops, late braking, taking the outside line, on board again now with the number 11 MAN Martin Gibson truck, and it is looking very, very tight, certainly testing Dave Jenkins with everything that he's got. Really, it's going to be an exciting finish if he continues to push as hard as he is. Stuart Oliver perhaps taking the back seat for the moment, looking for a gap if one of these two make a mistake, Dave.
Yes, he certainly is the 10-time champion and one-time European champion, just keeping a watching brief on his protege Martin Gibson ahead of him, swinging their way through Druids Bend. 90 seconds of the race to go while Ryan Smith's away, and God, he's leading by 8 seconds now. He's heading for his second win of the weekend, but can Adam Bint hang on to win Division 2? A wheel arch hanging off the Volvo there as he heads through Paddock Bend. Well, Ryan Smith, we've hardly seen him. He's run away and hid at the front of the field. Flying Ryan in his Mercedes Actros is heading for his second win, the ex-Norbert Kiss truck, the great Hungarian. But Brad Smith is really attacking now Adam Bint for the lead. Can Adam in the Volvo, the Oxfordshire driver, hang on in front?
Well, he's certainly got the heritage. He's been doing this for quite a while. The truck has been with him the whole way as well. So if anybody can hold that position, it's going to be Binty. But of course, Brad Smith, fantastic bit of driving. They almost look inseparable, those front three, with Craig Reed just following the same line as the two front runners of Division 2, looking very comfortable. I think they're just going to be happy to take the podiums they've got at the moment. There's no real need to be risking the rest of the weekend with a last-minute dash. Although, wait, as we see now, we've got Bradley Smith looking down the outside line. Will he take? No, it doesn't. Backs down behind Binty now. Craig Reed still just looking for that gap between the two of them, I believe.
Yeah, here comes the battle up into Druids. The leader about to start his final lap, I think, Ryan Smith. He's heading into the last lap. We'll concentrate on the Division 2 battle as they swing their way out of Druids, down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. So Ryan Smith surely heading for victory. Who's it going to be as they come through in Division 2, though? Adam Bint holding on for dear life. He's a very defensive driver. I saw him do this at Pembrey a couple of years ago, where he held the entire Division 2 pack off to take a brilliant win. Ryan Smith is away and gone. He's heading for win number 2 here this evening. David Jenkins is still holding second ahead of Martin Gibson. Still Adam Bint is holding on ahead of Brad Smith. They're about half a lap behind the Division 1 leaders. There's David Jenkins, has held his second place ahead of Gibson and Oliver. They're coming round towards the finish line now. The checkered flag will be in sight. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the man going for his 6th consecutive title this year. Here comes Flying Ryan out of the final corner. The new Mercedes Actros working faultlessly. It's going to be 2 wins out of 2 for Ryan Smith here at Brands Hatch. He takes the win in British Truck Racing Championship race number 2 of the weekend. David Jenkins will come over in second ahead of Martin Gibson. Great drive by him. Stuart Oliver 4th. It will be John Newell in a rather lonely 5th place. But who is going to win the Division 2 battle. We'll hand back up there on the Cooper straight now, heading towards Surtees for the last time, and Brad Smith is going to go for it. Here they come. It's Adam Bint somehow holding on ahead of Brad Smith, everything he can throw at him. Craig Reed's going to have a look up the inside as well. They're going to finish line astern, these three. Stephen Powell trying to make it 4. But I think Adam Bint has just about done enough. He had a very poor season in 2020, but he's going to hold on for victory here ahead of Brad Smith. A very happy Adam Bint comes over the line and wins Division 2. That's a terrific drive ahead of Brad Smith, Craig Reed, Stephen Powell, and behind him Jock Borthwick, and then Jonathan Willis makes it home. Craig Evans will be the final finisher. That was terrific.
Yes, a fantastic end to Saturday here at Brands Hatch. The sun is still shining, and yeah, I'm really pleased, and I'm sure all of the spectators are extremely pleased that we got that race back underway, and with so much time left as well. Again, impressive performance by everybody on the track, getting the races going as quickly as possible. A bit of showboating we see around Druids from Binty. Hope it doesn't damage that truck. I'm surprised he finished the race with both of his fenders. That back right did look like it was going to be going for a walkies at one point during that last lap, Dave.
Yes, indeed. He's a great showman, is Binty. Adam Bint in the Volvo black and orange. He is absolutely overjoyed, waving to the fans and the marshals as he comes round there. He's power sliding the truck around. There he goes again. Shades of Kurt Goranson. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, what a comeback. Really happy for Adam Bint. He's stuck it out for several iffy seasons with technical difficulties, new regulations that the truck wasn't quite up to at the time a couple of years ago.
Okay, well, thanks very much to Pointy there. We are now almost ready to hand down to pit lane and hear from some of the drivers. Ian Waterhouse has rushed out of the paddock to pit lane, and he will catch up very shortly with some of our drivers from that second truck race of the day.
Right, everybody, welcome to Winners Row, we're going to call it now, because it is this man Ryan Smith who's made it a pair of wins here. Here he is. Hello guys, you alright? Ryan, we make a habit of meeting like this, don't we?
It's warm.
Quite an eventful race that, wasn't it? But when you managed to finally get past, you kind of pulled away again.
I just needed to get in single file, get my head down and do what I know I can do. So yeah, it worked out perfect. I just waited, single file, let the commotion happen in the first turn, and just pressed it from there.
It was a perfect display, really, wasn't it? Just sort of stay out of trouble and then pick them off as you get there.
What a missile.
There he is. I'll let you go anyway, but congratulations, Ryan. It's awesome to see you again. I did just want to grab a quick word. Sorry, guys, can we squeeze through? Cheers, thank you. I did want to grab a quick word with Mr. Jenkins, Mr. David Jenkins. He came home second, of course, and he driven the race. David, it's great to see you again. That was some racing, and that is some truck, isn't it? It's pretty quick.
Yeah, that's very fast. Yeah, very fast.
Are you happy with that, though? You managed to hold Martin off behind you, didn't you?
I think we were a smidge quicker than him, weren't we, really? But yeah, it was a good race. It was just a shame about the first start incident, so we're just going to go upstairs and sort that out now.
Yeah, a little bit of damage, obviously, on the front.
Yeah, a little scuff. But we had a bad qualifying, a decent first race, much better second race, and yeah, we're going to get the truck fixed up. We're going to bed happy.
Top man. Cheers, David. Well done. Thank you very much. Let's move down a little bit, shall we? It was this man over here, Martin Gibson. In fact, I think they're going through actually, but Martin Gibson, who got third place in the end, finishing up on the podium. It looked actually, didn't it, like he dropped down a few places, did Martin. He put a wheel or two on the dirt going around Paddock Hill, and it cost him a little bit. I do want, if we got time to stay with me, that would be great, because I want to go find Adam Bint, your Division 2 winner. Hello, mate. I think that might have been him actually. Let's just head down. I don't know if he's in his truck. I think he might have been going the other way. Let me just have a little look. Stay with me, stay with me. This is the beauty of being here as we are. He's not here, I'm afraid. Adam Bint is not here, but this is the truck. This is your Division 2 winner, Adam Bint. Huge congratulations. It's a plethora of noise down here in the pit lane. It's a real joy It's been so loud, hasn't it? It's been incredible. Let's just move down a little bit. Mr. Smith down here as well. Going great guns indeed. How's it going? You alright?
Yeah, good.
That was some race, wasn't it? Talk us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, we're good there. Obviously another start, but yeah, we've got the pace now, so yeah.
Good. Certainly a bit of a learner for tomorrow, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Definitely. Top man. Right, there we go. I think that just about wraps it up for today. But I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to tell you what else is going to happen. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Ian, and thank you very much to Pointy for joining us for that race as well. He's gone to present the trophies now down in the paddock, and we can confirm the results of that one. Ryan Smith, the winner by just under 10.5 seconds. The winning margin in the end, another clear win for the new Mercedes. David Jenkins holding off Martin Gibson for second, a determined drive by Martin. Stuart Oliver fourth, ahead of John Newell, a rather lonely fifth. Mark Taylor made it back up from the pit lane start to sixth, well done to him. Adam Bint in seventh overall, a great win for him in Division 2. He'll be very pleased with that. Bradley Smith took 8th place, less than a second behind him. 9th place going to Craig Reed, and third in class. Stephen Powell had to settle for 4th and 10th overall. And Jock Borthwick in 11th. Jonathan Willis made it back up to 12th. Then Craig Evans a lap down, and we lost Simon Cole. Unfortunately, was an early retirement into the pits. Well, that concludes day one then here at Brands Hatch. A very busy schedule coming up for us here tomorrow as well. Well, Pointy, I think, has gone to do the trophies, and then he's heading to the Brands Hatch bar for a well-earned pint. And the schedule we have tomorrow, we start at 11:15 with the third race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. That's followed by the first race for the pickup trucks. After lunch, we will have a race for the Legends, a rather special presentation taking place at lunchtime tomorrow, and a parade lap. More on that tomorrow. That's followed by the first race for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. Yeah, something completely different from the trucks. We then have the first race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. MG's young and old in that. Trucks coming up after that. And then we've got the pickups, more Citroën 2CVs, and more MGs, and finally the trucks to close out the programme tomorrow evening. That's all coming up. Be here tomorrow, 11:15 a.m. Time for our first race, but for now, that concludes the action here at Brands Hatch. Thanks to all the volunteer marshals and to all the other officials, the medics, recovery crews, race control staff, and so on. And thank you to all the drivers and their teams of mechanics for their entertainment as well. They'll be packing up for a well-earned rest ahead of tomorrow's action, as will our camera crews. Thank you to them for bringing us all the action. And thanks to Pointy as well for a bit of commentary on that last truck race. He'll be joining us tomorrow as well, as will I, at around 11:15. We'll hope to see you on our live streams for that one. Thank you to everyone for watching, and we will see you tomorrow. But for now, thanks for watching once again. Bye for now.